맞죠?
역시 원딜이네.
왜?
원딜 원래 그런 거 잘하잖아.
예민하지 우리는.
아무래도.
근데 모니터도 좀 바뀐 것 같은데? 내가 이 모니터에 적응을 해버린 거.
이게 원딜러의 가면을 찍은 거였네. 딱 찍혔다 굉장히.
아니 이거 약간 그게 달라졌어.
한판 더.
한 판만 더 하자 할게요.
왜 원딜?
원딜? 너 뭐 할 건데 원딜?
아 투타 할게 투타.
아펠 할게 아펠.
오케이.
야 무슨 느낌으로 해줘? 물 느낌으로 해줘? 태연 느낌으로 해줘?
태연 느낌으로 해줘.
해줄게. 나 박을게.
불 느낌은 뭔데 그거?
박을게. 어때?
와
나 펠리오스.
아쉬운데.
아쉬워. 이거 아쉬운데.
아이씨.
되겠냐고 그게.
안돼.
안 되네. 아니 세팅하는 거야 노는 거야 빨리 키워 나와. 연습이에요 이거. 어? 나 빨리. 너 촬영해야 한다고.
아 진짜. 아 맞지.
야, 서포터는 안 돼.
리겜.
아, 내가 이제 좀 잘하는 거 같기도 한데.
촬영감 한번 시험을 주는 거지.
제가 그때 그 야쏘이 오늘 바르긴 했어요.
약간 목소리 이렇게 잼민이 같은.
잼민이긴 해.
이런.
뭐하냐? 야, 니 1대1 들어와. 개패줄게. 들립니다.
들려요?
네. 하이하이.
안녕. 개돌리.
상대는 다먹에 알고 헨리 형님이다. 조심해야 된다.
파이팅. 긴장하고 갑시다.
딱 좋아. 딱 개좋아, 딱 개좋아. 나 볼게. 얘네 거야, 누구 거야? 네, 카이사 볼 거야. 카이사 볼게, 카이사. 나 1대5대. 이거 브라운 봐야 돼, 브라운.
아칸 노프레.
비에고.
비에고.
별로 상이 형 가프래, 나 상이 형 가프래.
그렇지. 노프레.
확인.
집 갔다가 전력 먹고 미드와터 먹자.
나갈 수 있어. 이제 싸워도 될 듯?
버터가
여기서 싸움 날 때, 우리.
카이사 이거
그냥 맞짱 까자. 5명 다 있어, 여기. 그 상태는 텔로 온다. 그 상태는 텔로 온다. 카이사 있다, 이거. 내 지금으로 해서 천천히 뵐게, 천천히 뵐게. 나 플래시 있어.
동안 볼게.
파이팅.
여기. 그 상태.
나 그냥 카이사 볼게. 카이사 잡아줘. 미드 라인 안 깎이게 할 수 있나?
미드 지금 끝날 것 같아, 이제.
네.
마무리 치면 팀 플러스 기합니다. 제제. 하면 있지. 그냥 실력 별로.
내일 할 수도 다핑에 내일 할 수도 있겠다.
내린 듯.
내일 할 듯.
한번 써요? 한번 써? 할게요.
메인을 안 돼.
저희는 와우. 위치 해줄게. 스킬에는 심정이 없어.
캐는 내가 할게.
아래로 라인으로 빼. 바로 떴다? 이렇게 가져. 볼수 있어? 빼는 거 맞아. 내려부터. 빨리 왔어. 다 잡았어. 빨리 가자.
야, 위에 거 다 보자.
좋아.
가보자.
야, 케이. 나. 나이스.
야, 영차.
그냥 천천히. 다시. 보던가.
야, 나 정면에 없긴 해, 얘들아.
쪽 보자,
에이, 너 별별.
잡을만해, 잡았다.
장로.
한번 쳐보자, 우리.
장로 실이야, 이제.
앞으로 들어가서 해야 돼.
야, 레이프 있다. 레이프 있지.
야, 괜찮아.
오케이.
야, 들이대주고.
오케이.
이거
야,
살짝 봐줘.
오공 막아줘.
오공 막아줘.
오케이.
야, 오공 맞아.
야, 싸워.
맞아.
야, 좋아.
야, 미드.
야, 카이사.
야, 카이사 맞아, 미드가. 카이사 맞아.
해봐.
카이사 맞아.
카이 있어?
나 만화가 없다. 기대. 안 끝났어. 얘들아, 천천히.
끝났어. 미드 밀어.
나 피 없다. 끝내자.
미드 밀어. 끝났어.
끝내보자.
미드 밀어.
다시 오거나. 다시 끝났네. 다 채워.
이거 너무 깊이 빨려 들어가는 그림 아닌가요?
아 모험도 잡혀요. 모험도 잡혀요.
아니 끝까지 뭐 할 수 있나요? 그래도 불이 컨디션은 괜찮은데
네.
불의 컨디션 불의
네,
컨디션 불 그리고 1, 2마다 한번 잘 들어갔거든요.
네.
아 근데 이걸 아쉬워요 좀더
이게 2대2 교환이면 너무 아쉽죠.
근데 영웅이야.
기껏 제스
영. 자, 그 와중에 일단은
아니 이거
본진 쪽에서는 램프를 막아주고 있고 2차 나갑니다.
예,
자, 본진 쪽 여기.
갑자기.
가요?
이거 끝내.
이거 끝내고 있다. 끝내고
아니
있다.
근데 이게
근데 아니 이걸
소천사도 있는데 이게
그러니까 소천사도 있고.
소천사도 못 뽑.
그리고 상대는
아니
아니
잠깐만요.
자, 어디가 먼저?
어디가
어디가 먼저? 넥서스! 어디? 야!
뭐 되나요?
자, 일단 드래곤 잡았고 일단 부상합니다.
나는 반비.
먹고 빠지자 같은데. 먹고 빠지자.
점프.
더블이 일단
2,000, 1,500. 자, 먹었어요. 그럼 2,000. 근데 2,000. 자, 키가 튕겨냅니다.
와
DRX.
또 맞춰는
디테일.
이게 뭔데?
근데 라엘이 안 풀렸어요. 라엘이 안 풀렸고
자, 뒤에 돕니다.
뒤에서 사신이
옵니다. 사진이 옵니다.
간격이 또 펼쳐지고 있는데 카이사는 발사하다 죽는 게 한두 번이 아니라 모른다.
이게 무슨 소리예요?
루어신. 내가 좀 들은 거 맞거든요. 레넥톤이 영호 형이었다가 나름 영호 3 정도 돼서
여기 한번 물리는데요. 근데
들어갑니다.
아이다
와! 가지가 말이네요.
올라갑니다.
쭉쭉 올라갑니다.
Hello and welcome to LCK Challenger League live at the WG Esports Studio. I am Valdy Wildy, with me is Walp, and we are getting into a great day of games. As always, a 9-gamer here for the base duo.
That's right.
That's what we're expecting.
It's a 3-game Monday. Valdez figured out what a microphone is. He was like, whoa.
Whoa.
No, actually, it looks like he might be a little movement there, which
It's a little tightening, yeah.
not always great. But, yeah, Godowdy's in the chat as well. Always love to see it. We have some games today that are less important than others, but some games that are very important for the standings. You know, I'd say the Hanwha Life series is a good one.
Yeah.
The other series are a little bit up in the air as to what they really mean.
What did they mean by this?
Well, we'll find out what they meant by it.
Half-Life Esports versus DRX, our
That's a
first
big one.
matchup. Every game is important. Yeah, I just watched a podcast with Wolf and Voldemort. I think I'm going to change my ID to Voldemort. What about Valdemort?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Do you think I could get copyright struck for that one?
I don't think so.
Do you think J.K. Rowling's going to come after me? She's going to be like, you can't use my name.
I mean, if
I'm
she's
like,
a big
no,
League of Legends fan,
I'm
she'll probably know
Valdemort.
this.
I'm not Voldemort. I'm Valdemort. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about me. Valdesmort doesn't really roll off the tongue.
Valdesmart? I like that more than Valdesmart.
Valdesmort. Valdebort. How about that one?
Let's just stick with Valdez. You know, let's stick with Valdez. I like Valdez.
Valdemorticaiser. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I like it.
We
I
are
like it.
a little bit concerned about being 8 game casters. As here is, of course, our overview. It's a new graphic as we're getting close to playoffs.
Yeah.
We're almost at the end of our round robin. This is the final week, and then we will be having our double elimination playoffs starting on Monday.
Yes, 80 trillion USD is the prize pool total. So make sure you get in here and play in the Challenger League.
We do have a regular season MVP to be decided soon, and finals MVP is also worth the same. So a lot of money on the line if you're actually on the best of the best, on top of that 80 million won prize pool that'll be split between the top players of the championship team. Here's the schedule. We do have a double set of games on Monday at 2 p.m. and then 6 p.m. KST. And then the following Monday, we'll be moving into one best of 5 a day.
Yep, round 1 going to be a banger. Round 2 also going to be a banger. Round 3, banger. Round 4, banger.
Finals? Banger. Confirmed.
Yeah, banger confirmed. We don't know who's going to be in each of these matches, but the one thing that we do know is that they will be bangers. DK has secured first place. That's why they're up there in that spot. Nobody else has secured a specific place just yet. So
That's
we're
right.
working on that.
Here are the results that we had for the non-broadcast games, or at least not broadcast here on this channel on day 3 and day 4 of week 8. Gen.G taking out Live Sandbox. D+ still struggling a little bit, having to take that 2-1 over KT. You know, a few weeks ago it was at an easy 2-0 there, but not actually the case. As Nongshim did take out Hanwha Life Esports, which really hurts Hanwha's chances of taking that first place spot. They will have an opportunity against DRX, and then DRX and Kwangdong Freaks with 2-0 wins. And T1, bit of a struggle right now with Nice in the mid lane.
You know, you can't go every single year being the best team in, you know, LCK Challengers. Eventually, you need to take a little break, and I think T1 have, both in Challengers and LCK, kind of hit a bit of a roadblock, a bit of a plateau. We'll see how that does develop as this comes along, as we do have 4 teams that are secured for playoffs. Other than that, you know, still a chance for Bro to sneak in if they could take 2 wins and Gen.G, you know, takes 2 losses, something like that. Have a little tiebreaker situation.
Yeah, unfortunately for Live Sandbox, T1 and Kwangdong Freaks, they can only get a maximum of 6 wins, which will not catch them up to Gen.G. So here is the main characters of our playoffs here, and round 2 being what we're fighting for here, as D+ have already secured it, but Hanwha Life, DRX, and Nongshim all could take second place and skip that first round. And yeah, here's the rest of the teams, of course, and the remaining schedules. For Bro, beating KT and Gen.G, I think definitely a possibility. And for Gen.G, taking a look at their remaining schedule, it's not expected that they will drop that series necessarily to OK Savings Bank Bro, but they certainly could. But the expectation is D+ will beat them tomorrow. So, you know, it's still possible for Bro. That's what I'm getting at. They will need to win that match. We'll need to see some losses. As right now, Lucid, unsurprisingly, is heading up our POG standings, much like his counterpart in Canyon in the main roster.
Yeah, something about D+ junglers, Wolf. I don't know what it is. Is it in the water they drink, the breakfast they eat? Is it just their hands are really good, or that they're just really smart?
Consider
smart.
Consider too, Valdez, that we're always ahead here in Challengers. We're 1 week ahead, and the difference between first place and Challengers is and LCK is basically double. Like Canyon's at 1,200 points, Lucid's at 600, so it's a much closer race here in LCK Challengers. Anyone could pick up POG on the day.
You never know who's going to win. Guys, by the way, new week, new patch. Jax, Melio, Rel, all nerfed. Static Shiv, nerfed.
Yeah, so Rel's, her armor is nerfed, her passive is also nerfed, and the resistances, the cooldown for Counter-Strike is also nerfed. The earlier levels, Jax getting a pretty big hit there in terms of added in a whole extra second straight up to his Counter-Strikes. Won't be able to use it as much in lane. He's not going to really hurt what he does in sides and what he can do in team fights, so I still think he'll probably be relevant, but will he be as highly prioritized as he was on 13-13 and below? Probably not. But we'll find out. It's Challengers.
It's Challengers, baby. And Melio got a little touch. I think we might still see him. We're not seeing him a whole lot nowadays, just with the engaged support meta that we do see. Rel, Nautilus, Alistair, etc. Most of the games, Leona. But these are the matches today. Hanwha Life Esports versus DRX, our first one. Definitely the marquee matchup of the 9-game day. And then we do get into 8th versus 9th, Live Sandbox versus T1, and then Nongshim versus Quantum Freaks. Definitely expecting Nongshim to take that one on paper.
Yeah, I think that one's one of our matches that could be a little bit more one-sided, as Call Me is having a fantastic season, and Quantum Freaks certainly having a bit of a struggle. Live Sandbox T1, I think, could be the closest one of the day, as we are going to start things off with Hanwha Life versus DRX. Does feel fitting when you consider the Aatrox player on the main roster of Hanwha Life Esports. Maybe he's passed some of that down to Rooster here for Hanwha, and we'll see if he ends up picking it up, because to me that's the most exciting part about today. It's like, the matchups are cool and all, but how much Aatrox are we going to see?
Yeah. How is 13-14 going to change the meta? Because this is the patch we're going to be on for LCK finals. So if you are trying to feel like, oh, how is KT going to do against Gen.G in that finals, if that ends up being the finals, you are here. Yes, you in the chat.
Yeah.
Matt24Z, Astro Nautilus, Texas, Distress Sapphic, Xzalot. Yes, you,
1378 underscore. That's right.
Debrens12, Yundo Ro. Based. Lightsaber as well. Yeah, all of you guys, you're here, okay? You are going to see 13-14. A little preview for LCK.
It's my first time getting to cast Duck Dom since he was sent to Challengers. I didn't get to cast him yet. Yeah, that's my Duckers right there. And he and Pleta are going to be playing together as a duo. They have been for a few weeks now. We'll see how they perform tonight. Has been pretty good, as you would imagine, since Duck Dom is a very good player. And Frog, one of our new favorites this season, Frog. Let's see how good his Aatrox is. Aatrox, also the funny thing is, Aatrox everyone's saying is super broken, but he may be banned every game and not be played, or he may just see no play at all, because Challengers doesn't follow the rules of our expectations. They just don't do what we think they're going to do. So if we think they're going to play Aatrox a lot, chances are they might not. What does that even mean?
What does he mean by that?
What did he mean?
I thought at first he was saying Divide like the Valorant player, but I don't know what that means. I'm not going to repeat that.
Yeah, I don't know what it means, so I don't want to say it either, but
yeah. Ready for some sponging. Yeah, we're going to get some sponging, some frogging, some duck damming, and of course also some Hanwha Lifing. And they've been good as well. They did lose to Nongshim recently. Yundo was pointing out that might have been the series where they played Zach, rather. I almost said Jack. I almost pulled a wolf.
You pulled a wolf almost.
Imagine if you just play only in the Korean client for 11 years. What happens to your brain?
Yeah, it does really mess with you a little bit. Guwon versus Sponge is the key player matchup here, and again, it's all about getting that second place here. The race is on for these two teams. Guwon was a very good jungler who got replaced by Grizzly very briefly until Grizzly went up to replace Clid. So Guwon,
until he transcended.
Yeah, he became the
singularity happens to him.
Yeah, he just went straight up. And now Guwon is back in that mainstay spot, but I think he's a very good player. I think he wasn't that much worse than Grizzly by any means. And in fact, I think he has some strengths that Grizzly doesn't have. I think his early game pathing is a little bit better. But in terms of mechanics in team fights, for example, on carry junglers, definitely going to give the edge to Grizzly on that one. See how Guwon performs here tonight against Sponge, who's so good at objective steals. As we're just jumping right into it.
Sponge. Yeah, I'm glad to see Roamers back in mid lane. Last time you and I, Wolf, we casted Home Life Esports, they put in Loki for the series, and they actually dropped a game. Not necessarily because of him, but it definitely seemed like the team was a little bit off, you know, trying to adjust to the new player in the lineup. So back to the normal, strongest roster that Home Life Esports has, especially because Roamer is so good nowadays.
Yeah, he really is. He honestly could be just straight up the best mid in Challengers. I actually think he probably is at the moment. He was a player, too, that has seen a lot of Challengers teams, and back in 2021, everyone was saying, like, this guy is really good, and I wasn't ready to trust. I was looking at his games going, he seems okay, but now he's big.
He is large, Wolf. That is true.
LeBlanc bans on 13.14. Who could have seen that coming?
Yeah, like, how many times do we have to nerf Shiv in order for LeBlanc to just disappear entirely? I do wonder what this priority will be, though, like on this patch. What is Home Life Esports' read on 13-14? What do you pick when Kaisa, Tristana, Sejuani, even Rel? A lot of big B1 ban or picks, and it's going to be Jax.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised by this. I think we all kind of know this pick is very strong right now. I think we could have all seen an Azir here for Roamer in this position because the Sejuani's banned, and you know, you could have just gone for a safe mid pick and played reactionary here. Now the question becomes, with this Kaisa ban, what's the next best AD carry that will come through? Will it just be Xayah? Is it going to be something like an Aphelios because it's Challengers? I think we'll probably see Jace Maokai, the common red side transition here for DRX. Not surprised by this even slightly. Nico also available. So,
yeah.
I mean, a little bit tougher to play that into Jace, but I think you absolutely can. You could also just push it into the jungle.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and this might just line up for kind of a poke composition from DRX, meaning like a Varus follow-up, maybe like a Cassante, Alistair, etc. But Home Life Esports, reading the situation, they say, okay, well, we're just going to dive as hard as we possibly can.
Yeah.
I love the Nocturne here, Wolf.
I mean, the Ahri Nocturne is a really strong combo, actually, just in terms of what you can do, especially the champion like Jace. If you use the Paranoia, it's really difficult to position against the Charm. Ahri just runs in. As the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Where's Aatrox?
Yeah, where is
Who are these champions? What is that thing?
Ash ban? What's going on with that?
Do you feel like Nocturne is just a better version of Wukong? Where you like kind of have to wait for level 6, but then once he hits level 6, like not in terms of exactly what they do, but in terms of like
the power
pacing
level
and tempo of the pick from the jungle, especially with the Ahri. Like we used to see Ahri Wukong all the time. I feel like the Nocturne, really settles in there.
He has the fear, at least. Like that's the one thing that Wukong doesn't really have. But Nocturne doesn't have gap close to set up the fear. So you know, if Ahri charms and the Nocturne can have a fear, or vice versa, then it becomes really easy to use this combo, especially into a Jace. So I think it's pretty strong here. But I do like what you're saying in terms of like how they aren't really extremely relevant until level 6. But Ahri definitely helps that, for sure.
So we saw with the Renekton pick coming out that they ban away the Varus. That seems like a very easy first ban. And then the Ezreal as well, just to index even farther into AD carry poke champions.
Yeah, especially with the Maokai here, I think it makes a lot of sense. But that's going to leave the Xayah open into this dive. Seems like a no-brainer. I would rather see a Xayah ban than the Ezreal ban, to be honest, because of how good Xayah is into this comp.
I am Troy Pika is getting in there. He's like, Xayah, 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 Xayah.
And they went Xayah, as it turns out. It was a pretty easy read. I like Sivir here more than Jhin. The extra wave clear going to feel really nice. Zeri also
Zeri, really
good angle.
Nice,
yeah, Zeri Yumi. Duro. He got the Crank banned away from him, so he this is also good.
It's just really heavy index into more and more and more and more dive. The Rakan, great layering with everything else. It is kind of really like hard CC engage, whereas other champs like the Nocturne Like Jax has it, but he's not as reliable. So I feel like they were kind of missing that. So Rakan shores that up pretty nicely.
DRX gonna look for the Renata here. Very strong anti-dive. Actually really like this pick. Oh, but they're just gonna go for Nautilus because they have to kill Zeri somehow, have to kill Ahri somehow. So a bit of a point and click answer here.
Troy Pika knows. He's calling out the draft as soon as he's going to start casting from the chat.
Yeah.
He read their minds.
I actually really like the Renata though. I feel like it was really nice into all of what Hanwha Life is doing, and you know, you have some engage with this Nautilus that you don't otherwise really have a great amount of as DRX. You have kind of like, you can't move now with the Nature's Grasp, but otherwise it was a little bit limited. And yeah, Renekton can maybe get on top of somebody, but good luck trying to stun a Zeri. So I guess the Nautilus has its power here too. But now,
WTF 2 Rakans.
yeah, now you have to split here for some reason. 2 Zayas as well. Well, one Zaya and a Zaya ear.
Yeah.
I think you have to play this comp a little bit more aggressively though as DRX with this Nautilus than you could have otherwise played with Renata and just sit on objective and say, come at me, HLE. Not bro in this case, just they're not playing the series.
Come at me, hla. Dirks.
Dr. X.
Hla versus Dirks.
All of my non-LCK fan friends are always like, ooh, what's this Dr. X team? Like, no joke. They're always like, ooh, Dr. X, that's a cool team name. I'm like, no, it's DRX.
Yeah, well, opportunity missed, I guess. Maybe they can change their name again in the future, as they have many times.
When's Queen Zone Dragon X coming in?
Ooh.
When's
You
that
know?
one happening?
Game changers. Queen Zone Dragon X, I like it.
Could happen. You never know. I like the draft that we're seeing from DRX a little bit more.
Dragon
I think
X
it's better.
is nothing anymore, though.
No, it's not a thing.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. I like DRX's draft better. Valdez, what do you think?
I like the dive. I think it's easier in Challenger League, but hey, you never know. It's Challengers. DRX, you mean Incredible Miracle Longju Dragons, Kingzone Dragon X DRX? Yeah,
Sonic
something like
Boom.
that. Yeah.
Sonic Boom
Sonic
at the end.
Boom, yeah. DRX draft feels objectively more powerful, and then it scrolled up too fast, so I didn't get to read the rest. Yeah, I think you can find angles for both. I do kind of like the hard dive in Challengers because Nocturne presses are, you go in. But we've seen in the LCK, like Kongo Freaks tried to play Nocturne, I believe it was, and one of their guys would get caught, and then Paranoia would come in after, and then Gen.G just wouldn't go in, and then the guy would die, and it's like, well, that's not how you use Nocturne.
Yeah.
So
Also, this is probably not good.
yeah, I don't think getting smacked with a giant mace over and over feels very good for Roamer here.
Oh my god, Roamer. Whoa, don't turn back towards that.
Yeah, so now you just don't get to the name.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
What did he mean by that?
What did he mean by
Valdez?
that?
Saytab is just like, whatever, get gapped. This is a solo queue game now, as he does this for 1/3 of his health bar. And so guess what? He can do it again. He's now got level 2.
Yeah.
He has Corrupting Potion, so it's not like, it's like, oh, well, he killed, maybe he has to go back here. Now Roamer could maybe counter kill or get something done, force him to use his TP. Nope, actually Saytab just has insane advantages. Like, in pro play, something like this can cost you the game.
Okay, Root comes down onto Duro, and he's going to have to hop away immediately. DRX, they woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, they certainly did. Cold start there on the bottom lane, still getting huge value out of that one Nautilus engage.
5 minutes ago, well, that's probably the best mid right there, XTD. I mean, yeah, he was, just because he got gapped at level 1. From face-checking a Jace doesn't mean that he's not. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Yeah,
Sponge is a Maokai.
he has been Maokaiing quite a bit. 5 times, in fact. He hasn't lost on this pick. So, everything is just coming up DRX right now. Your production's like, well, by the way, the news gets better.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
First time I see Jason Maokai on red side, you should watch LCK, man. Happens
Wait,
a lot. Yeah. It's a pretty strong duo. They get it a lot in the LCK, especially because Ice gets left open a lot for some reason.
Yeah. I think he might be being sarcastic. I don't know, but you can't not see it. It's like the strongest red side rotation right now. Is Rooster is going to be able to proxy this wave.
You ever just pick Jax and then get picked Renekton into, and then you just slow push the wave and then proxy it?
Pretty much every game, yeah.
Are you also an LCK top laner?
It's pretty basic. We saw Dorian kind of mess this up a little bit yesterday by accident, but didn't ultimately end up mattering too much. So you can proxy the wave, get that early back, without the Renekton being able to freeze. That's the name of the game. Get a ward up as well. So lots of vision here of where Sponge is not, which is top side. Teleport going to come through here for Rooster after he buys Sheen. So rush that first like 30 CS, grab Sheen, and you're feeling pretty good.
Red Rooster barbecue sauce. No, I don't think that's what he uses on his hair. Charma's going to miss here. Setab is just destroying this guy right now. 1Q comes in and Roamer, a couple of turret shots though, and immediately Setab is in a lot of trouble. Does not have flash, used it on the kill earlier on. So Guwon's like, yeah, cool story on your aggressive trade. I'm here to help my mid laner.
Ah, the tables have turned, Valdez. Where's that guy in the chat now?
I mean,
clearly Roamer
that
best
wasn't
mid laner.
really a,
Nah, clearly
wasn't a good Roamer moment.
No, it was, man. Clearly baited him.
all
Clearly
right.
baited him into taking a few extra turret shots. Yeah. Come on, Valdez.
That's the best mid right there. Yep, absolutely. Planet getting a lot of value out of his passive, but they're still going to lose the trade.
See?
And that's a problem.
Chat's getting it. Chat's getting it.
Yeah.
Best mid right there. Absolutely. Just let the Jace come in and take an aggressive trade on you, and just a bait for the Nocturne, who's pre-6 and doesn't have ult to come in and flash for the kill. Got him. Got him. Outplayed.
Well,
Pleta.
where's Fanker? Wait for the second series. T1's playing that.
Pleta's gonna hold this while Berserker Greaves get picked up here for Duckdom. This is a fairly risky thing to do.
We are very good at caster cursing, yes. Dang, I didn't know Duckdom was in CL. Loved watching him play. Yeah, well, they did bring up Paduk, and because of that, Duckdom went down to CL.
I'd say if you have Duck in your name, you're a pretty good chance to land on the spot on DRX at some point. So let's go for it. Yeah, Setab, even though he died there, still feeling pretty comfortable into an Ahri who's just sitting on cooldown boots. And I'm going to see that pressure continue to be applied here. And with no punish of Duckdom's back, he gets back to lane with Berserkers. And they might actually just be able to set up for an early Drake here. Sponge pathing towards that. And it's really going to be about whether Lure and Duro can make something happen here in the next few seconds. Otherwise, I think that prio just goes over. As Roamer will hit level 6, and Guwon in the vicinity, Setab going to let that push through. Might just be a trade of objectives here. Still a little bit of time left on that Herald. Challengers things, just we had a little bit of action, now we're just kind of chilling.
Runs level 6. Is now the moment. No, we're taking the Raptors, the Roosters.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to do the dragon as I suggested, and Guwon is going to, without flash, not go for the commit there onto the Jace, who was hovering turret.
Here we go.
All right, I guess.
Are we fighting? Are we challengers-ing?
Are you winning,
like
son?
we are. Ult in. Yep, there it is. Smite is late, so they're going in on the Xayah, who is not level 6, and he's just going to flash away. That is a dead Duro, as he was alone there in the front, getting caught by the Maokai ultimate, and now flash comes in, traded very nicely by Pleta. Roamer has to use his, and all of a sudden, DRX are off to the races.
Yeah, I think the potential is so high with this comp to get Zeri ahead, but this wasn't the fight to try to make it happen. They really over-indexed into this Drake, so they lose the Drake. They end up giving over another kill to this Jace. And a lot of map control as well. As you can see, Sponge going to try to take this red buff away, should be successful. Watch it one more time. Control ward here in the pit for HLE, so they have some vision. Duro's wrapping around, and the ult comes through onto the Xayah, but guess what? There's a Jace here. He's going to do a lot of damage. Duro decides he's going to go in, gets caught by the end of that Nature's Grasp, and will, of course, die. But even if he doesn't go in there, you're probably going to lose somebody there because, I mean, Ahri is super low, the Jace is ahead, and kind of walked straight into that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely felt a bit forced, as Pleta going to be the best support in the world. because he actually blocked a bunch of stuff for his AD carry. That fight did go pretty well, and DRX are enjoying a very nice lead. It is a singular Hextech Drake. I'm curious how this comp of Humble Esports will turn out, though, with the Zeri getting ahead in the lane, and the Nocturne even picking up the kill, even though like the follow-up was not very good, obviously. I think they still have some angles. It's challengers after all, so I think we gotta wait and see what these mid-game fights look like.
We have no idea really at this point, but we have some information, but it's not enough, you know? I wouldn't feel comfortable like being a weatherman and trying to forecast what's gonna happen next, but I will tell you guys that it does feel pretty good at the moment, though, for DRX. A good start with that first break, and now everyone's grouped up back here again. Sponge has his ult again, and they can contest Rift Herald for both early objectives. Really hard here without Paranoia. It's coming up in just a second for Guwon, but no one else is here, and you'd love to take this fight and somehow get your Zeri accelerated, but you're not going to opt into it. Not yet, at least, as Duckdom knew that Lure was still down there for a large amount of time, and it will be like a scuttle they pick up, I guess, in trade. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah, they're not really getting anything in trade. The scuttle, as you mentioned.
I mean, I don't think they even got it. I mean, eventually they will go on now coming over, but
it gives more XP to the jungler.
That's something.
Yeah.
Upgrade
Lure's
that
like,
Paranoia.
no, I'm gonna take it. No, he doesn't. You know, you would think with the roam up to the Rift Herald from Pleta that Home Life Esports would be able to pressure the bottom lane, but that was not the case, so just a
misread.
Yeah.
It's always one of the things that you learn when you're starting to become a pro is like, in solo queue, you know, it's like, all right, well, let's get these objectives, let's win these fights, let's get ahead, let's not lose lane. But then when you get to the pros, you're like, okay, they're getting something, what are we getting? And you always have to try to balance that. Like, League of Legends is practically a scale, where if the other side is weighing and you're not balancing it out, then you're going to be losing everywhere. And unfortunately, with the timing of how quickly DRX won and how decisively they won that Drake fight, and they were able to regroup, like, they get both, and Sponge doesn't even have to ult to secure the Herald, so he still has that. He lost nothing, so it does feel pretty nice. As top lane here, Frog is getting to the part where Renekton can be kind of annoying, but we'll see if he can actually make something happen here, try to grab a plate on this top side control he has right now. No wave, so probably not. It's very close to it.
Astro Nautilus is banned from competitive?
What?
Why? Like the skin, the actual skin, Astro Nautilus, not the Twitch chatter. I guess, I don't know why that would be banned, though. It doesn't really seem to have a weird hook or anything.
I thought I've seen it in a pro game as well. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong.
Maybe you're just tripping.
Is it the skin that has the like base on it? I think
it used to be.
Pretty sure I
just
saw
out of
somebody
this
play
world.
that recently.
Yeah, I think that's the.
Yeah, I think it's not banned anymore.
Chronicler, you're supposed to be enjoying a day off, not here in the Challenger chat.
That sounds very judgmental of you, Velos.
Yeah.
I think you wouldn't enjoy watching LCK
I mean, he
Challengers
can, but you know, being a Twitch chat mod is very difficult. It takes a lot of work.
He can just have the sword next to his name. He doesn't have to actually enact
I'm
justice.
leaving my house in 2 hours, don't worry. Where are you going? Can we go there as well? Can we follow you?
I don't think we're invited.
Can you give us the address? Just put it in the Twitch chat. Having dinner.
It's a pretty early dinner. Not judging at all or anything, I'm just saying. Sponge here got ult. I mean, this is going to be a contest here for this Drake. Setab uncontested as Jace on a flank.
All right, we're pressing the R button as once again that Duro is just dead. Does not get to engage at all, as now they're trying to turn onto Isaiah with Featherstorm. Actually, that was Jace. Never mind. He is going to go down, but this is still a DRX win, I think, as Rooster gets another Counter-Strike off a really nice flash from Duckdom on time, as Lure is having a little bit of a Zeri. Okay. Just going to flash the wall, but a lot of low health bars, and he's not really able to convert.
So it's really cool to see the power of Maokai Jace on display here, because a lot of people don't really understand, I feel like, why Maokai Jace is so strong. Look at where Setab is here, 3-0 pushing towards him, and when this Nature's Grasp comes out, it's really hard to collapse one of the Jace because people will get rooted, and then he can just do free damage, and instantly the Rakan is dead. Now he can re-engage in, and Look at the flank here from Frog. He's just got so much feel for him. And yes, he eventually goes down, but the fight is won on 2 fronts here by DRX just by the simple press of that R button for the Maokai. And yeah, Zeri trying to do Zeri things here at the last moment was a little bit scary, but won't be able to pick up anything and will lose his flash at the end of the day. And I feel like if Hano were a little bit faster on collapsing on the Satab there because they knew he was there because he shock blasted, maybe they actually kill him first and then try to 5v4. But instead they kind of happy feed it a little bit, and the Maokai ultimate is just so strong in these moments.
Yeah. Paranoia usage after the teleport happened. A little bit unfortunate,
Yeah.
you could say. So, loved the Nocturne pick. The Nocturne play so far, it's been decent, but that one was a little bit of an oopsie. And DRX have been controlling all of the objectives so far. And especially with the dive comp, if you begin to fall behind, your dive just loses more and more power. You're not really going to be able to threaten Duckdom as the game comes along, because not only does he have a lot of protection, he is also Xayah. So you press R and you avoid it. As, did you mention we have a Chemtech Soul?
No, but chat did. They're ahead of me. It's alright.
Big socks.
It's okay, it's whatever. We had 2 good solo dragons, you know. It was fairly expected that we'd have a bad soul, you know. Hextech and, like, the most we could have actually hoped for with Hextech Mountain is maybe a little Mountain, or sorry, Hextech Infernal is maybe a little Mountain Soul action. Could have had a little bit of that. Would have felt kind of good into the Jace, but instead, healing and shielding power and a little bit of tenacity.
It's not Chemtech Soul, it's Chemtech Psi. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. We have the Chemtech Psi coming out here for game 1.
Well, it is kind of a caster obligation at this point to sigh when you see it.
You also have to make an Ox joke, don't forget. Did
Yeah.
you make yours yet?
No, I didn't do.
Did we do it?
I actually kind of like. I feel like
Okay,
I don't
we gotta
have to
do
do
it.
it. You already did. You did.
Did I?
Yeah.
I don't
You were like
remember.
Ox. You
I did
mentioned
say
him.
his name.
Yeah, you
yes.
mentioned him. That's about as like.
I'm also going to mention that okay, we are just diving onto the Xayah. I'm not going to mention anything. The fear kind of still coming down, but again, Duckdom's so safe, and not much they can do. Oh, and now he's so dead. As in they go, takes him out immediately. Rooster on the Jax. They don't really have any ability to take him out, and he just keeps on getting these massive counter strikes at the end of fights.
Yeah, was a really nice turn there from Rooster, and ends up being a 2 for 3. So win for Hanwha Life Esports. DRX definitely not happy with how this one goes. It will also cost them the Herald.
So see, immediately dies.
Yeah, Valdez,
Giga
I don't know. But it's a party bush with the control ward set up here. And what DRX want to do here is actually collapse in off of this Featherstorm and go, oh, okay, we got this. We got the Maokai ult. But, yeah, you almost got Roamer, and he will eventually die to the Ignite, but the Jax re-engage is going to catch you because you're extended. And look at that. Zeri 2 kills. Uh-oh.
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 What do we call that, Wolf?
A Zeri moment. I'll certify it, to be honest. I'll just put that stamp right there. Valdez also stamped it, yeah.
Yeah, we put that stamp in.
I don't even have to call Kesp anymore. I can just certify it on my own.
It's just Duckdom didn't have flash. Had to cleanse the fear, which, by the way, does land even if you are in Featherstorm. And then he didn't have cleanse or flash to get away from Jax. And the engage was very nice. Hanwha Life Esports, again, they press all their buttons. They go in. That's what they do.
Yeah, I think
A lot
DRX
of
really
finesse.
just could have disengaged there with the Maokai ult instead of trying to win the fight with the Maokai ult and turn it. Bit greedy. And Satab has had a pretty good game, but I think it looked like it was his call to actually go in and try to turn with that, and ultimately didn't work. A lot of resources used on the Xayah, and that's kind of how this comp works. The Xayah is super safe, so if they try to kill her, you're like, haha, mistake number 1. But actually, they were able to do it this time. So this is going to be the first of the Chemtech Dragons towards Chemtech Soul. Hanwha looking to pick up.
Right. Press and Paranoia. Bit of damage comes in, and already the teleport was channeled, so Frog is in. And again, remember guys, this is for Chemtech Drake 1. For DRX, Chemtech Soul, you know, you get a Chemtech on your Renekton, that feels pretty good, but other than that, it's not really that big of a deal.
It's pretty good for like Zeri, Xayah kind of, but Jace, when he goes in, you know, Like, I'm just trying to pretend like it's relevant, okay?
It's Ox's fault.
I'm like, it's good
You know.
for Nautilus because he also does a little bit more damage when he's kind of hurt. Like, that one auto is going to get off. Like, it's going to be like 11% better, Valdez.
Yeah.
Come on, 11%. That's a big number.
So Life Esports, they use Spirit Rush and Paranoia. So DRX are like, all right, we'll just take the Drake. And Life Esports are like, all right, that's fine. We don't really care about that. And that is the right opinion to have. They wanted to make a stand for it, but immediately once they lost a lot of their powerful abilities, they're like, okay, that's fine, not a big deal. Just walk away, you know, get Jax a turret up top, although this will be traded for with Setab coming down here, nobody to answer for the Jace.
Yeah, so feels pretty nice. Jack's already starting to be pretty relevant, though, which is a little bit problematic.
Wolf, can you 1v1 a wolf with your bare hands?
No, definitely not.
I mean, I don't know, like, if you got like a little training in wrestling, maybe?
The problem with fighting a wolf is that they have fangs, they have a strong jaw.
Yeah.
And so, like, the wolf could pretty easily disable you by biting you pretty much anywhere. Bites your ankle, bites your leg. You're not gonna be able to move very much. Your movement impaired. Bites your hands. Can't fight. Gets on top of your neck. It's done. It's over. And they have more movement speed than humans do.
What if you just dodge their bites?
And then what are you gonna do? Like, try to punch it?
No, you gotta get your. I think you gotta get your arm around its neck.
Yeah, no, you have to get your arm around its neck. That's the only way.
That's the only way to win.
But like, they outmove you. They will just not allow you. You try to grab it. It's gonna move its snout. Like, I think if you were properly trained, which I am not, you could maybe do it. But
how much training do you think you would need?
probably
Like
about
6
6 months. Yeah, 6 months. I'd
Yeah.
say 6 months. But the problem is really hard to train.
Challengers so pointless. Casters don't even want to cast the actual game. All right, this guy is new here. Casters just passively aggressively hitting on both teams the whole time is fun to hear. But we definitely don't do that.
We don't do that.
What? Dude. Is chat struggling again?
Chat's
we got
struggling.
2 new chatters coming in, just like not getting anything.
Thank you. Welcome to Challengers, by the way.
Yeah, we'd like you to stay, but I don't agree with you guys. I don't get it. It might be 3
Yeah, it's
levels
actually
deep sarcasm.
passive aggressively hating on the chatters. Yeah.
Sometimes more aggressively than others.
That one he got it right.
That is you could have 1 league. What? I didn't read the rest of that. What is that blep? Skynet is out? What?
All right, so yeah, back to the game. Back to the game at hand, Valdez.
I'm confused. What's happening, Wolf?
We didn't really talk about the Demonic Embrace build here for Sponge. He's adding some extra damage.
Sterix second. That got buffed on this patch.
Yeah, for Renekton.
Little Sterix buff.
Yeah, a little bit of extra Sterix value. No more Cleaver.
I didn't ban anyone.
I didn't ban it. Valdez is casting, man. What?
I would never ban while casting.
Never. He's never
That
done it
would-
before. Valdez's mic's having a trouble.
My mic is just it's just flailing around, man.
Anyways, Horizon Focus second. Just looking at some items. All right, I'm just telling you guys what's going on. Horizon Focus, I think, pretty good with this composition. Some extra single target burst. You love to see it.
I think I fixed it.
Yeah, he's got like
I'm
a
not
little
sure.
screwdriver out.
Please no ban Valdemort.
Is DRX the best team now with Duck in challenges? It could be, actually. They're looking really good right now. Speaking of looking good,
All right, pressing our buttons. That's the Featherstorm immediately out from Duckdom, and the Everfrost gonna catch the Nautilus. As now Life Esports, they catch the support here on the side of DRX, immediately moving towards the Baron, but a lot of damage already done.
Yeah, the shock blast that hit
So-
there makes it pretty hard to actually turn this into a Baron play, especially consider those ults were used. No Ahri ult, no Nocturne ult, so with no Paranoia here, it's pretty hard to turn off of a Baron. So
you got the support, but I don't think you're getting anything else. Jack's also backing, so no side lane pressure during this moment in time. Might just have to reset for the Drake. It's going to spawn in 40 seconds time here, and while it's not the most impactful soul, it still will be relevant, and I think Life Esports will try to deny it.
Why did casters say DRX are good?
They're good. They're a good team.
Is DRX a strong team, Wolf? Yes.
Yeah.
Did we point out some good parts of their draft and how they could win in some of their win conditions?
Yeah, actually,
we
I
did
like
that,
their draft more, yeah. Sorry if you think that means they're going to lose for some reason, but I don't know, like... Come on, chat. I think that guy's actually being sarcastic, but,
Yeah. I would choose Talia Wall. It's really fun. Just ride the wall. Like, I don't have to ride my car to work. I can just ride the wall and get here immediately. And then
well, after your move, I don't know if you,
there's a giant wall in the middle of Seoul.
I don't know if Talia Wall's long enough to get you there. Might skip like the first third of your commute.
My first message, call Chronicler at his dinner if Sammy Rel or phonetically Schmearl shows up in
Smearl,
game.
yeah. Smearl is...
Got my finger on the ban button. No, it's okay. That's fine.
No, Smearl is totally
not
cool.
bannable.
No,
Yeah.
it's not a bannable thing. Lure is on the interesting side of this fight. Like
He's got 3 kills. He can do whatever he wants.
okay.
In they go. Featherstorm immediately once again, and the feathers are pulled as down will go Roamer, and the Nautilus ult in onto Lure. He's not really able to do consistent damage, and this time they're actually able to turn onto Rooster here, who does flash away. Counter-Strike once again will not be able to dodge the giant hammer, as Tab will swing it down, and now they're looking at Chemtech Soul.
I feel like the Maokai Nature's Grasp is so good into what Hanwha's comp is trying to do that, yes, we did have some successful fights, but especially with the positioning of Lure there, it just wasn't really gonna happen with this this Paranoia coming through. And I always struggle with Nocturne and Nautilus are in the same game, but yes. When you watch this fight happen, like look at where Lure is, and Roamer's attempt to kill somebody, he's like getting to the back line, but where's Lure? He can't hurt anybody. The Featherstorm is really nice, and then Lure is caught by the Nautilus ult. And then this fight is so split up by Nature's Grasp that it's really easy for Satab to just walk through the enemy team and blow people up with the Xayah, who is hard to kill. It's hard for Duckdom to actually be taken out. He presses R, he's got Flash and Cleanse. Can't kill this guy.
You can't break those cuffs.
They tried.
They tried.
They were at the phase of the...
Yeah, they were. I gotta time this guy out. I don't like that.
Valdez is timing people out.
I don't like that.
Put him in timeout.
I'm not gonna ban him. Although his
username kind of...
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna ban him after reading his username.
You just get him. Get him. It's fine.
Yeah, that's enough of that.
Get him, Valdez. Get him. Get that guy out of our chat.
I got him.
Snipe.
Yeah, no, we don't read Twitch chat during LCK, but during challengers, that's basically the whole part of it. Like we only read Twitch chat, and we have the the game going on in the background, but mainly we talk to Big Babu Rasu, and that's that's basically our experience here.
Yep. So Hanwha grouped up on this. This time they have the ults to turn. I actually think this is a pretty realistic opportunity to do Baron, even with the Shock Blast sitting. Okay, well, with the Baron not getting involved, maybe he teleports back in.
Ascend into the POG chair.
Yeah, he's doing very, very well. But Duckdom also, I think, kind of popping. It's DRX, this draft. You know, you were saying the ease of execution for Hanwha's draft is there, but the ease of counter to the execution of Hanwha was by pressing R with Sponge. It's kind of easy too, Valdez. It's kind of how I'm feeling. As Guwon waiting for an opportunity here. Roamer did teleport back in. Let's see if they can get the Xayah this time. Her cleanse is just now coming back up.
They're going to press their buttons, and they go. You see on the left side, 2 people are zoned away, but the Nature's Grasp will be enough to push them away from the fight.
So traded ults, but every time you go back to neutral, the Jace wins that one. He can shoot really far, and he does big damages. Zeri's trying to make an argument like, I'm also a poke champion, so,
Used to be.
Used to be a lot more than she is now, which is hard to believe, but she could actually chunk half the team with one extendo. As this is going to be a Baron attempt here with no Paranoia.
Yeah, just going to send it. and they don't have Nature's Grasp, so if you just dodge all the shock blasts, maybe? Looking for the turn now, they get in onto Sponge, but a double knockup comes in, and in goes DRX into that back line. They keep their Xayah safe, and that will be enough. The Zeri immediately going to go down, and Rooster is alone. Yeah, he's just going to get hammered down, and that's going to be the end of that. It is nearly a clean ace for the side of DRX.
Saytab's Jace pretty clean, Valdez. He's really good at this pick, even though he did overextend. He overextended that one time after getting the kill level 1, but we could forgive that. And he is just rocking Hanwha Life. Feels like almost on his lonesome. They won this fight without the Nature's Grasp. And you can see Roamer here trying to step for the flank is actually just collapsed on. And this is how you play against flanking. You just kill the flanker. And look at Rooster here, setting up for a flank. Takes too long, takes too long, takes too long. Oh, the fight's over. And Saytab just pushes him out while also doing damage in range mode to the rest of the team. Yeah. That's it. That's the ace. That's the Baron.
Yeah. And that was the end of that. DRX now really in the driver's seat. We might... I don't think we're going to get an Elder Flip, but we might get an Elder Dragon Wolf, where DRX just say, you're not allowed to join us in this one. And Hanwha Life Esports might try to force it, because they kind of have to. Especially Elder Drake with the poke comp is really, really strong. So you can't really give that over to the side of DRX. And DRX, for now, they're just going to push with this Baron, try to get as much power on the top side of the map. Keep in mind, because that's the farthest away from the Elder Drake, so that's where you want the pressure.
Yeah. Exactly. Put that pressure up in on the top side. Got 2 minutes left to get that inhibitor with Nature's Grasp. Like I mentioned, not being used in the last fight, Sponge has it. And whenever it gets a little bit tougher to push, he's just going to drop that down and we'll take the next turret. As they don't actually commit any further here, which is interesting because I think if Jax is on bottom right now, that's when you kind of go, ooh, we should probably like back off here and make sure he doesn't get that bounty gold. But instead, they just kind of back off early while he was on the top side. So they've now given Jax the ability to freely be on the opposite side of the Elder and have split push there. So not as ideal of a situation I think as it could have been here, but they still should be able to get prio for this Drake in 35 seconds. Teleport, of course, available for Rooster and Roamer. Come back into the fight. See if this Nocturnal is going to be the one, because we've seen a few attempts and it hasn't really gone too well for them.
They definitely had kind of a step. They kind of had like a foundation of what was going to be the way they were going to fight team fights, and some of those mid-game team fights looked pretty good. But essentially just one or two of them going wrong, and DRX got enough of a lead that now, again, your dive just loses so much power. And yeah, the Jace is better than the entirety of the Hanwha Life Esports team right now in terms of the champion's power.
Okay, let's see. Roamer is spotted by this sapling and a control ward. No real flank here, and I mean he's just walking into these.
Yeah, he's having a rough one. Maybe a little tilted after the way the laning phase went, and he does have teleport, so he can kind of beat that damage and teleport back in, I suppose. And let's see how this one is going to go. Like we mentioned, Hanwha Life Esports, they have to fight for this one, but the Nature's Grasp is perfectly timed. The spike comes in, and that's just Elder Drake for free over the side of DRX. A big knockup from the Rakan, but I think it's a little too late. As down will go Roamer as well. The Zeri just gets zapped out of midair. And that should be game number 1, Wolf.
That is it. That's game number 1. Sponge, pressing R, and ending the life of HLE every single time he does it. Saytab pushing Roamer away so successfully there with the sapling power. Maokai plus Jace is so broken because the sapling spot for you. You have the Nature's Grasp to stop collapses. I think we're going to have to see some draft change-ups here for Hanwha Life in this second game. I think they'll probably pick blue side again, but I don't know if it's going to be Jack's priority we're looking for 2 times in a row here. A pretty one-sided game. And I'm going to go ahead and put in my POG for Saytab right now.
Yeah, that's a good idea. This game is pretty much over. Another Zapparoonie down onto Duro, and that is the end of the Nexus. 5 Drakes going the way of DRX, including the Elder. And yeah, no, that wasn't Chronicler, that was me. Just zapping people from it. Unban that guy who was speaking facts. Probably be careful with that one. DRX 1-0, and to be honest, I mean, especially from the mid lane, Saytab getting that Jace, and I believe the Ahri was picked into it as well, and Setab was like, "You don't get to do that." And he just kind of ran the whole fight the entire time.
Every single objective setup, he was getting good poke damage done. His positioning was fantastic. He looked really, really clean. He woke up, like you said at the beginning of the game, and chose violence along with DRX. And yeah, it was unfortunately for HLE, even though their comp I think was good, it just got outplayed. And the Maokai into Nocturne, like they opted into this, and I didn't like it, but I was like, maybe they know something I don't know. But ultimately, I think they weren't able to find success in some of these fights.
They sent it, and DRX were like, "We're not going to receive that package. Put that back in the post office box," and you say, "Okay, I'm going to send it back to the post office. I'm not accepting your package."
I think there's an argument to be made for Duckdom POG here as well, and also for Sponge, but I think Setab was the pretty clear choice for me.
Absolutely. I mean, he made, so there's some games where you get like the poke comps with like Jace Faris, and the Jace is just like missing everything, and you're like, what's going on? Like, they really need to land this poke. Setab was just hitting every single shock blast, and the ones that didn't hit were getting really close and kind of zoning them away, making it really difficult for Homolife to even get close to them, especially from DRX's massive
I hope
lead.
it goes 3 also, Chronicler, because we still haven't had our 9 gamer, and it's our last chance of the year, so I'm looking forward to it. It will be Setab who picks it up, 755
Solo kill
DPM. Solo kill 1 at level 1.
What is the best Megadeth album? Rest in Peace, Polaris is my favorite, I think.
I don't know Megadeth.
Unlucky.
I mean, I probably would recognize a song or two, but the name doesn't.
Unanimous vote.
Unanimous vote. All right.
There we go.
Not surprised by that.
Are we going to 9 games? If DRX play like this again, might just be a 2-0. I don't know. I really liked Homolife Esports coming into this series, but Romer doesn't look at the same level as he was like 2-3 weeks ago, and
Yeah, it does make you wonder a little bit more about that Loki sub.
yeah.
Maybe something was going on where his performance dropped a little bit and we didn't notice it because it was one of those days we don't broadcast here, and maybe he's just having a bit of an off end of the season, which I hope doesn't continue, but you know, I think the comp was pretty hard to play. It was good, like you said, but hard into the Maokai.
Yes. Well, we are done with game number 1. Valdesport and Wolf will be back after this break. Hello and welcome back to Challenger League. We're here after game number 1, DRX able to stomp down Homolife Esports, and it wasn't particularly close. I mean, for the first couple of fights it was okay, but DRX were just kind of passively, you know, vacuuming everything on the map as that was happening. So a pretty one-sided win to them to start us off.
It was really that one fight that Homolife won where they kind of overextended in mid, and then there was a really cool play from Rooster on the Jax where he was able to help clean that up. But that was even just a 3-for-2 that they got. That was like the best case scenario. And otherwise, it was kind of just domination in every team fight because Maokai into this draft was very strong. I do kind of agree with what you said, though. I'm not saying it was a bad draft for Hanwha Life. Like, you know, I agreed with you. The ease of execution was definitely there. It was a strong dive setup, but if you fall behind even slightly, it becomes so hard to play out when you don't have vision, and the saplings are always going to create a problem. So if they do pick blue side, which we don't, oh yeah, they okay. We as soon as I say it, he's listening. No subs, blue side.
Valdez smiting on screen. Yeah, it doesn't take me very long.
Maybe
GG no top. GG no chatter. Haha, got him.
maybe they ban Maokai.
That actually looks like Duro.
No, it's a really good
That's really
illustration. I think banning Maokai here is probably the way to go if you're on HLE. If you want to draft similarly, I think that's probably step one. Don't ban Jace. I think that's the wrong idea.
That one was timed out, Connie, because I wasn't 100% sure if he was, you know, if he was going the distance on it. Lure is one coach is massaging him as Lure yells at the other one. I hope things are okay over there. He's like, you should have let me play. You should have let me play Jin. Like, I don't think that was the issue. But either way, hope things are okay there on the side of Homolife Esports. They're going to need to calm themselves down. They do have the potential to win game number 2. We've seen this many times in Challengers that one team stomps game 1 and we're like, oh, well, I guess they're just the better team today. And then game 2 comes along and it's the exact opposite.
Yeah, I think draft was pretty significant that last game. So I hope we get into the draft soon because I want to see what changes. Because if they try to run the same comp again, yeah, maybe Satab doesn't get a kill at level 1, but otherwise I still think they're going to have similar problems. Yeah, okay, we're getting to the point of the song where I'm like, the draft is going to happen, right? Okay.
Where it like loops back on itself, goes to the beginning of the song. Yeah,
okay.
So what's going to happen this time?
I think Hanwha Life should ban Maokai. Okay, they did it.
They did it.
Our prayers have been answered.
And now DRX are going to draft something entirely different. Hanwha Life goes for the same thing, and it works.
That could happen. I don't know if Jax needs to be first picked here with no Sejuani. I mean, obviously he had a pretty good game. I think Rooster actually, it's like no top, no win, lol, or chatter. Like, I think Rooster was probably the best performing player we saw in Hanwha last game.
I like this, actually.
Yeah, this is smart.
They don't ban the Rel, so they take it for themselves now. Kind of gives you more options. Rel can mix with a lot of different compositions.
Yeah, see what DRX's response is going to be because they don't have that Maokai to fall back on anymore. They don't have Sejuani either. So if you want to grab like Rakan here, I think that's pretty okay. I think this is a troll hover.
I don't think it is, Will. All right, game 3 on the what? No, I mean, I'm just a little worried. I mean, Ivern can be good at playing a poke comp as well, but he's no Maokai. That's for sure. And there's no Tristana, there's no Kai'Sa. So you can go Jace with this anyway.
Yeah, my first thought was Renekton is probably your best bet with what is left available with the Ivern, but Rel Jax is really strong. I think we will see that Jax come through here again for Rooster. Feels pretty decent into the Renekton. I don't think this is an Aatrox angle, sadly, even though his wave clear got buffed. Okay, we're just doing it again. We're running it back, but we took the Maokai away. They realized the problem. They were like, that seems to be a problem. Let's take that away. And we're going to see a very similar dive draft here. As we now know the Rel is 100% going to support. Nocturne not soloable right now in this meta.
Yeah. No Shmiral yet. Could come through if the Samira does go through the pick ban. They went for the Zeri last time, but could happen.
You can still play Jace here, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's just a little bit tricky. The Xayah is very strong into this type of composition, so lock that one away first. You mentioned the Jace being pretty strong with Ivern. I think it's definitely a solid option. I don't know if it's ban-worthy here for Hanwha Life Esports because they could also just play Azir, which feels really good here.
I really like Azir, actually. I think it's even better than the Jace in this case, especially without the Maokai. So, Hanwha Life Esports, I hope they don't fall into the, oh, well, Jace was really strong last game, so we have to ban it here. And at the same time, like, maybe you just ban both. Jace, Azir.
I mean, Ivern Jace is strong because of the shields, but also because of the bushes. And I think that is what they're thinking about. Is I think the Rakan ban is definitely warranted. Like that's a pretty safe call. Rumble taken away, so limiting what Rooster can play here into the next. It might just be a Gragas game potentially. Is it going to be a Jace ban, or will we just see like a Nocturne ban or Nautilus? Why do I keep doing this?
Nocturnalist.
Yone. I actually think Yone is really strong with Ivern, but you know, a little bit tougher to pull that one off into the Ahri. And I think that DRX should be confident enough to swap to the Azir. Like everything we said, kind of coming true in this draft so far here. Pretty easy call. Can save that final pick for the Nautilus for Zeri. If Zeri comes through, if it's not Zeri, still have a few other options. Like Blitzcrank is still up, you know. If they go Nautilus, you have the Blitzcrank answer. Ashe. Ezreal. Maybe like Draven here actually kind of makes sense to me.
No sense.
Yeah, I don't really like
Ezreal Rel. Ezreal.
Ezreal. Jhin makes sense for the comp, but I don't think it's very good. I think going Zeri Nautilus is probably the safest bet here. But you gotta watch out for that Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I mean Rel is up there.
Yeah, true.
And they have Nocturne.
Yeah. All right.
Trying to pick into Renekton.
Yeah, I guess it is not a support pick they're looking for the Renekton counter. That's right. I lost my marbles there for a second, Valdez.
Don't do it, Cronny.
Okay.
Cassante, I think is fine. Yeah.
They kind of changed the identity of the comp. Well, it feels pretty easy to pick Nautilus here now.
Yeah,
don't have to play the Blitzcrank.
Pick Nautilus.
Blitzcrank is fine too. I actually think it's okay. But Nautilus is safe.
The Nautilus?
I guess I kind of got caught up in the Nautilus because I'm like, it's so good for DRX that you want to pick it away here, but forgot that Rel is not flexed in this draft anymore. And
could have been Nocturne top.
Yeah, probably don't do that. Definitely don't do that. Don't listen to Wolf. So
there are two wolves inside of you.
Yeah. There are apparently two supports inside of HLE's comp in my mind. This draft for Hanwha Life Esports feels a lot better than their last one into what DRX have, because it's really easy to dive Ivern as long as he's not in his bush. Like, he's very squishy, very difficult to protect him, even with the Azir, because if you're Azir ulting a Nocturne on top of your Ivern, like, you're probably losing the fight. So, really hard for objective setup here for DRX, I think. But if they get ahead, it becomes kind of easy. You just put bushes up and sit in them and watch Hanwha Life struggle to actually ult anybody. So there's good parts of Ivern into Nocturne, and there's bad parts for the Nocturne. So early game super important is what I'm getting at here.
Yes, absolutely. I think if DRX get past the early game without like getting dove too much and too often and without losing the jungle, might just see the 2-0. I think there is definitely a really nice angle for them as this game comes along. Pretty obviously just with the Azir Xayah, and you've got the Ivern for support. A strong front line with a lot of agency. It's just a very nice, well-rounded composition. And Hanwha Life Esports kind of doing the same thing. This time hoping to do it a little bit better. They did look a little bit ticked off after game number 1, to be honest. But let's see about game 2.
Hoping we see a better showing from them. I don't want this to be a 2-0 stomp. I don't think it should be. I want Hanwha Life Esports in that race to round 2 to make it competitive.
You don't want to see me do a play-by-play in Korean. Either way, guys, we are ready to jump onto the rift for game number 2. Wolf lagged.
I lagged. I was scared the fan chants were happening, so I hesitated for a second, and I got in there.
It's okay, you know, we all experience lag from time to time.
Actually, but in Korea, we really don't that much.
Yeah. What was your favorite SC1 unit?
That's actually a really tough question.
I'm gonna say the Reaver.
미니언들이
didn't play a lot of
생성되었습니다.
Honestly, like, for how goofy they are, but like how cool they are at the same time, probably the Dragoon.
How about all-time player in SC2?
That is a really tough one. I might have to go with Byun. I really, really enjoyed watching Byun play, winning without a team.
What about Fruit Dealer? How about
Nesty and MVP definitely
MVP,
up there for me,
yeah.
for sure.
I'm gonna say MC. He's kind of the guy that got me really excited about StarCraft 2 GSL. And then he became a LoLcaster there for a little bit.
Yeah. Actually, don't know what he's up to these days.
I saw him on some content.
He might be
He's
casting
around.
like LPL. I don't know. I know JYP still is.
Any Marine King Prime enjoyers?
Yeah. I mean, at the time when he was at his peak, a very, very strong player, very fun to watch. Not the greatest end to his career, unfortunately, but as a player, very, very strong.
Yep.
Zaya, 5-1 here for Duckdom, picking up that win in game 1 as part of this.
Max was saying he hoped that Frog gets 300 kills with no monetary influence, of course. What do you think about the chances of that?
300 kills?
Yeah.
I'd say about 0%, unfortunately.
I'd say there's a non-0%. Do you think it's like actually 0?
So like if Rooster and all of Hanwha Life Esports just repeatedly ran up to his turret and he had to like auto them and they just all died repeatedly and he got 5 kills per, like think about how long it would take for them to respawn and walk back. So like they'd have to do that 60 times.
It would take about a minute every time, right? For like respawn and
Yeah.
walking all the way up. You got to do that 60 times. So it's at least like a 60, 65-minute game where the
that's-
enemy team is feeding the entire time.
That's assuming, of course, that like, you know, the rest of the team doesn't just end the game while that's
It
happening.
would have to be planned.
So I'm gonna say 0. I'm gonna say 0.
Zero's in a lot of trouble, just rooted up, zoned up, elects to flash at the end and then dies anyway. First blood going to be given over to Pleta with the Ignite kill.
Bit of a panic flash there. Definitely, you gotta flash those earlier. You gotta avoid those last few autos. If you flash that late while the Ignite is ticking, better be 100% sure you've got it calculated. He did not, unfortunately. And Ignite will tick through and kill him. So that's that. Sponge is gonna make a bit of a gank happen here. Pleta also roaming up. Oh. Okay, he realizes that's not a good idea.
Any roamers?
Ooh.
There is one, but also there's 2.
True. He wants to stay here.
Yeah, gotta get back to lane. Gotta go with your Zaya down to the bottom lane. Nice positioning from Roamer on the top side of the lane. As Frog gonna take a turret shot. It's fine. Rooster low on mana. Frog is still with a potion.
Frog
Just
uses
chilling.
Fury. He doesn't care about mana.
He doesn't let the wave push into him, really. Misses the cannon. The wave's still gonna push him. Kind of a little bit confusing. Really wants to keep the pressure on, I suppose.
He wants Sponge to be able to come up here and be unseen. See him rotating over now. So if you push the wave through, then he should be able to come over here undetected.
Yeah.
I think Rooster might kind of be getting an idea about this because of the kind of weird movement we're seeing from Frog here. But he has gotten into this brush undetected. Setting for the stun into root. Oh, Cassante.
Riot.
Riot, come on! Sponge walked all the way up for this. And he just is like, Renekton stun. Lol.
Can Hanwha Life Esports win this map? No. It's impossible, actually. No way. Yeah, you know, just Better's first time chatting. Just like, oh, can this happen? I want to put my house on it. Yeah, probably don't bet on CL.
Till the Nexus falls, anything could happen. I am
It's Challengers, baby.
Currently favoring DRX at this moment in time, though, if I'm going to be honest with you guy in the chat. Looking pretty good with that early kill, as well as the draft. Not stumbling here in the early game, which was the biggest concern. Obviously, once level 6 gets hit for Guon, that's when the biggest challenge will come through in those first few objective fights. Speaking of, a little bit of prio here on bottom side, but it is a Chemtech Drake, and no heavy commitment to it just yet. As I say, the Sponge is heading in that direction. And Satab hasn't been able to get Roamer's Flash or used his ult or anything like that. And Guon and Sponge both just lurking. This mid-prio fight for Drake is where we've all got our eyeballs focused.
Satab a little bit suspiciously dashing forward. Roamer says, no thank you. I will not buy what you are selling.
Yeah.
He's selling chocolates.
Well, I think he was just selling, like, charm fishing, but...
What?
Yeah, he's like, oh, yeah, look, maybe you should go for a charm here. I just dashed in.
Duro, no flash. Has Hex Flash, which Atlas would say is even better. Now he's going to get hooked up, and guess what? One auto and a pullback would have been another route, but Duckdom not quite able to follow up on that. And so it is just a hook. Just a basic old hook.
Basic.
Yeah, it's like one of those rusty ones that the old fishermen use. Somehow the fish still get caught on that thing.
Yeah, how is it that in a lot of RPGs you can just fish without bait and like the fish just bite it? Like, I think fish generally not that interested in biting a hook for no reason. But like in RPGs, apparently you have that old rod with no bait whatsoever. You just like stick it in the water and it's like, oh, got a fish for some reason. In a place where it's not very likely for there to be fish, actually, when you think about it, like a really tiny river, like one small box of water, there's like fish in there.
How is it that Jax can fish in the river without a fishing pole and get 1 gold approximately every 15 seconds?
Yeah, I don't really know.
How is that a thing?
Okay,
as we're ulting the Xayah, he's not level 6, so he's pretty much dead. The fear comes in, very nicely done from Guon, as Pleta is going to pick up a kill as well. A very fed Nautilus in this game. His lure nearly dies as well. Not the cleanest dive we've ever seen, but a kill is traded back by DRX as well.
It's really hard to dive Nautilus because of his roots, and even with the spell shield set up here from Guon. So Duro actually gets the root first before this ult comes through, and then Lure just locked down Flash actually to secure the kill there on Pleta.
Duro took the turret aggro as you would on the rel, but basically just outplayed. Support diff right now in this game.
Really nicely played. Still going to be a successful dive, you could say, as the plate is picked up and Zeri does grab an assist, but not exactly how they wanted to play that one out. Will lead to a Drake take, though, fairly late in this game. Traded for Herald. The Sponge is going to get that one for free, uncontested on the top side.
Well, very important, we got the information that, in fact, you can fish without bait. You can use lures and fish see the shiny things as food.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, if you have the lure,
they can bite it.
Yeah, if you have, like, the lure.
Even just the hook.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if just, like, a rusty hook, though, is going to get you fish on it, though.
Maybe it's got to be shiny. Carbon steel hook.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've fished with lures before, right, with no bait. Like, you can even use, like, a rubber bait, obviously, that looks like a real worm, but it's not. That'll work off.
I've never fished in my life.
Really?
Not in real life.
Wait, like, for real? Let's go fishing next weekend, man.
I'm from New York. You think we
There's
go
a large
fishing?
body of water!
Yeah, but I didn't go fishing out there on the beach.
But it was the same one. Okay, we're going fishing. Caster fishing trip. When are we going?
Okay, I mean, you know. I think my in-laws have somebody who has a boat, like some friend or something. We could do it. Maybe we could rent a boat.
I will need to look into the fishing regulations because I think they're quite significant here, but we can make it happen, okay?
Is fishing common in the U.S.? I would say it's pretty common.
Yes.
Yeah. Not so much in New York City, though. My dad is a very city man. He didn't go on the water much.
You didn't go, you weren't fishing on the Hudson?
No, that's not a good idea. Those fish aren't normally, you know? Check him fish. Isn't New York submerged underwater?
What?
No, New York is not submerged underwater.
Nope.
Confirmed, yeah.
Not yet.
I think that guy has seen one too many Marvel movies, probably.
it is. Climate change is real, and I'm.
What?
No, it's not. It's not underwater. Stop, chat. Stop, chat. Valdez can't help himself. He is reading the bad chats.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
here we go. Nocturne pressing his R button. Cassante pressing his R button. The fear comes in, and the Renekton just can't get away. Doesn't even get a chance to flash, even if he did. Just like Frog didn't want to go for it. And a nice gank comes in from Guan.
I don't think flashing would have been appropriate there. If he has Gore Drinker, maybe he gets some extra heal there on 2, and then maybe could set up for the flash out, but wasn't going to happen in this case, as the Demolish will give Rooster a plate, so he picks up even more gold on the play. So nice to pick up some extra money here as the Cassante, who does have a Bramble Vest already, which is a huge boon for you. Part of why Cassante is so good into Renekton, because he can itemize this and it actually feels useful. A lot of the top laners don't want to build that. Like Jax, for example, struggle in some of those parts. Actually has the Thornmail complete now after the plate goes over, so actually feels like a very valuable gank here for On the Life.
Big Cassante.
2 cloth armors as well. He's tanky.
The cloth armor. Cloth.
Shirts.
Yes. You say cloth, I say cloth. We are not the same.
Clothes armor?
No, cloth.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You said cloth.
Cloth.
Yeah.
What did you say?
We are not the same.
I think
I
we're
said
the same.
cloth.
I think we're the same, Valdez.
No, I don't think so.
I think we are.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
I don't know, chat. Did we say the same thing or not? Pretty sure we did.
4 strength, 4 stamina, leather belt. I don't know. He's playing World of Warcraft or something. World of Runeterra. When's that? Win MMO.
So, bit of a lull state.
Yeah.
Bit of a wait for that next
It's not
dragon.
a Chemtech Soul this time.
No, it's not. That's
No Chemtech Psy in this game.
not 4 in a row like we had last time.
Yeah.
Still pretty good that it's not that, as Dom could be vulnerable here. Might have to ult if Duro goes in, but he won't. So guess what? Pled is there.
Belt of the Boar? I don't
All right,
think
this
that's of the Boar.
This is actually
I
pretty
think it's of the Bear.
kind of scary here about this response. This is the Ivern into Nocturne problem.
Yeah, and it is a bit of an issue for sure. I was just laughing because you were still talking about the video game. As I was telling the chatter that in fact, if it's stamina and strength, it's of the Bear and not of the Boar. Of the Boar is strength and spirit. The hook is going to come in here. He's still going to press his death charge on the lure, and then they just call off the entire play. They're like, actually, you know what? Never mind.
Yeah, no. All right.
All right.
So Drake's up. We're just going to take this instead, which I think is a valuable choice. Azir not in position to look for a big ult or any sway in this fight. And this is kind of power of Nocturne versus Ivern in these mid-game scenarios where what can Sponge really offer in this fight? Not a whole lot, especially with no poke setup here and no bottom side control. Whereas Guan is like, if you guys come anywhere near, I will force you to use summoners. And, ooh, it's Hextech Soul. We went from a low roll to a very high roll here. And this time, Hanwha Life can be very happy with a 2 Drake lead.
Explain your duo name.
The Cringe Duo?
The Cringe Duo? Papa Smithy's here. I just want to tell you, I'm going to go against the Challenger's code. I'm going to tell you that Satab looked really amazing in Game 1. You might want to take a little closer look at this player. He's really strong. Here's English is pretty good. I actually have no idea about his English. The Rift Herald is going over here to Hanwha Life Esports. We do have some Ivern brushes set up. They are going to look to fight this one, it looks like, with a flash into the double knockup from the Cassante is massive, as that is the cleanest engage we've seen from Hanwha Life Esports all day long.
It's not really a good idea to try to fight this as DRX. You didn't have any control. You let the Drake go. You didn't set up for Herald, so you let them get Herald set up and then kind of walked into a Rooster angle. Yeah, he did the most
damage.
Okay, well, he did not do the most damage, but he basically did the same amount of damage as Zeri in that fight. As so, we set up bushes, but what does it mean? And look at this. He's just like, I'm going in. We're on this Herald. We have full control. Pulls back the Ivern, and Zeri ults is big. Magnet Storm here for the follow-up. That was just everyone working in tandem. And hey, that's the power of Hanwha Life Esports when they're on the same page, when they have a lead. The lead has kind of exploded. Started off pretty well in the bottom side for DRX, but everything else kind of on fire right now. Not in a good way.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, just to make it known.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that in a negative way. Like they're on fire.
Like a house being on fire.
The house is on fire.
Yeah, that's pretty negative, I would say.
But if you say they're on fire, it means they're on a streak, right?
Yeah, that's why I clarified. You know, just make sure everybody knows that I mean that like these the lane state is kind of like needs to be a fire needs to be put out there. Like we need to call the fire department.
So Papa Smithy wanted us to explain the Salmon Bros duo tag, but I think he knows about that.
Yeah, he knows about that. We wore pink clothes in Pro League.
They were salmon colored.
Yeah.
Not just pink wolf.
I think
There's a difference.
Might have been the one to start talking about salmon color, but I don't know.
That was you.
I mean, I came up with the term Team Salmon, but I don't know who first decided the color was salmon colored. But
You? Because you said it was Team Salmon.
yeah, and I said if you want to join, all you have to do is wear the gear.
Yeah. And the gear was salmon colored. That's why it was Team Salmon.
Yeah.
That's why you named it Team Salmon.
Yeah.
You're just talking about you didn't actually say it out loud in the cast. You were more like, you have to wear the gear.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just didn't know, like, I always just thought, well, once we decide our clothes are pink always, and then they were for multiple seasons, we went with it. And we never talked to the production about it. We never talked to Spo TV, like, hey, like, you know, we're kind of doing this pink
really
thing.
care.
They just kept giving us pink clothes. We never discussed it with them. And we're like, we're still pink forever.
Yeah.
It was wild.
Well, salmon. But yeah, I get where you're coming from, Wolf.
Yeah, Team Salmon.
Yeah.
And we got to bring it back one day.
There have been days where I have worn salmon-colored clothes. I think I have a shirt that's relatively salmon-colored. It's just a t-shirt, but close enough.
Next time we're on the desk together, let's do it. Bring it back.
We should. We actually should. And then G-Sun can put a salmon on the TV behind us.
Yeah.
They've been getting better. They were putting like more and more different kind of pictures up there. Like Nongshim one, they just randomly put up hot chilies up there behind us. We're like, ooh, that's interesting. Without telling us, pretty cool.
Grizzly.
Yeah, grizzly every time. The cool bear. A grizzly bear with Riz, yes, thank you. Is Lore coming back next week or 2 weeks? Next week.
It's happening.
Play Opus.
Should come back.
Yep, Wide Boris.
So, right now, we're setting up for this Drake. I mean, there's no control here for DRX whatsoever. They're trying to do some bush stuff here, but they're just going to get completely spotted out. And if they can't actually get onto these objectives first, this comp is really going to struggle. This Ivern pick is not doing a whole lot. Wasn't a big fan of it.
Yeah, they really need a lot of time, especially because he wants Shirelias. I don't know if you mentioned this.
No, I didn't, but I mean, it's fairly common, but it doesn't really...
It's like a disengaged Shirelias. It's like, oh, they're coming at us. I'm going to pop my Shirelias. We're really fast.
I think it's good with Renekton or Jax if you're playing that, but it's hard to set up for fights when you don't have any control at all. As Frog's going to maybe get a turret here. Will be first to break. So that's something. That's a W. We'll put that in the W column.
We have a very important question. Why does Wolf give heavy fish on the weekend with beer on the side while their child complains because it's been 3 hours without a catch vibes? Why do you give those vibes?
I mean, that's kind of my vibe. I don't have any kids. I don't go fishing on the weekend, but like...
But that's the vibe?
But honestly, if somebody was like, hey, like, do you want to go fishing with me and my son on the weekend? I would be like, oh, I'm 100% down.
And the kids started, yeah.
And the kids go, we didn't catch it. That's not the point, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's not the point. It's the experience.
Kid's gonna be on TikTok the whole time complaining about vibes and the fact that you hadn't caught anything in 3 hours. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna happen. Even if it didn't happen, it probably happened in a parallel universe.
Yeah,
Let's be real.
I'm wearing a big orange bathing suit.
How big? Wait.
And I have a BlackBerry for some reason.
Yeah.
But I'm not using it.
Do you wear the fishing hat?
Yeah, oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Either that or some sort of hat with like a sports team that I don't follow. You know?
So casters
I've got like
know
a Carolina Panthers hat
how
on for some reason.
OG Silent Night 999999 is. I don't think so. Where is he from? Is he just from like the old LCK days?
That sounds like a familiar chat name.
Just been around forever? When did you start watching LCK Silent Night? How OG are you? Are we talking 2012 when the unknown casters were on there? Are we talking Monty, Doa? Okay, 2014, that's Monty Doa era. Wow, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's almost 10 years
Very
ago.
long time ago. Almost 10, you could say even 9.
Yeah. Almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I think saying almost 10 years ago is more impactful than saying 9. That's the kind of vibe I'm going to give off. That's why I go fishing.
Yeah, you could say that, yeah. Yeah, I think almost 10 is probably
Do we have a base 9 system in our society or a base 10 system? A base
We
10
do have
system.
a base
So I said almost 10,
yeah.
right? I'm a quarter till type person, not a 645. I'm a quarter till 7.
Yeah, I'm more of a 645er, to be honest.
I'm actually a 645er as well. I just
Yeah.
wanted to meme.
OGN days, ... Back in the good old days. So Humble Life Esports are kind of sitting around. They did get that Hextech Drake, though.
Yeah, it's quite significant. The next fight's the big one. And I don't know if putting bushes on turret and just kind of camping out is really going to be how DRX get back into this game. They got the turret for Renekton topside. That doesn't feel great. Like, this is a 2-item Xayah, but she hasn't been able to team fight because the fights are over before they begin. Redemption is done for Sponge now, so that's going to help the Renekton. And
Redemption with Shirelias.
yeah, I mean, and a health potion
Imagine
for some
if
reason.
you had a Moonstone for your healing and shielding.
I think it's okay if they want to try to rush and engage with, and from behind I think it feels honestly better than Moonstone right now, but I like the crown build.
Doesn't scale very well.
No, but I like the crown build. Redemption, toss it in. Sayatap has to have a Emperor's Divide carry moment, otherwise this game is probably doomed. So give him some extra mobility so he can run in and do that. Drop a Redemption on top of it, and pray. Cross your fingers and your toes. Otherwise, it's going to 3. That's all I have to say about
Nobody
that.
believed in 3 games, but also we said that sometimes, you know, a team stomps game 1, and then the other team stomps in game 2. So
I told you guys,
you always have to believe.
the Maokai was the problem. They banned it. Suddenly, it feels really different with this comp, doesn't it?
Wolf, how do I cross my toes?
It's hard, but you can practice. Yeah, to work at it. Or you could just physically grab them with your fingers and try to cross them that way. It still counts. And maybe that's what you need to do if you're DRX, you know?
You can push your big toe against something. Like if it's your right foot, like push it up against the left wall, and then that pushes it over the second toe.
Yeah.
That can work. Valdez gives the gifts a book to niece-nephew vibes. I absolutely would. That would be like, if I had like a young niece or nephew, I'd be like, this was my favorite book. I'm going to give it to you. You need to read this. You need to get smart. You need to get Valdez smart.
Valdez dedicates the book, like he writes on the front inner page.
Like, I hate rating. But maybe I would if it was like a niece or nephew that I was pretty close with. I'd be like,
Gale Bedecker vibes.
maybe, you know, actually I would.
Yeah, I see it.
KW man is really accurate with the vibe checks. Like both of his vibe checks have been like really spot on. Like,
All right.
like strangely so.
If one way to get something out of this fight without having position is to try to trade.
Oh, I'll
I
like
don't
say
like
no.
calling him out. I actually think
Not
Holmberg is
gonna
super
handshake,
smart. They're-
shaking it.
Yeah. But this is the first. This is how you can force Prio, and DRX do have Prio now. And if they win this fight, this is a huge turn.
Yeah, and DRX, I mean, are they going to commit to it? They might be able to. They're going to try to turn on Taguan, who just, oh man, they're going to get knocked to the wall now as in goes Frog, and a 4-man ultimate in the backline, but the zero ultimate pushes everybody away, and the front to back here is so strong for DRX, but some of those low health bars, in goes Rooster, he is assassinating on the Cassante, and the damage is just there for Humble Life Esports. They back away from the disengage and get back in there, take out those weak DRX members.
Cassante, he's doing it. He's doing it. 3-0-6. Jack shows plus Thornmail. How can you kill this champion who's got
1
insane
second
base
cooldown.
resistances? As, look at this, Charm goes through. Okay, but just watch Cassante in this fight only as Rooster's like, oh look, the Magnet Storm. Let me go in. Oh, big damage. And then the Empress Fight says, get out. And he's like, yeah, but I'm Cassante. He gets knocked up. He's like, I'm Cassante. Let me go back in. Oh, kills Pleta instantly. He's like, I'm an assassin now. He's like, I did the tanking. Now I will do the killing.
His W goes, ah! Oh, man. Well,
Mercurial Scimitar?
I mean,
Why not? That's Hextech Soul plus
you're
Baron?
going to avoid the roots that are plentiful on DRX, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, how many these first taking this, man? We are just the 8-game cringe duo. It's just destined to be.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%.
This is just the way it goes. We could
We
have
are.
told, you know, all those bettors that are like, who's going to win map 2? I'm like, man, you don't know about the cringe duo. We gotta give them that inside information, you know, Wolf?
Yeah. Well, it was a valiant attempt from DRX. I think it was a good call to actually try to turn off Baron, but ultimately, Cassante. It's a pretty easy Rooster vote for me. You know, I think he's had a
I'm gonna vote for
pretty good
Cassante.
game. Yeah, me too.
Personally.
Me too, but the player playing Cassante, you know?
I'm gonna vote for Cassante.
I'm voting Rooster.
Okay.
Who's playing Cassante?
Sure. No, he's playing it really well.
Romer just taking out casually a third of Ivern's health. Here we go.
Oh boy,
Hex
Charm gonna
tag.
land. Oh god, and in goes the Rel once again. It's not Spiral, but it's close enough. As in they go, Pleta just running away. It is a massacre. As Frog not able to get away from this one, even with his new and improved, his new shiny upgraded Sterix gauge. Doesn't matter. The game is over. Life Esports gonna take it here in about 28 minutes. This was a bit of a stomping. This is what Life Esports wanted to do in game 1.
Yep, but there was this pesky Maokai putting the ultimates down. There was this Jace that was kind of a problem. Not to be the case in game 2.
Not to be the case. Down goes Pleta. He's doing his best.
But had a
Yellow
pretty good
crab
game.
raid.
You know,
Yeah.
can't blame him.
2 kills in the early game. Ivern's like, I'm doing something. I'm gonna Shirelia's out. Yeah, that's the end of the game. Game number 2 goes the way of Life Esports.
I'm a known anti of Ivern. It's pretty well known. It's pretty well documented. Wolf only likes Ivern if it is, in fact, going to be a Tristana composition of some type. And you know what? It's not. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
It was a Shirelia's build because they were desperate. And into Nocturne, I just don't know how high your chances are going to be. I don't know how relevant you're going to be. Are you going to be doing half the damage to the Nautilus? Yeah, actually, apparently. Did his Trigger Seed hit anybody? I don't think so, actually. I don't think even once. And the one time he tried to do something was when he went top and then he got Cassanted. He was like, all right, push that wave. I'm coming up. Cassante's like,
I'm coming up
press
to
W.
the top lane. Yeah, he tried to do that. It wasn't great. Didn't work out. And I thought, you know, if they could hold on, and I still think that if they could have held on and not gotten bopped in like 2 early team fights, and it wasn't a Hextech Soul, like imagine if it was Chemtech Soul, and they didn't have to like go for crazy flips on Barons and stuff. I think DRX had an angle with this draft, but it just wasn't meant to be. Like the play wasn't there. The play from Life Esports was actually really pristine. Like their engagers were really on point. Game number 1, more of a warm-up, more of a, oh yeah, we have to ban Maokai game. And then they figured it out, and
That
now
second,
we have game 3.
That second Rift Herald fight, I think, was one of the big moments where HLE just said no and absolutely crushed that fight. And then the Baron attempt from DRX was their last hope. Did not work out. I think we'll probably see a lot of Cassante votes here, although I think both Duro had a great game as well as actually a big bounce back from mid. So Rooster will take it, though.
Here
Romer not getting it
comes
away.
the Rooster.
What's that?
Alice in Chains.
Oh.
CC score of 506. Huge. More than his DPM, even.
80% kill participation as a top laner. It's a lot. Did a lot of things. Tanked a lot of damage. I'm surprised we don't have the damage taken But hey,
Or objective.
maybe he didn't
steal.
take that much damage actually. Maybe he just really didn't get hit. He just hit people. He was the danger.
Yeah. Everybody's talking about his hair, but actually you got to talk about his comb because roosters don't have hair; they have combs. So he's got a glorious comb. He absolutely does. You guys are right. But guys, we do have a game number 3 on the way after this quick break. Hello and welcome back. We are in the middle of game number 1, and by game I mean series number 1. And the series
by middle
currently
you mean end because it's the third and
is
final game.
5-3 currently. We're getting into game number 9 here, and this is going to be pretty interesting. I think that the Cougar Bears here on the side of the left side are going to win this one. What do you think, Wolf?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Valdez. I'm ready to go into game 3 of Hanwha Life Esports versus DRX. I want to see blue side drafting from DRX. I think they're going to pick blue side. We'll get confirmation soon. And I expect maybe Kai'Sa will go through. It might be their first Kai'Sa game in this series. It's 13.14, but Shiv still alive and well, as we've seen with Zeri already. Drafting has kind of been the defining factor of this series so far, I would say, and I think that it will probably continue to be the case.
That's the way it usually goes at Challenger League. A lot of discussion about the drafting. As always, DRX going to select the blue side, and you mentioned leaving the Kai'Sa available, so you don't believe that Hanwha Life Esports will ban it on red?
I'd say there's a pretty decent chance it's going to be open. Because their draft priority has been pretty weird.
Think they're going to leave something else open to counter it, or
maybe they try to play Nico. Maybe they want to play Maokai Jace that we saw DRX play in game 1. Let's see what they do. Because if they ban Kai'Sa, then we might just have a similar draft where Renekton is at the top or Jax is up at the top for DRX, and then it gets boring. So I'm feeling like Kai'Sa is going to be. I just have a feeling. I'm not saying it's good, and it doesn't make sense, but I have a feeling it's going to be open. Sides swapped.
Where is Aatrox?
Not being played, apparently, which is unsurprising to me because we thought it would be played, so of course it isn't.
That means that our teams believe it's not better than Renekton with Sterix, nor better than Cassante in general. Even Jax got picked first pick in game number 1. So not a lot of focus on that Aatrox pick just yet, but there's still time. There are still opportunities here to pick it up. Someone calling Duckdom a Lord. He's not quite Lord Morgan, but he can play a mean side.
Yeah, Hanwha Life looking for second place to get to round 2. That is what the fans are hoping for and cheering for here. And
that bear on the left, he really loves the second place sign.
He does. First place already secured for D+, so that's the best he can do. And his second, and skipping that round is going to feel nice. You won't be able to choose your opponent, but still pretty significant as the race is on, and that's what this is all about here. The winner isn't going to automatically get it, but if you are DRX here, need that extra win. Hanwha would move 2 wins ahead of them if they win this third and final game.
Tristana still gone. Getting into it with
DRX banned Kai'Sa again, so
and Nocturne. They've had enough of that Nocturne. It was too strong, Wolf. That's why I loved it.
Yeah, he loved the Nocturne there.
I loved the Nocturne there.
A little Blanc ban. Nico's still unseen in this draft. We're not really interested in that. Maokai could be a strong ban here. Sejuani also still open.
Yeah, it's kind of, you could like try to ban Maokai and first pick Sedge, try to like win that jungle flip, or just ban Sedge and first pick Maokai. First pick Maokai, we've definitely seen that from time to time. Hasn't been the biggest focus, but especially after the way that game 1 went and the way that DRX seemed to be wanting to play out these drafts in a more like passive, scaly manner, I could definitely see them trying to prioritize that pick.
Could also be a different kind of scale and just lock in Renekton first.
What about the Azir?
What about the Rel?
What about Schmearl?
Well, Rel locked in here early has been a pretty pivotal pick in this series, and HLE gonna get the Poppy here for the first time. Has been left open, yeah, with the Nocturne ban coming through, so pushing over to a different strong jungle pick here very early prio on this one. Pretty strong into the rel as well. See what they're going to grab with it. Azir still feels pretty good here. Don't have to play Ahri. Don't have to do that.
Poppy Azir, fantastic couple of champs.
There it
And,
is.
Yep, they will focus on that. So Homolife Esports looking to change the way that they play this one out. Maokai's still available. And, you know, imagine if Homolife Esports got their hands on that. I don't think you want to let that happen. So Sponge is just going to take it.
All right. So this time we have Rel Maokai Jace. Very strong set here. Jace decent into the Azir. And can be played top. Obviously, Jace, we don't really see that right now, but kind of a flex, but not really in this meta. Okay, gonna get the Nautilus out here early.
Not the Nocturne.
No, not the Nocturne. That was banned in the first rotation.
Not the Nocturnalist.
Nope. Zeri, still
What
a
about the
possibility.
Nauturne?
Nope.
Okay.
See what they want to ban here. Like, the Zeri feels pretty good for both comps, honestly. I think I like it more for Hanwha Life, though. The Xayah is pretty good into Jace. Probably ban that. Okay, they're going to ban the Zeri.
Where's the Syndra, Wolf? When is Syndra going to come back into the meta?
I don't know. I do miss Syndra, though.
It
Very
is
fun.
quite good for controlling. Like, it's a really nice control mage. It doesn't quite have the Emperor's Divide, but Scatter the Weak is really, really strong. I don't know. It just seems like it totally disappeared. It's just gone. Can we get 9 games of Nautilus? Imagine if we did. That could happen. I mean, he
It's
rarely gets banned.
Probably going to happen.
Yeah. As long as we get 9 games of Nautilus, not too unlikely.
Do like the poke deny here. Probably see a Xayah ban now. Just take her away. Don't let them play Xayah into Jace. Probably not a good idea. Ban to Ashe instead, so pretty easy to pick Xayah here.
He's going to play Jin.
He's going to hover it and then pick Xayah. Right, Lure? Lure looks stressed.
Yeah, he's been having a rough day. I don't know if he's stressed or if he's just really, like, animated. We know that Lure is a very
He's talkative.
energetic.
He's vocal.
Energetic
Yeah.
AD carry in person. Yeah, well, it's just the Xayah, as you mentioned. Pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Doctom's just memeing because Lure hovered the Jace, or rather the Jin every time. Jin,
Well-
Jace, Maokai is actually a thing.
Ooh!
Okay,
Ooh!
that's...
All right, somebody call Ox right now.
The poke is coming.
All right, I'm gonna text him actually right this second.
Renekton coming in here, and you've got a decent front line. You've got lockdown, and it's going to be Blitzcrank, it looks like, here for Duro. The Crank? No.
Duh.
I mean, it could be top Poppy,
Crank?
Jungle Nautilus,
Do
Blitzcrank
it.
Flex, or just play a standard champion like Vi.
Oh,
Dive on top of that poke.
come on.
Ult through that Maokai in Nature's Grasp. Pick a top tier. Pick
mean-
a top tier, Valdez. Pick a top tier.
It is Vi and Nautilus. Right. That is a heavy amount of point and click.
And Azir and Poppy and
The-
Xayah, they all have CC.
The thing is that with Jace Ziggs, you never really have to be that close. And yeah, you can point and click the Maokai and Renekton. Sure, go ahead. Like, do they care? Absolutely not. Unless, of course, the game goes very long. But I think that DRX can absolutely control like the early to mid game
I
with
also
this composition.
don't think the Ziggs has to display passively in this lane either with Rel. Like, he might not even take teleport. He doesn't have to, I don't think. Actually, kind of try to hard push and be aggressive, and then you've got Jace into Azir, feels pretty good, and then, yeah, Poppy into Renekton. Frog not going to have a ton of control up there, but maybe we could apply some pressure with the Maokai before 6. Let's see what he does do. As it is very common to just go teleport on Ziggs because you don't often win the early game, get some free backs, just teleport back into lane. But we'll see what he does here. I'm looking forward to this one. This is the most interesting draft we've had of the
Yeah.
best of 3 so far.
I really like this DRX draft. Obviously, Homolife Esports also drafted a composition that can easily work well as this game comes along. A lot of point and click, a lot of target acquisition, and this is going to be a fun one. I'm actually pretty hyped for this, as Papa Smithy also got smited by Nightbot. Probably said
Rick.
that S word and not scaling. Nightbot is okay if you say scaling, but the other S word, not so much.
Well, I'm going to give the edge to Hanwha Life, actually. I think they have enough CC to lock down that poke.
All right, well, we'll see if it works out. Here we go, game number 3.
He's a teleport Zigzer.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think it's really
Triple
strong.
teleport? Is that really necessary?
Seems pretty strong.
Isn't there a champ that says that? I don't know. Again, I've been... How dare you? What? Okay, we need a new top laner here.
It's okay. Frog can heal it up. He's not going to put any additional pressure on.
It's about the message. Also, the Ziggs went Scorch? Why are you playing Ziggs if you take Scorch
I mean,
into Xayah?
it's if you're going to take Scorch, then maybe be aggressive and take heal.
Don't
also.
take teleport.
Yeah,
What?
take heal and try to get kills. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on
Pressure
this
the
one.
lane, like use the Scorch to pressure, take the turret. Okay, like
Yeah.
you've got an option. He can use the teleport to like be in lane all the time, I guess. But I think that Ox would absolutely be.
yeah.
He would be disgusted by the Scorch.
I'm not really a
selection.
big fan of Scorch in this game either. I'm actually one of the biggest defenders of Scorch, but not in this situation.
There are times where you can kind of like make it work, and we can like kind of think. We can always rationalize why he would take it, but especially because our Korean pros love Scorch.
Yeah, no, it's very, very commonplace, even if we don't like it. So, not out of the box here by any means. Last time around when we had the Maokai in Game 1, Hanwha Life Esports kind of ran face first into it and had a bad time, but I think this draft is a little bit more nuanced than what the Nocturne Ahri draft was trying to do. As Seitab, again, is just trying to solo kill here early. We'll put the pressure on, but the Maokai is still the problem in this draft here for Hanwha Life Esports, but if they can play better than they did in Game 1, I really do think they have enough tools to kill this Ziggs, kill the Jace, win the fight pretty easily.
Yeah. Look at that Scorch value. Huge.
Oh, I just can't see it myself. I'm like, is he hurting them?
Uh-oh. Oh, Seitab is really dead, as he is going to flash, but guess what? Guwon's got Okay, never mind. They're just going to wait and go for that one on the follow-up. They're not going to force it. They don't know where Sponge is, and they don't want to go and overextend. They get the flash, and at the end of the day, still a big win.
Yeah. So, happy to see it. Punishing this aggressive Jace once again. Happened in Game 1. This time, not going to get that kill and will lose the flash.
Comes in, but Pleta isn't going to care too much about that. We do have the Aftershock here for Duro, but not the same for Pleta.
Yeah, the Aftershock here going to feel really nice when you are just constantly trying to engage to keep the Ziggs back. You just want to keep using it basically on cooldown because you'll out-trade that way. Otherwise, you're just going to get scorched down. As Lure is going to be experiencing a little bit of that at the moment. We'll be able to get it back off of this push. You did start the cull, so it has a big spike coming, you know, in 70 CS's time. So, see what he does purchase on this first back will actually be the whole recurve. Actually a pretty nice back timing for him.
Did Duckdom also go Futures Market? I feel like he did. I feel like I saw that, but I'm not 100% sure.
I
Does
actually
anybody know?
didn't see. No, I don't know.
Does anybody out there know? But yeah, Sajak, everything you're saying in the chat is correct. That's probably why he did go Scorch. Again, it's just about the trade-off.
Yeah, how this is going to function in late game is where it gets a little bit questionable because you don't have an 80 carry.
It's all about trade-offs.
You have poke, so if your poke does a lot more damage later, it is going to probably be pretty beneficial for you.
Sponge and Frog, Frange here in the top side. But Rooster is Poppy, so you're probably not diving that.
I don't think so, even with his mana being fairly low here. He's going to eat a biscuit.
Biscuits and Cosmo.
Yeah.
Ziggs only takes TP and Korea. It is the only
That
way.
is
true.
That is the acceptable summoner setup. You're right, Atlas.
I mean, at the end of the day, the only thing you would go instead of it is probably Ghost. Or the heal, like you were talking about.
I mean,
but if that's only if you're like really going ham. But,
and go on Scorch.
yeah, extremely rare. Yeah, the teleport's good. I mean, they're going to have a lot of map control. The Ziggs going to be pushing side lanes. It's good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just a thought.
Futures market on Ziggs is really good because you could go back and get your lost chapter sooner, teleport back to lane. But not the case, as gonna dodge the lance because of the satchel. It's huge.
For here, Setab once again now flashless.
Oh, the timing, I think they don't have any idea.
They
that
have no
he's in
idea.
this push.
They don't know.
Guwon is actually a ninja. And he's backing. I don't think Guwon will have an idea that he's there.
They don't have vision.
Oh, but now they know, and there he is. No flash available for Setab. He's going to go in, but the Empress Divine is here. Flash in from the Maokai. Should be enough. Sponge right there to trade back the kill. Very nice positioning from him.
Yep, first blood gonna go over, though, before that. So, you know, hard to say who really wins out on this one. I think the flashless Jace grabbing an assist and also then taking the flash from Roamer does feel pretty nice when you add the summoner value into this, as Setab, you know, he hangs around here. Guwon scans him and then goes over. Looks like Setab wanted to potentially bait this because Sponge is nearby. First blood going to go over here to Hanwha Life, but they lose the flash on the Azir, and he goes down anyways. So that's the exchange here. DRX with a small gold lead at this moment in time. 10 CS lead for the Ziggs. And it's a pretty even game state. Nonetheless, we're not going to have any group up for this Drake just yet. Not enough control anywhere. As you could argue that with level 6 coming up for Guwon, that could be the timing where they want to make that push happen. Especially with, you know, the Jace here not quite being a huge threat just yet. It's all about whether the Ziggs poke hits in lane. And it's hitting.
Oh, man, he's hitting some long-range Qs. That's not easy. Duro does have flash. Probably going to have to use it here, you would imagine. But no, actually he's fine as he just walks that one off. But still a big win in the lane here for the Duck Dom Pleta lane.
Yeah, that was actually super close, but that should be enough to get this Drake here and potentially even a plate, as they have mid-prio. So see what they want to do with this. Duck Dom also has level 6. Setab's just going to push this wave in. And instead of going for Drake, Sponge is going to take Raptors, as they want to prioritize this Herald instead, which I think with Ziggs does make a little bit of sense. And now they know that there's no Drake contest, so they could actually group top here with this Ziggs, look for the Herald fight, and then push bottom and try to do a double objective this way. So I guess that's the thought process here. See how it works in reality. Is Ziggs not showing at the moment, and is going to head bottom. And we're just not going to do any objectives,
Poppy
apparently.
did say something to us. I don't know what it was, but I did hear her say something to us, though.
Yeah, I don't think it was whether or not we're going to actually fight over Drake or not, but it looks like that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, I don't think it was related in any way, but she did have something to say. And let's see if DRX have something to say. You got to be careful with these early fights, especially before you get the first item on your Ziggs and your Jace. But Setab's Jace has been pretty wonderful, and he continues to hit those accelerated shot blasts, and just one or two of those, if they hit correctly, could be enough to get you priority on the Drake.
Frog having ult means that Rooster can't really do anything to him here, even though it looked like Rooster was going to win that. As with one shock blast, and the fact that Ziggs exists and is still relatively valuable in this early game, that's the Dragon. So we walked away from Dragon, looked like we were going to Herald, we were like, nah, but then Hanwha got on Drake first, but then they still deny it. Does it all make sense? Not really, but at the end of the day, DRX are going to be able to get that objective, and now could group for the Herald itself, as Poppy was backing. They know this, they have vision, Sponge has ult. And I just don't know if there's much that Hanwha Life Esports can actually do about this here. Caught by a sapling is Guwon, and they have tons of vision here. Teleport coming in from Setab. They're going to push this top wave. DRX, it's hard to imagine them giving this Herald up.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too likely. The fact that DRX had this much control this early on is, I think it's a sign for what we might see later on in the game. Hanwha Life Esports, you know, they'd love to set up on objectives, they'd love to look for turns, and for, again, target acquisition, which is great in their comp, but not really finding it early on here in this game. And now Guwon is going to take this red buff, as Sponge spotted. Could try to go crazy here on the mid lane, maybe get a flash out of Roamer. He actually doesn't have it at this point in time. So maybe could have threatened, but not going to go for it just yet. Doesn't have Hex Flash for Sponge.
Certainly could have. See what they're going to try to do here. Go on.
Okay, Duro hooks.
Ooh, level 5 here. The ult goes in onto the Ziggs. Does mistime that satchel, but it's not really going to matter. The Rel will have to trade her life for this, as they do get something out of the play, but Duckdom will be totally fine on the back end of this.
Roamer also pushing down means that Satab's going to get a plate as well, so could have been much worse here for DRX, and in fact, they are also able to gain their own advantages here. So they pick up first objective, second objective, Duckdom gets to farm, still up on CS. Yeah, a few plates do go down, but I feel like there was a world actually too where if DRX play that a little bit better, they actually don't even lose Fleta here in the bottom lane. HLE trying to make this Vi worth it.
And here we go once again. The ult comes in, and you see Lura's like, I just can't do anything. He doesn't have his Featherstorm. There's just no way to just jump over all the Ziggs stuff on the ground, right? So Duro goes in, and Lura's like, no.
I mean, more gold for Satab here in the mid lane as well. 2 more plates split, 175 gold. Might even be able to get one more here off of the next wave if he continues to have this control. And Duckdom starting to move towards turret, because guess what? Overextension bottom side. He comes over, pushes Duro out. Duro can't help out anymore, and plates are just going down everywhere except top. But top also probably a plate will go down when those waves start to crash through, because he has Demolish and he's going to use it. He's going to ult.
Frog going in, but Rooster holding his ground. Frog knowing, okay, well, I went for this, but I don't really have kill pressure at this point in time. 2 plates, just like that. If you give Ziggs any time for free, his passive's going to start hitting that turret. He's going to get it closer to satchel range, and all of a sudden you might find yourself minus a turret in this game.
Eclipse is done for Jace with all that money he picked up. He is sitting pretty. He's got 200 tier stacks nearly, and they have the first item online for Sponge as well. Demonic Embrace, also more poke. So things are going very well for this composition, even though DRX is technically down on gold. Where their gold is really relevant here, as the Xayah isn't going to be able to necessarily make an impact in this mid game with just one item.
This
Crown.
is an interesting moment, yeah. This crown.
How about that?
Not moment, itemization. We've seen this many times into heavy poke comps, and we're like, why would you do this? It just gets poked away. But
sometimes it's good in the poke because it
especially
gives you,
Jace, right?
Yeah, gives you +1 poke, but into Ziggs and Jace and Saplings, I'm not so sold on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if it's just Jace, it feels pretty good, actually, because accelerated shock blasts can be game-changing. Like, if Azir gets one straight to the face and he doesn't have Crown, then it doesn't matter how much damage you're doing, you're probably not in the fight, right? But if you have Crown, and that's what gets you through that first blast of the poke comp as you're going in to engage, and that keeps you alive to, like, get a massive combo, it kind of feels nice. I feel like our thought process about Crown is slowly changing.
Yeah, no, I don't hate it, but I don't also really like it that much. But I don't know what I would have preferred here in this draft. Like, it's not really a Luden's game, it's not a Leandri's game. He could have just gone like first item Nashers into like Verdant Barrier and then like tried to itemize into Crown later. Like, I just don't know how valuable this Crown's going to be here in this early part of the game. Like, it feels like compared to all the other mythics that are picked up, and that Demonic Embrace, this is one of the least impactful items we're going to have on the Rift right now. But Unalive Esports are entrenched on this dragon right now, and it's very difficult to break through. So a little bit slow on the play here, DRX.
Pick Drake. So DRX say no.
Yeah, just not going to care.
Probably a good move, as it's Mountain Soul, which is pretty huge, as now we get a big engage in the Ziggs ult right on top, as finally the Featherstorm does come down, but it's a very broken fight as a massive sweep comes in from the side of Roamer, as the damage, though, not quite there. He gets the Omega money with that ultimate, but no big follow-up. It was a very broken up fight, but at the end of the day, I guess DRX win in the end.
Yeah, they do win in the end, and they got the mid turret. You saw that plate gold was about 1,000 above what HLE had, about 1,225, I believe it said was in total. So grabbing that mid turret allows you to make plays like this, where you can use saplings and wards here to get vision. The engage from Pleta, really nice. The ult is dodged by Lure, which is really important here, and then you see the Emperor's Divide come through. So since Lure is alive, you can follow up on this a little bit, but ultimately the Jace is just going to do so much damage in here that it's not really the win they were looking for, but I think it could have been a lot worse if that heroic play from Roamer doesn't come through.
if that play was like 10 minutes later, I feel like Humalife stomped that fight, you know what I mean? But the fact that, you know, we're still relatively early on in this game, not quite the case, and it was kind of a heroic play from Guwon into Roamer, that duo, the mid-jungle duo, making it happen there as they went very deep for that play, which ended up did work out for DRX, so pretty nicely done. As, that's interesting. Just gonna edit now. Ziggs, by the way, he can proc the crown really, really easily with the satchel. Like, you can outrange the Azir, you can get it in onto him. So yeah. I feel like not good into Ziggs. If it's only Jace, I'm liking it, but with Ziggs Jace, not a fan.
We'll see what, I mean, if he had Ludens in that Emperor's Divide moment, you know, maybe it does a little bit more, but yeah, as you can see here, it's gonna break all the time very easily. I'm not ready to judge it too harshly, but like I said, I'm with you. I kind of don't like it that much, but like, let's see how it does when we get to later parts of the game where that damage reduction is higher, because it's percentage based. Obviously, the later the game goes, the more damage you will be reducing with the crown. As again, I don't know if it was necessarily a great pickup early, just kind of on autopilot for going Mythic first. That's quite common, but let's see a group up here now onto the second Herald, as Hanwha Life Esports, they need to be grouped first, otherwise this poke will just always keep them at bay, and guess what? They didn't group first, and the poke will attempt to keep them at bay.
Where is Bay, though?
T1
Somebody was asking that earlier. Where's T1 Bay? Like, I don't know. This is like 5 layers deep in the Challengers chat, if that's what you're asking. Flash on in, Hanwha Life Esports will go for the fight, but Sponge just drops his R button and immediately dies. Duro gonna trade for that one. Drift Herald will go down as now Fiddlestorm comes in and the disengage is there. The poke not being critical enough as Rooster, same time, just zoning away Frog, winning this 1v1, and Hanwha Life Esports, they get the fight on their terms.
Remember after the draft, I was kind of like, yeah, I feel like they have enough buttons, Hanwha Life Esports, to where they can engage on this poke and it should work, and if they're decisive enough, plays like this are definitely viable. Duro goes in here, and yeah, Maokai zones out some of Hanwha Life, but not really. Like, Lura's still able to get in there. Here comes Guwon onto the back line. Dukdom, he can't really peel here anymore, and Setab is like, well, I guess I have to go in and see if we can actually rush these health bars down. At this stage, no, you absolutely cannot. So Herald going over here, actually, or denied rather, the Herald fight going over to Hanwha Life, the eye denied, and when you have to hold on to the Herald and actually secure it that way with this pro comp, it becomes a little bit trickier, right? Outside of objectives and on objective setup, that's one thing, but securing objectives, a little bit tougher.
Yeah, there is a bit of finesse when you are running this DRX comp. Like, it looks really amazing, like on paper, but we're here in Challengers, nothing is perfect, and finesse is not a word that is spoken in these halls. So again, you got to be careful. If you get engaged on with a poke comp, like this is a tale as old as poke Nidalee mid, right? Like, you will just lose your Nidalee, she'll die immediately, and then you lose the fight, right? So if Setab goes in alongside a Sponge and Dukdom's like kind of half there, and you're not getting poked down, and Hanwha Life Esports get the engage before the poke lands, like you were talking about, well, Hanwha Life Esports will be able to find fights like this, especially, again, with all of their amazing target acquisition. I mean, Vi Nautilus is nothing to shake a stick at.
Sometimes we have on red side these Ziggs comps come through where you kind of don't know what the enemy comp is going to be, and then suddenly it's like, uh-oh, it's Ziggs, and you don't have the answer. But with how they picked it here in this draft and the setup for HLE, the Vi pick felt perfect. The Nautilus was kind of being teased as a flex, but you know, ultimately this draft is pretty bulletproof here for HLE into what DRX are running now. Still have to execute their end of the bargain pretty well, but they've shown us in these last few fights they absolutely can. It's a very close game here. It's Mountain Soul, so if HLE starts stacking those up against this Jace, it is going to feel fantastic. And if they get the Soul, it's kind of donezo.
Yeah, definitely going to be an issue as engaging on the Maokai, I'm not 100% sure about. He's just going to flash away, as now they will see why you don't do that, as immediately Pleta just going to tank everything up. The Xayah has to flash away as a very confusing choice, and DRX will immediately clap down on that. And now it looks like it's DRX who will be collecting the Drake.
Yep, they will be definitely getting the Drake, but more than that, all of the gold that they picked up from this fight, as Ziggs does 3,500 damage in this, and Azir doing nothing, as they decided to try to kill a Maokai with Flash and Ultimate, and walked right into that.
Nice.
and you can't contest this.
Go home, please. Yeah, I don't know, man.
So
This was confusing.
So Sponge is out in the open, and it looks like it's a great opportunity here. Like, wow, this Maokai is overextended, but he actually flashes the Emperor's Divide, and yes, Fleta does get caught, but he is Rel, so he doesn't really care. And then look at where the poke champions are. Over the wall with full vision, just free firing. This is the ideal fight. DRX like, oh man, they have setup. How are we going to get in there? We don't really have that much vision. How can we poke? And then they go onto the Maokai, and they're like, oh, thank you. Now we can fight this. And like we've seen this happen literally in the LCK. We literally saw this in the LCK. I think it was Peanuts Maokai who got engaged on, and we're all like, oh, yeah, don't do that.
Yep, that did happen. I remember that game. We even got the voice comms after where Peanuts like, yep, they're engaging on me. Okay, I'm backing. Like, it was just really funny because he was obviously understanding the play and that it would be a win for the team. And Summer Life Esports, they're, you know, I don't know. Like, 3 of them got hit by the Ziggs ultimate, and the Crown actually did get value against the Ziggs ultimate, funnily enough, but he immediately died after because he had gotten himself so out of position to engage onto the Maokai. So, this is going to get pretty interesting now.
They also pushed a Rel into
the
Magnet Storm the rest of the team. That also wasn't very good. But see how this one works out.
So who's baiting who here? Magnet Storm is in. They're going in as now Guwon is here. Duro trying to follow up. They do take down Setab immediately, as that's a lot of damage out here. But the Ziggs immediately in position, has his bombs on the ground. Now they're turning up to Guwon, who isn't that tanky, but they don't have a lot of damage here, as Duckdown wasn't really able to join the fight. He had to run all the way around the left side, as now Allure makes his way in, and that will be 3 picks over to the side of Summer Life Esports.
The follow-up with the Ziggs bomb is, it's just kind of hilarious how it's like, oh, you actually have numbers advantage. But not really. Ziggs can be there from a very long way away, and you're like, okay, we're gonna make this happen, right? You have this idea that like, okay, we pull this off, but not actually able to have any follow-up damage. Hanwha just gonna take the Baron.
Yeah.
And
3 guys here on the side of DRX.
late TP.
It's not gonna work. They have Baron recall. And this is why, guys, I saw people there like, this game is over after, like, Summer Life Esports engaged last time, and then, like, DRX won, and now, like, Summer Life Esports won. This is Challengers, baby.
Yeah.
You never know who's going to win.
You're, like, basically hoping as DRX here that you have the numbers advantage because you have the Ziggs here for the follow-up bomb, but they have more than what you have, and they have consistent damage, and Ziggs does no damage outside of his ult in this fight. He's still not doing damage.
Just can't enter.
He's still not doing damage, yeah, because he can't. And, like, fortunately, you didn't really have the numbers advantage you thought you had. You thought you had enough burst to actually set that up, but the trap was sprung upon you.
Yeah.
And it's a very close game. Is chat's trying to figure out, like, who's winning, but we don't know yet, frankly.
And the one better's like, please, over 21.5 kill. Don't worry, buddy. We're going to get there.
Oh,
like,
we are definitely getting there. That's a safe bet in Challengers.
Again, guys, we don't care what you do with your money. It's your choice. Just don't be mean to the players. I mean, we don't care what you say, basically. Yeah, no, this is going way over 21.5. If that was a question. And this game is very even, as you mentioned, Wolf. Like, it's not over by any means. It's Summer Life Esports with the Baron, but they can't really do anything with it.
Also, DRX, though, I mean, they had to expend, or at least they felt like they had to expend the Ziggs Bomb and Nature's Grasp to try to defend this Baron, so those ults are not going to necessarily be available for the setup for this next fight for Drake. It's going to be fairly close, like Ducktom should have his ult back up, but very thin lines we are walking right now as DRX here, and they are not going to have Prio, they're not going to have Vision because of this Baron for this next Drake, so we're probably going 2 Drakes apiece here, and I think if DRX try to hard force on this Dragon, I think it's not going to go very well, to put it nicely. But we'll see.
Yeah. Hey, you never know.
All right, turret's down. Finally, HLE going to take that one away here at 24.5 minutes. If they Baron and Power Recall, though, 30 minutes before this Dragon, DRX can actually get controller. 30 seconds, sorry, before this Dragon. They can lose Prio, and they will lose some Prio here. Even with Baron buff, as DRX are like, okay, they back, they're buying items, but we're getting control.
And it's Ziggs, like, even against Baron. Pretty good wave clear. Even with Rooster standing here, they can get through this wave eventually.
Sponge does have his ult back up.
so just in time for this dragon fight. This is going to be a really important fight. I mean, this is not going to be for Soul or even Soul Point necessarily if HLE pick it up, but maybe the deciding fight in this game, just because this is the breaking point for both of these teams. And it's going to be a fight that looks like everyone is going to get involved in. No side laning. Side lanes don't exist.
Nope.
And I like that DRX,
ARAM.
they back out of this one. They don't absolutely need to flip the game off of this dragon. They have a Drake advantage.
One Mountain Drake still very nice, you know, for Rooster, for even Devi who has Abyssal Mask. We got Radiant Virtue here on the Nautilus. Like, they're gonna enjoy these stats, but as you mentioned, DRX not really in a position to fight it, so they just leave it be. They say, okay, we'll wait. And I think maybe even bigger than the Mountain Drake is the fact that if this game goes long and Roamer picks up a third item in Death Cap,
Yeah, he's almost got it. Yeah, he might be picking up
be
now.
an issue. Like, you press your R buttons on the Duck Dom and Roamer gets in there, he's dead. So I hope you have a backup plan.
Looks like he didn't quite have the money just yet. Buys a control ward instead. And we'll be grouping up Abyssal also plus Death Cap. That is a pretty scary thing to face. And the next fight is going to be in 2 minutes when that Baron spawns. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit of a side lane game here. Looks like Frog is going to keep that turret alive bottom side for now. Roamer in potentially a little bit of danger here. Guwon going to scan, so knows he isn't seen. And they could try to set a trap, but saplings exist, so we're just not going to be able to kill any turrets, are we, in this little lull state?
Just hanging out, scaling. That's the S word.
Jin Air games are Pog. Does feel like a Jin Air game, doesn't it?
Jin Air games art. Okay. I think the art in the Jin Air games is actually pretty good, personally. I miss Jin Air.
True.
We don't have Jin Air games for podcasts nowadays, but we do have Bro games, so we got that going on. Bro and Brew. No Bro today, though.
No.
Not playing on 3-game Monday. Only on 2-game Tuesday tomorrow.
Just back in, setting up for this next big fight. I mean, we're 28 minutes into the game now. And the vision definitely better for Hanwha Life Esports around this Baron right now. Sponge trying to sapling check his way over to potentially being able to help his team set up. Frog has teleport, so he and Rooster kind of battling it out on bottom side. He's trying to keep that turret alive. Won't end up being too significant, but wants it.
Well, bam!
Well, bam.
I remember that. Good times.
Sound
Real
effects.
skate game, I wait for Valdez to predict who is winning, and I bet my life savings. Oh, that's no pressure at all, haha.
Yeah, it sounds like he's still got his life savings, so it looks like it's going okay.
Yeah. I swear, like every game now that I cast, I'm gonna have to say not financial advice before I get my thoughts on it eventually.
Lure getting chunked out a little bit here, and DRX with the Maokai set up here, they've taken that vision away. And Lure, he cannot get poked out here, or they're not going to be able to fight.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. And BT third pickup here for the Xayah, a very good idea.
Love that, because you got to heal through the poke, which is why a lot of people don't like BT right now, but I think against comps like this, you kind of have to. It's kind of mandatory. Crown gone. They did wrestle back control with that Sundisc turret, though. Let's see what the Maokai ult's going to look like.
They have insane
Here it
Baron
comes.
damage, but you don't want to be in a pit against this team, as that's the Ziggs ult going to start doing some good damage, but the Poppy ult is even better, as now they're looking to turn, but also do damage as immediately Pleta goes down. And now, a lot of low health bars here, though, on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Have they wasted too much time as the Ziggs picks up the kill? In goes the Renekton. They turn, and it's stolen by Sponge. He gets in, and he does it again. And Hanwha Life Esports, they take too long, and eventually they will be taken out of this fight. Oh, man.
They got sponged, and now we're going to see what we can do. Maybe trade one back.
The Xayah, though, or kind of confusing stopwatch, but he will stay alive as Duck Dom against Lure. I'll take Duck Dom in this one, but He got a, just one auto will probably do it here. One passive, but Duck Dome doesn't hit it. And the triple gets in. Romer just gonna flash the Q, and Homolife Esports win the fight in the end.
Romer just breaks his ankles, man. He's ready to go back in. Doesn't care how low his health is. He does tons of damage, and Ziggs does not really hurt people with auto attacks. Qs only. He's a skill shot champion.
Wow.
Going back to this fight, it looked like it was going to be pretty good here for Homolife because they end up knocking the Renekton out here, but they're trying to hold Baron aggro while also pushing forward here. So Guwon going a little bit deep here. He's not able to kill Seitab. They turn on him, and they're like, ooh, we need to hold this Baron because if we don't get this, nothing is worth it. And it is just, I don't even want to call it a steal. They just lose control, and Sponge just walks and says thank you. But then we chase really deep here with not a whole lot of damage as Seitab doesn't hit the Shock Blast. And live, that Drake is going to go over to HLE. But with no follow-up here and Seitab getting completely obliterated by Lure, the stopwatch comes into buy time. It's just a really clean fight here for Romer. Shield goes up, Emperor's Divide for the kill, and then this flash. Darktome's like, if I Q him maybe.
Thought he had his passive, so he went into auto him, took like 3 shots to the face by a soldier, tried to flash away from them, missed his Q because Romer flashed it. And eventually,
파랑팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
yeah, stopwatch dodges his XQ. That makes sense. In the play, I'm like, whoa, maybe not the time, but makes a lot of sense when you look back on it.
Yeah, it was a good stopwatch.
And now it's like, this is Challengers, baby, right? We start off looking good for Homolife Esports. Questionable decision at first, but like they get the Poppy ult, and they're like gonna get the Baron, but then it looks good for DRX because they turn. And then it looks good for Homolife at the end.
I really like Homolife's chances now, though. I mean, GA for Vi. The Xayah is a relevant AD carry that will actually do long-term damage in these fights. It's really hard to kill Azir because he has Zhonya's and that crown. So you have a tanky Poppy in the front line who can absorb all of that poke if positioned correctly. And if Homolife get this Mountain Soul, I mean, I think that's basically it. And I can't imagine them losing control now. But like you said, it's Challengers, baby. We see some weird stuff all the time. Maybe the big engage comes through from Seitab after the Nature's Grasp lands and a big bomb hits. And Seitab gets 2 kills before the fight really starts. But if positioned correctly, I think in a perfect world, I mean, Romer up 2 levels here, 8 kills. He's just too big to fail.
Which is why we were talking about the draft, and at the beginning we were like, I don't know, looks good for Homolife Esports, looks good for DRX. And at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. It's about the execution. It's about who's going to play out their draft well enough. And I feel like in Challengers, as long as you get some kind of win condition, and if you play it well, you can win with anything. Yeah. Even like an assassin, I think could work in Challengers if you're playing well around it. Not that they would try it.
No, they won't.
It is Korea, but yeah.
But I think
the way.
Both of these, I mean, the draft does matter a lot. It's just how you use it, and neither of these teams have the better draft per se. I thought I favored Hanwha just because of what I thought that it would be able to do in the later parts of the game. It doesn't really come true exactly the way I thought it was going to happen, to be totally honest with you guys, but it is working out. 2 minutes before either of these objectives spawn, so Homolife Esports just trying to make sure that no one can get in the side lane and get value. All of these outers are gone, so nothing is really under threat. We're just kind of taking turns clearing waves. And this will allow Jace to catch up in experience, now only 1 level down. But if you could hit some poke, maybe you could turn it into a kill, but you don't really want to use your ults here for the next 2 minutes. Otherwise, you'll find yourself vulnerable.
He's got Bloodthirster Maw, so he just totally skipped LDR because he's like, no, I just need to survive against poke. That's all I need to do. And as long as they can do that, well, they're probably going to win. I mean, this is a 4-item and stopwatch Ziggs, so even with Maw, if you give him enough time, he will be able to poke you out, but I don't know. This is very much on a knife's edge. Got to give the edge to Homolife Esports, but I could still see a DRX win.
I could see it too.
Convinced.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, it's really just one big shock blast and bomb combo on people who are caught in Nature's Grasp, and then game's over. And sometimes that's all it takes. Harder in reality than it is to just say it out loud like that, but prio is super important, and that's one thing Hanwha haven't been super good at getting with this game, and it's obviously very difficult into Ziggs poke. and Ziggs push. Like, his wave clear is insane. As you can see, he can just make waves disappear. And DRX just kind of hang out around the Ziggs, make sure he's protected. He clears mid. And then they start moving around the rest of the map. Frog has his GA completed now and is building into a little bit of MR as well, because the Azir is the problem. The Xayah is kind of the problem too, but the Azir is the really big problem.
Yeah. Roamer is pretty massive at this point, and with confidence, he steps forward past the Ziggs gear. The Sun Disc is kind of funny at this point, as once again, yeah, they're just gonna immediately start it, and with this Baron damage, I mean, why not? Just gonna get it going. It's already down to half health. Look at that giant chunk. I mean, there's just no way for Sponge to get in this time. It's a free Baron to the side of Homolite Esports. DRX not in position, not respecting the Baron damage. And now they're looking for an engage. It's not gonna happen. Pleta has to go into a stopwatch, and the Ziggs is doing insane amounts of damage. Will it be enough by the end of this fight, though, is really the question. Down goes Frog to his GA, as we do have a GA on the other side as well. But look at the health bars here on the side of Homolite Esports. They're still going to have the man advantage and push them away and bully them out, but it's getting pretty close. Homolite Esports going to win the fight with the Baron.
Yeah, no teleports to come over here and contest this Drake, though, so the Drake will go over to DRX here, but the big Ziggs damage here isn't enough, actually. They can't actually follow through. This turn is perfect because they know that DRX don't have engage in this comp, really, at all. They have Nature's Grasp and Poke. So once the Nature's Grasp is down and the bomb has been used, they're like, okay, well, they can't heal for their carries. They're squishy, and they are able to turn instantly and take out the Rel there and the Renekton, and then say, well, yeah, our health balls are low, but try at this point in time with all of our damage to walk towards this Jace. We will just make you disappear. And Drake did go over to DRX, but this Baron is way more impactful because it wasn't sold for DRX, and now they can try to siege up these inhibitors. It's a 37-minute game, by the way. This is a bit of a long one. We're starting to get everybody up to full build.
Yeah, at this point, Homolife really need to get some value out of this Baron, though. I mean, it's one thing to continue taking Barons, but if you go to an Elder Flip and you're playing against full item Jace, Ziggs, I don't care if you have 3 smites. If they time it well enough, they will just take the Elder away from you and win the game. So I do feel like Homolife Esports are on a little bit of a timer, not in the fact that they will lose eventually, just that they need to do something.
Yeah.
They can't just sit here and get Baron and say, okay, we did the thing. Like, you need to take the Nexus down.
It's hard, though, with the wave clear for DRX, you know, to actually push really far with this, because Ziggs can clear even Baron-empowered minions so fast. So with no inhibitors, it's not like these waves are really going to be able to actually do too much. Like, they don't live long enough. As you can see here, just gone. They already pushed top out, they pushed bottom out, group for mid. Sundisk turret, yeah, cool story. We're going to clear this before you can actually get on top of this inhibitor. Duckdom just tosses out his abilities on rotation here. And Homolife they don't want to engage super hard here past this turret, so they have to wait.
He's hitting champions, though. He's not really clearing the waves, so Homolife Esports just going to push forward. There's the Nature's Grasp. No crown and a low health lure. It looks like DRX do want to make a stand on this inhibitor. Duro getting pretty low. He has to flash away. They take out Sponge as well. Guwon is going in. 2 kills for the Xayah already. And it looks like Homolife Esports may have finally broken the back of the DRX base, as it is going to be the miss onto Satab, but I don't think Satab's really your win condition at this point in time. They will take him out with one more auto. They're not going to get that auto, but I think they have done enough. Homolife Esports will take down game number 3.
They look so happy as well. Tough series for this roster, but they're able to do it in one final Baron push. You were talking about, okay, are they doing it? The wave clear's an issue, but they just group up in mid. They don't mess around with those side lanes. They're moving in S5, and once the Nature's Grasp is out, that's the go sign, as we will have to vote for POG.
Lots of hugs being thrown around. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge win for them, really pushing their chances the second up quite substantially, almost guaranteed.
I kind of want to vote for Guwon. I don't know. Roamer had a big game.
For Roamer.
Yeah.
But I think
let's
Guwon's a good
split
vote.
it up. I'm going to go for jungle.
Yeah. I'm down for that. I think that's a good vote.
And whoever wins will be happy with either, I think. Roamer with kind of an insane Azir game. The Ziggs, obviously huge damage. I mean, it's poke, bot, Ziggs. Duckdom did about as much as he could, but eventually Homolife Esports Baron and push potential. I really like that last push. Like they didn't really mess around with it. Even Lure taking like 3 Ziggs Qs to the face, they're still like, no, we win this. If we just push, if we just engage and find it, we win.
Once they were able to get the Nature's Grasp out by threatening that turret really hard and actually just grouping completely, that was, I think, the turning point. And they knew too, like, I don't want this game to go any longer. Let's win it right here. We have the tools. We have the engage. And the cool thing is with the lead that they amassed, I think even if they messed up the engage and got wiped there, they still aren't out of the game. Like, it's really bad for them, but it's also really bad for them if they just don't get an inhibitor and just let the game continue.
Yeah.
So I think it was a good call. It was not like a, if we lose this, the game is over. It's probably not great, but, you know, I think it was a safe option, and it was a wise decision.
Yeah, and they had a big chance to win it on that push, which they did. And like you're mentioning, you know, the only objective that's up is a single Mountain Drake, I think.
It was like maybe 2.5 minutes away, no Baron, because
So
DRX took the...
you're not losing a lot.
Yeah, DRX took the Drake after the Baron fight, and then... So there was really nothing up, and I mean, yeah, DRX would have picked up a bunch of gold of the turrets that were standing on the map, but like everyone's pretty much full build at this point anyways. So you either win the game outright, or you get another chance on Elder. So, or actually Mountain Soul, because that was 3 Drakes apiece, wildly enough. Crazy game, very fun.
That was a
great
great
start to our
We saw
day.
the draft, and we were like, this is going to be a good one. We were like excited right from the draft, and then we were right. And Roamer's going to pick it up. Congratulations, definitely deserves a huge Azir game. Kind of started off really slow. We were worried about him after game 1. And even game 2 wasn't the greatest, but got across the line, and then give him enough time, and he'll scale up to his Azir game number 3.
Yeah, 34% of his team's damage. Obviously, Duckdom, you know, doing the most damage in the game, but doesn't matter. He did so much. His damage was way more impactful than the Ziggs poke in these last few fights, and his kill participation being almost 96% or 95.5% here, rounding up to 96, is pretty insane when you consider how long that game was for the Azir to be relevant the whole time, always in every single fight.
Yeah. So guys, we still have the 9-game day possibility because our first series went to 3. So 3 out of 9 so far. And we already had a great series. I feel like we already got a lot out of today's games here, out of today's Challenger Day. And hopefully we get even more great games here. So we will have the interview with not the players, but Valdez and Wolf.
So, Valdez, what's your favorite pizza topping?
I'm pretty simple. It's pepperoni.
All right, that was the correct answer.
I like chicken topping as well, like the meat on pizza, but it just means you're eating less pizza most of the time, more chicken. It's definitely healthier, but I like barbecue chicken pizza, buffalo chicken pizza's up there. Big fan.
So, when you have barbecue pizza, do you like barbecue sauce instead of tomato sauce? A lot of pizzas do that, or are you kind of like it has to be tomato sauce?
That's why it's barbecue chicken pizza.
Well, I mean, the chicken could be just barbecued.
On tomato?
Yeah.
I guess it's okay. Actually, I think I probably have had that at some point, and I was like, they said this was barbecue, but it's not really. It doesn't really feel like true barbecue. I mean, the chicken's barbecue.
Yeah, all right, just wanted to ask.
It's all right. How was the big move? So I moved, Brennan Valdez stream watchers may have noticed I'm not streaming because, you know, got to set up the entire new house, and it's been very stressful, but we've gotten through it even during the middle of an LCK week, and the new house is glorious. Thank you for asking, Gatoran, and hoping to stream next week.
Yeah, I'm not moving. I'm staying where I'm at.
For how many years?
I don't know.
1 or 2?
I've got at least another year left before I decide, so I'm hanging out. I like my house.
Thank you, Erky Timbers. Happy birthday, Wolf.
Sure. So our next series is going to be the T1 series. We'll have a lot to talk about there, but I know all the T1 fans are waiting, getting excited, but you guys are going to have to take a little bit of a break. A little bit of a break, a little bit of a, you know, I'd say what, 35-minute break maybe? Something like that before we jump into the next series.
But we still have like 4 minutes of C4.
No, I'm just letting the chat know, like, everyone's like, is it T1 time now? And not yet, actually. We still have a little ways to go.
Can we get an official stance on pineapple on pizza? Pineapple's fine. I don't
No.
I don't seek it out, but if it's there, I'm not gonna be like, ew, gross. I'm just gonna be like, okay.
I am gonna be like,
Sure.
ew, gross. I don't want that on
I mean,
my
you
pizza.
don't like fruit, so
Yeah.
why would you like pineapple?
Just don't like pineapple on my pizza. I think it's really weird and bizarre.
It's just sweet and salty. It's like it's a basis of what Koreans enjoy in food very often.
Everyone knows I'm based. It's fine. Look, I don't like fruit, but I can respect what things that normally have fruit are, like what kind of combinations are good with fruit and which ones are not. And pizza and fruit, that's weird. Even though I don't like fruit. If I did like fruit, I don't think I'd like it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't go around putting apple on the pizza or like orange. That would be weird. But pineapple, it's kind of got this ability with its very specific texture where it's like kind of citrusy, but it's not like in your face that it's fine, I would say.
So what do I say about the allegations you don't cast on Nights of the Full Moon? I actually, in fact, do. I love casting on Nights of the Full Moon because it's a really nice ride home. The moon is like right above my house usually after the LCK night. It's a really nice little view. Get to see a little bit more of the city at night with the light of the moon. I like it.
I've had apple on pizza before with goat cheese and walnut and bacon. Okay, now I think we've gone a little bit too far.
I once had a fish pizza in Sweden. Somebody was like, "Hey, we got fish pizza," and I was like, "I don't
Was
even
it
know."
the surströmming thing, the rotten whatever,
No,
the
I don't-
fermented?
No, it wasn't anything
Okay.
like that. It was like, I don't know, it was like salmon or something, but it was cooked. Like it was like grilled
Well, that
fish
sounds good.
on a pizza. And everyone around was like, "That's gross." And then I looked at it and it looked pretty good and I ate it and it was good.
Why is it gross? It's just meat on pizza. It's just fish.
I really liked it. Chicken pizza also
it's
good, like we
fine.
talked about
Yeah.
earlier.
Banana pizza? Okay, that's okay.
No.
That's
Nope,
banned.
nope.
Anchovy, you're a fan of.
I like anchovies, yeah.
Have
Anchovies
you
are
had
amazing.
artichoke pizza?
It's all right. It's not my favorite,
He hasn't
but-
had it in New York City then. Banana peppers, it's fine.
That's not too bad. That's not too weird. No Chicago. New York all the way.
Yeah.
I tried to get into Chicago,
Chicago
pizza.
pizza
I wanted to
isn't
be.
really
I wanted to be
pizza.
like, oh yeah, I can like this. I can get down with this. But I honestly, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Chicken taco pizza. Taco pizza, actually, they have it at a local place here. Well, my old local place.
Taco pizza is not for me.
Who's the best caster outside of LCK? There's only one correct answer. Rhymes with Cowers. Oh yeah, Bowser. He's great. He's a great caster.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bowser. I watch him all the time. Actually, he's very inspirational for me. He casts those fireballs and stuff. Always taking out Mario. It's really good.
Super Mario RPG is pretty good caster there. Pizza on tortillas. What do you think about that? It's kind of a no-go for me. It's very common in
It's
Korea
fine.
to just make pizza with a tortilla. Too
It's
thin.
just a different thing entirely.
I just don't think it's
not
really a pizza. Yeah.
It's just a tortilla pizza.
I don't
They
like.
can call it a pizza, but it's not really a pizza.
Yeah, I don't really like it.
My grandma used to make English muffin pizza. You know English
Oh
muffins?
yeah. No, that's actually fine. I mean, it's not really pizza either, but
It's
actually
not pizza, but
pretty
it's got
good.
pizza toppings on the thing,
Yeah.
and you like put it in the oven, and
It's like bagel bites.
yeah, it's
Except
just big
better.
bagel bites.
Yeah.
You get that thick mozzarella on top.
When I was
Very
a
good.
kid, I loved bagel bites, but revisiting as an adult, not as good as I remembered.
Yeah, it's just really easy. You know, you just put them in the microwave. It's
What about those Hot Pocket pizza things, the little mini pizza bites? Is it called pizza bites? What do you think about those?
I never really had those.
Sounds like it was really good, but looking at it now again as an adult, I'm like, that sounds like a heart attack in
Yeah.
a small pocket
No,
form.
I mean it is. You're not eating pizza rolls out of the freezer to be healthy, right?
But it was pretty good back then when I ate it when I was like a teenager.
Mm-hmm. Pizza rolls are good until you read the back of the package. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like
Just
wake up the
don't-
next day and you're like,
Ooh. Maybe we're just old now. Back in the day, I could eat those and not feel anything. I'd just be like, oh, okay, I'm full now. And then wake up the next day feeling just fine. But I was exercising a lot more back then. And I wasn't 30 years old, so times change.
Bitcoin pizza. What do you think about that?
The first pizza that was bought with Bitcoin went for something like $100 million in current Bitcoin money, or something like that.
Yeah.
Acorn and Bubbling just swapped positions. Wow.
What?
What? Are you serious? Wait, what?
Can
Why
we
did
get
they
a
do
source
that?
on that? Can we get a
Is it because Acorn
source
got
on that?
COVID, or Acorn now CL coach? DK just tweeted that. Are you sure it's not just for the week, or like? Anyway, guys,
We'll find out.
I'm gonna
during
leave
the
you on
break.
that cliffhanger. Now we have to stop comments, so we'll see you after about a 30-minute break.
빠진 것 같은데? 기분 탓인가? 바뀌었죠?
역시 원딜이네.
왜?
원딜 원래 그런 거 잘하잖아.
예민하지 우리는 아무래도. 근데 모니터도 좀 바뀐 것 같은데? 바뀌었어요. 내가 이 모니터에 적응을 해버린 거.
아, 이게 원딜러에 가면 다 찍은 거였네. 딱 찍혔다 민정이.
아니 이거 약간 그게 달라졌어.
한판 더.
한판만 더 하자 할게요.
이번에 원딜.
원딜. 너 뭐 할 건데 원딜?
아, 투타 할게 투타.
아펠 할게 아펠.
오케이.
야 무슨 느낌으로 해줘? 볼 느낌으로 해줘? 태연 느낌으로 해줘?
태우 느낌으로 해줘.
태연 느낌? 나 박을게.
불 느낌은 뭔데?
박을게. 어때?
와,
아펠리오스.
아쉬운데.
이거 아쉬운데.
아이씨,
되겠냐고 그게.
안 돼?
안 되네. 아니 세팅하는 거 노는 거야. 빨리 키워 나와. 연습이에요 이거. 어? 나 빨리. 너 촬영해야 한다고.
아, 진짜. 아, 맞네.
야 서포터는 안 돼. 리겜. 아, 내가 이제 좀 잘하는 거 같긴 한데.
촬영가 한번 시험을 주는 거지. 제가 근데 뭐 야소요네 바르긴 했어요.
약간 목소리 이렇게 잼민이 같은데.
잼민이긴 해.
엔젤 빠르긴 했지.
뭐하냐? 야, 니 1대1 들어와. 개패줄게.
아, 그리고 있다. 먹어야지.
들립니다. 들려요? 네. 하이하이.
안녕. 개돌리.
상대는 다먹에 일본 헨리 형님이다. 조심해야 된다.
파이팅.
긴장하고 갑시다.
나각 좋아. 각 개좋아. 나 갈게. 얘네 누울 거야. 네, 카이사 볼 거야. 카이사 볼게, 카이사. 나 1대5대.
이거 브라운 봐야 돼.
아칸 노플이야, 아칸 노플이야.
브라운. 비에고.
비에고.
그렇지,
민성이 형 봐줄게. 나 민성이 형
그렇지,
봐줄게.
노플.
간주.
그렇지, 노플이야, 그렇지, 노플. 집 갔다가 전력 먹고 미드와터 먹자.
나갈 수 있어.
이제 싸워도 될 듯?
여기서 싸운다, 일대돌이.
카이사 이거
그냥 맞짱 까자. 5명 다 있어, 여기. 크랑텐 텔로 온다. 크랑텐 텔로 온다.
카이사 있다 이거.
야, 시공으로 해서 천천히 뵐게. 나 플래시 있어.
파이팅.
여기. 크란테.
나 그냥 카이사 볼게. 카이사 잡아줘. 미드 라인 안 깎이게 할 수 있나?
미드.
미드 지금 끝날 것 같은데, 이제.
네.
마무리 지으면 팀 플러스 기합니다.
하면 되지. 이런 실력 별로
내일 할 수도 잡히게 내일 할 수도 있겠다.
내린 듯.
내일 할 듯.
한 번 써요? 한 번 써? 갈게요. 저희는 와우. 위치. 해줄게. 스킬에는 진정이 없어.
걔는 내가 할게.
아래로 라인으로 빼. 바로 떴다? 여기 가져. 볼수 있어? 빼는 거 맞아. 랩부터. 빨리 왔어.
해봐. 위에 거 다 보자. 해봐. 좋아.
야, 캐리. 나이스.
야, 영차.
그냥 천천히. 다시. 보던가.
야, 정면에 없긴 해, 얘들아.
쪽 보자. 에이, 높을. 잡을만해. 잡았다. 장로.
한번 쳐보자, 우리.
장로 킬이야, 내가.
앞으로 들어가서 해야 돼.
야, 레이플 있다. 레이플 있지.
야, 괜찮아.
야, 들이대주고.
오케이.
야, 오공 막아줘.
막아볼게.
야, 오공 막아줘. 먹게.
야, 오공 맞아.
야, 싸워.
맞아.
좋아. 야, 미리. 야,
야, 카이사 맞아, 미드가. 카이사 맞게 해봐. 카이사 맞게.
파이 있어? 나 만화가 없다. 기대, 안 끝났어. 얘들아, 천천히.
끝났어. 미드 밀어.
나 피 없다. 끝내자.
미드 밀어. 끝났어.
끝내보자.
미드 밀어.
파. 다 치고 끝나. 끝났네. 파.
이거 너무 깊이 빨려 들어가는 그림 아닌가요?
아 모험도 잡혀요. 모험도 잡혀요.
아니 끝까지 뭐 할 수 있나요? 그래도 불이 컨디션은 괜찮은데
네.
불의 컨디션, 불의 컨디션,
불.
그리고 1, 2만 한번 잘 들어갔거든요.
네.
아 근데 이걸 아쉬워요 좀 더. 이게 이겨주면 너무 아쉬워.
근데 영역이요.
기껏 제스.
자 그 와중에 일단은
아니 이거
본진 쪽에서는 렌트리 막아주고 있고 2차 나갑니다.
예,
자 본진 쪽 여기.
갑자기 이거
끝내 이거 끝내고 있다. 끝내고
아니
있다.
근데 이게
아니
소천사도 있는데 이게
소천사도 있고.
소천사도 못
그리고 상대는
아니
야 아니
잠깐만요.
자 어디가 먼저?
어디가
어디가 먼저? 넥서스 어디? 야!
어떻게 뭐 되나요?
자 일단 드래곤 잡았고 일단 폭상합니다.
나는 반피.
먹고 빠지자. 점프.
더블이
2,000, 1,500. 자 먹었어요. 그럼 2,000. 근데 2,000. 자 기가 튕겨냅니다. 와 DRX.
또 막혀는
디테일.
이게 뭔데?
근데 라인이 안 풀렸어요. 자 뒤에 돕니다.
뒤에서 사신이
옵니다. 사신이 옵니다.
각격이 또 펼쳐지고 있는데 카이사는 발사하다 죽는 게 한두 번이 아니라 모른다.
이게 무슨 소리예요?
루어신. 내가 좀 들은 거 맞거든요. 레넥톤이 영호 형이었다가 나름 영호 3 정도 돼서
여기 한번 불리는데요. 싸움.
근데
들어갑니다.
아이 잭스. 와! 가지가 말이에요.
올라갑니다. 쭉쭉 올라갑니다.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger League. We're here live at the WDG Esports Studio as this is going to be an interesting second match we have for you guys. It's T1 versus Live Sandbox, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And we had a little floating black square to get us a little bit more hype as we go into this one.
I was just bugging a little bit. My AI's been a little bit.
He's been a little
I
bit
need a new
wonky.
patch, yeah.
I'm looking forward to this one. I think it could be. Well, I was going to say this would be our closest series of the day, but actually the previous series might just take the cake with how close that third game was after a back and forth, 2 one-sided games, game 1 and 2. This series, I expect the level of play to drop just a little bit. These teams are both not going to playoffs, so it is, just going to be a battle for standings and for fun.
Fun!
That's what I want in my challengers.
League
fun.
of Legends. So do we get to see Aatrox here in this match?
I hope so, because we didn't see him at all in the last one, like even a little bit. Turns out Aatrox's kit didn't change, just his wave clear, Not really feeling great about that.
That's very important.
It is, but I don't know if what he does as a champion necessarily going to impact things. I was kind of like, I think we're going to see him because people are going to, it's Korea, so oftentimes there's one small buff and they're like, he's broken now. We have to play him every time.
True.
And that might still happen in LCK, but so far in Challengers, he has been absent. Maybe it's just because he's still Aatrox at the end of the day, has some pretty clear weaknesses. Not wave clear as much, but...
Yeah. Well, into Jax, I think Jax can definitely do a number, and maybe if that's hanging, they just don't want to pick it up, and then we see a lot of Renekton picks, and then they're like, I don't really want to play Aatrox into that either, so we're just like, maybe not. With the rest of the pool, just very good against the Aatrox, they're just not really touching it just yet. But it could be that we have it here in the second series, because we had some decent drafting in the first one. I say decent because there were some holes here and there, but we got across the line at the end of the day. And Live Sandbox versus T1, I don't think that's going to quite have the same.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to cross the line this time. But
very far behind the line.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
So we have some exciting news in this series, but we'll keep it a secret for as long as we can. This one's going to be a very fun one. I think that when you consider how Live Sandbox have been playing recently, I would actually give them the edge, even though we did see T1 2-0 Guangdong Freaks. That was their last match. They did look good there. But I think Live Sandbox still the stronger team. Not strongest, but of the two, the strongest. As over here, standard lineup, no crazy subs or anything like that.
Yeah, Crazy not playing in this one, as DRX got a thing that says basically, thank you for cheering for us all season long.
Yeah,
and
throughout the year.
For all the year. Whoa!
Bring it back. Do it again. Yeah, everyone's got a nice message here for all the fans who've been cheering for them. I really like that, considering it's their last stage match of the season.
Yeah, basically just a lot of, pretty straightforward simple stuff. Like, playing base one is like the cool kids.
Thanks for being with us, the cool kids, this summer.
Yeah.
Pretty cool to see this. This is like the new meta in Korean esports for the players to actually hold signs up to the camera when they come on screen.
I like it. Also for the fans to hold the fan signs. What are the fan signs that the players hold?
I mean, sometimes the players
signs?
give the fans the signs. Sometimes the team writes them for them. Sometimes they write them themselves. It just depends on the scenario. In this case, it looked like maybe it was written by the org.
I was saying, what are the signs that the pros hold? What are they called? They're not called fan signs.
Yeah,
pro signs?
We came up with a term for it, but I can't remember what we were calling them. There is a term for it in Korean, though, and maybe Yundo will write it, because I think we had this exact scenario happen last time, but Poby's in! That's my man Poby, he's back in Challengers! He's down there! That's not nice!
Some games.
Does that mean Faker's playing in LCK this week? Is that what it means? That's generally what it means.
What does it mean? What did T1 mean by this?
I think they mean that Faker's coming back.
What if Nice plays in LCK? I mean, it is possible.
What if Sky plays in LCK? No, I think it's very likely that it's
what if
either
Fly
Poby
descends from his mountain and he takes the mantle. He's like, I'll take it from here.
I think it is very likely that it will be either Poby or Faker playing in LCK this week, but usually when an LCK player shows up in Challengers, it means their counterpart will be playing in LCK that week. That's generally what it means.
I think Poby will be happy to be out of the spotlight here for a little bit. To say, okay, I did my part, but that was a bit too much for me. I'm back down in Challengers. I'll take my time now to power up into the future.
Let's take a look at this top matchup, DRX versus Dahl. Notice the overlap in champion pool with the Jax and the
Sante, pretty common picks right now in this meta, but Daihuk not really playing the Renekton all too much, so definitely one that could stand out for us, as the Gwen has been kind of the answer we've seen to K'Sante for him. Played it 4 times this season. See if it ends up working out, or if they end up playing it again, because it has some clear weaknesses, especially with the prevalence of champions like Maokai right now in this meta.
How good is Poby going to be today? Do you think after kind of taking a beating in LCK, he comes back, he's leveled up? It's like the opposite of the challengers level up.
I actually think he probably plays well, right? Like, I think he probably learned a lot. The way he looks at the game is going to be a little bit different, and, you know, he's going to have, in a lot of ways, the weight of all that pressure gone, and he's going to play against a weaker mid laner in Guti than what you're going to find in the LCK, so I think he's going to look good. I feel good about it.
Yeah, me too. Well, let's see how this draft is going to go. So far looking very similar to what we saw in the first series. Nothing too crazy just yet. Although I'm not holding my breath on not seeing some crazy stuff. I do want to see the Aatrox, but we might just not get it today. Just might not happen. Xayah ban.
Xayah, they're really targeting Smash here quite a bit, and might also indicate they want to play a dive style similar to what we saw in our previous series. Rel going to be gone, so let's see if it's going to be Renekton or Jax first pick like we've been seeing. Ooh, Vi. Going to prioritize that instead, and
Vincenzo.
Feels like a Maokai Jace angle. Poby, we know how much he likes his Jace. We know how much T1 loves Maokai Jace comps in general, whether Poby is playing or not. I'll pick the Renekton here instead. Could definitely still go for the Maokai, but all right, we're not doing that. It's just not happening. Nico suddenly, in the last series, completely absent. This series, high priority.
Okay. Well, I do think this is more correct. And Nico in the jungle alongside a Renekton is a fantastic duo. I mean, Renekton is such a strong lane to gank for, and yeah, there is a lot of stuff you can pick up in the top side, like maybe he just plays K'Sante and he's like, yeah, try to gank me now, haha. But let's see, because the Ahri left available, Ahri Vi is going to be the choice here for the Sandbox. Do they pick their top laner here, or with the cut-off Xayah, do they aim to target the bottom lane?
I'd say if you want to get Jax, better grab it now. That's what they're going to do. So sad, because if we actually see the AD carry here, then maybe Jax gets banned away, then we go down to that Aatrox. But no, not going to happen.
I think Jax is a little bit more susceptible to Nico ganks, but obviously has a stronger side lane as the game goes along.
What if it's Nico mid?
Could be.
It is Nico mid.
It is
apparently.
Nico mid.
Could have definitely not
also
been.
Strong.
Yeah, Nico pretty good into Ahri in the early game as well, as long as you don't end up taking too many bad trades with Electrocute. The Viego, very strong for a comp where you're kind of trying to set up for picks with the Nico engage. Renekton gets on top of somebody, and when they're diving on you, they're coming at your Nico. It's pretty easy to then blow up the Ahri or the Vi and get that reset for the Viego and then play the team fight out front to back. So I do like the comp. Rakan gone. There's not a ton of 80 carries left here. See what Live Sandbox want to target since T1 have picked priority.
Can cut off more of Smash's picks, like the Varus. What else? Do you think they ban a Draven in any world? Draven doesn't, it feels like it's fallen off in a big way, but Smash definitely picks that up from time to time.
I feel like Draven's pretty good for the Sandbox's comp too, because they have such a aggressive front line and dive. So maybe not going to ban that one. I don't think T1 will either. Alistar going to be banned away. Rel's gone too, so Plan B thinned out a little bit here in terms of what he's going to be able to play. The Nautilus is still open.
By the way, Live Sandbox, they have lost the last 5 series, but the last 6 series they have played in, all 2-1s.
Yeah.
The 9-game dream alive.
Ashe gone here. The Nautilus pretty safe. Works with pretty much anything. And so they can react now to what Live Sandbox is going to pick up here. Might just be an Aphelios for T1, honestly. I mean, it's not exciting, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. So not the Draven, but the Lucian. Similar idea here for Live Sandbox. Lots of burst and up in front damage.
Kind of need, well, that's okay.
Engage Braum. Braum's pretty terrible into Nico.
What? Why are they picking Braum?
We do not love the Braum here.
What? What? Wolf, where am I?
I don't really like this pick. Gonna be honest with you guys. I think we're maybe being a little bit too honest, but
I mean, the Ezreal last pick is, it's like throwing Live Sandbox a bone. They're like, here, we'll give you one champ that the Braum is kind of okay into.
yeah. I would
Lucian
have
does apply Braum passive, yes.
I would have rather seen
True.
an Aphelios here for T1, but
Yeah.
especially considering Smash's playstyle. But I still overall like their draft a lot more because it's Braum and Lucian. Feels like it has a timer on what its usefulness is going to be, and you have to win this game so hard as Live Sandbox in the early game, and then just never make a mistake, never get Nico engaged on. Uh-oh, its challenger's probably going to happen. Ezreal, if he ends up getting 2 kills in the mid game and starting to fly off the handle, later game range problem here for Live Sandbox is pretty big, pretty significant. And Ezreal is like, oh, Vi ulting on me? I'll just arcane shift back to the rest of my team and split your team in half by getting engaged on.
Yeah, I mean, at least Lucian Braum can have some lane dominance, but if they are not crushing lane, I don't want to see it. Also, why pick Braum if you're trying to crush lane?
I mean, you can still play Nami, it's still viable. You could play Lucian Yumi. Lucian Yumi is a thing. Like, not Braum. Just don't do Braum here. Play Leona. It's okay. Like, Leona's fine. Actually, really good for this comp. Don't do Braum.
Yeah, Leona would have been nice. Really like the Leona. But anyway, we are getting ready for this one. We knew that the draft was going to bring some surprises, and a lot of our lower teams,
Lucian Taric.
they really do struggle in the second half of draft. Like the first half, I'm like, okay, sure. Second half, it's like, what happened? But
yeah, when there's a lot of
yeah.
bans, the teams kind of do stumble a little bit.
maybe just drafting more for comfort. Not 100% sure. All right.
Alrighty then. Okay
All
then.
right. Okay.
Scorch online here for Poby.
He Plan B also went bone plating unflinching, so not going to be very tanky as the game comes along. Thankfully, he's got a door. About to go for the same thing. Saw the Scorch here for Poby.
Checking to see what he locks first. I betting it's the Q. Well, it's not. Obviously, it's going to be Q. But
well, at level 1, you want to hold and wait.
I know.
He's gonna max it, and we're gonna be sad.
I just, you know, the observers clicked on it, so I was like, they were curious too, just in case he didn't go Q first. But he's gonna wait because you never know what's gonna happen until those minions clash, and you can lock in your Q and put that harass on. But Braum, Lucian, I'd like to zoom in on that a little bit down here because yeah, there's the first Q. Ezreal, he pokes, okay? He pokes, the Nihilus engages, and Braum getting concussive to hit, like you can proc that as Lucian, as you were mentioning, but will you? Not without help.
Yeah,
Vincenzo,
I mean,
I'm looking at you.
it is challengers, so I could see a world where like Bout engages. I feel like you're never engaging. Like as Bout, you're just kind of sitting there. You're like, okay, let's get through this lane. Let's chill out. And because if he engages, he's gonna get stunned immediately. And at least he has aftershock, but like you have Ezreal, right? Unless you do some significant poking first and you get that Lucian blow or something. I don't think you're ever really trying to force 2v2 trades and like trying to go in on this one as the T1 bot lane, but it's challengers, baby. You never know.
Yeah, and as you can see here, they, as you say, after level 1, will not be engaging. They will just sit under turrets, so some early prio here, bottom side. Top side, Dahl getting pushed in by the Jax a little bit. A lot of resources here for both teams in mid, but Poby getting the better of that, because that's what Nico early game is like into Ahri, unless you end up getting electrocute procced multiple times, like we were talking about earlier in the draft. So that's not happening at the moment. Dahl actually going to get a nice little slice and dice here, trading health
Guess
like
what
that.
he's gonna do. Dahyat is going to get the slow push into the turret.
Is he going to proxy?
Do you know what comes next?
Is he going to proxy about this? I think he's going to proxy.
Val poked for some reason. Don't do that. It actually ended up okay. Okay. It actually ends up really nice. Gets the double root in here. The Q going to land on a smash now, though. So with stun being held up, and with Forest here, they're just going to let that one go.
Yeah, I think that's why they decided, okay, we can push this out because Forest's here, force it back. And they were able to get the cleanse as well. Will be at the cost of Bout's flash, so we'll keep an eye on that if that ends up being relevant later. As Plan B wants to stick around, try to hold this wave so that when Diablo gets back, he won't be sad, as he does have a coal buy. That's why he, or that's one of the things you can do when you back like this, is at least to get something out of it. Not going to be too significant, though, for a matchup. You want to be trying to push advantages in early. And, I mean, is this the end of the world that they picked the Braum here? No. But were there better options? Yes.
Yeah.
And I think we're kind of hung up on it a little bit because, you know, we're kind of perfectionists over here. Like, we cast the LCK. We
just expect a lot.
Yeah, we expect a lot of these players in these drafts, and sometimes it doesn't happen. So let's see with what we've been dealt here. What's going to happen is Vincenzo?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get the big one. And then he's going to back away as over the wall comes Bout. The root comes in. Goody in a lot of trouble. Flash auto gets the job done. Feels like maybe even the Ignite would have gotten it. But Poby is going to pick up first blood with the help of his brother Bout.
You know, Flash for first blood rather than getting the assist. I think you'll take that in this matchup. You already got the Flash out of the Ahri anyways, so it feels like a pretty nice win here. It's not like the Ahri is going to be abusing the fact that you're down Flash here, as Bout just unseen, no vision here whatsoever, no coverage for Guti. X-Flash, and he goes, root, hook. That was actually really clean. Follow-up flash for Poby. And yeah, I mean, the LCK trained this player up, but it's really not a Poby play, it was a Bout play, but at least he was able to secure the kill.
Got him. Duped, scammed, outplayed.
I'm always shocked that this happens, but it does happen.
See?
Yeah. He's got level 6 now, and
Alva! There it is.
Guti has to be careful about potentially getting 100 to 0'd, or in this case, like 65 to 0'd, since he took all of that damage from the initial root. He was chugging through those corrupting pots quickly. As T1 will be able to get the first Drake. So,
what do you think corrupting pot tastes like? Oh, Dahl's going to go in on this one. He's going to ruin my talking point as he maybe gets a kill into Dahyuk, but a little bit too close to the turret with flash available.
I think it probably tastes like an energy drink. That's kind of how I imagine it, like a little bit sweet.
Energy drinks are kind of corrupted, aren't they?
Yeah. You know what you're getting yourself into. Like,
yeah.
It's a temporary gain you're gonna get, but you know, you're gonna after it wears off, you're gonna be like,
If that root landed, Goody dies.
Yeah, 100%.
So
Close call.
He's playing with fire here.
I mean, look at how much, like, Poby, he's playing a pretty favorable matchup, but I mean, look at how much pressure he's put on here with Forest's help, and they're going to continue that.
Poby's going in. He's looking for this one. Lands the double root, sets up the play, immediately gets turned on and dies. As now, Forest trying to lead the charge here. He's going to go down. That's 2 kills now to the side of Liv Sandbox, as this fight was not executed very nicely, and the Braum is actually getting a lot of value in a fight like this, where 1 by 1, the players are going down here. Smash trying to go into 3 people with Diablo at full health. That's not a good idea. Liv Sandbox pick up 3 kills.
Yeah, well, this all starts off here with Forest, you know, contesting with this Scuttle, and then Poby decides, okay, we have 2 people here, gets the root, follows up, so it's a lot of damage he thinks he has to actually win this fight instantly, but you're fighting into early game Lucian Braum and Ahri, who has ultimate as well. It's not really the play, unfortunately, to hard commit there, and we were giving Poby so much credit for his laning phase, of course with Forest's help, but it's backfired quite significantly. Now, T1, this is not the end of the world because it's still a massive advantage for Poby in the mid lane, but the Lucian got relevant, which is kind of the worst thing that could happen for T1 against this comp.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's really rough. I mean, I think it's not really like a Kobe issue. Like, yeah, he is the first one who died, and he did get isolated by the Braum. But, like, he's Nico. He's setting up the play. And then the follow-up from the team was like, oh, yeah, we'll just come in slowly. Like, it was not crisp at all. Like, if you're going to make a play like that, he needs some back on this. Now we do have a follow-up here. Big root onto that front line as the Vi is going to go down. This time it's Dihug getting low, and he will be on the run as T1 will secure the objective. And, you know, very nice turn from them.
Without the Pop Blossom available, they do it. So Kobe still had that one on cooldown. It's coming back up now. And it's just a one fight here. We'll see how this all broke out as Kobe and Bout have control here, and they are going to be able to avoid the Braum and actually get the engage off here onto the Vi. As Dahlia Counter-Strike this ends up eating the True Shot Rush. So they win this without Pop Blossom and without Ezreal. So pretty huge win for T1. And that's a lot of money that's going to be back now in their pockets. They take a huge gold lead. Renekton picking up some plate gold. And it's challenges, baby. We're swinging it right back.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, you can get a small lead, but if you don't... We all know this. Like, we've all played League of Legends to some extent. You can be very far ahead, and if somebody goes in alone, or if the fight is not crisp, or if somebody gets blown up immediately and makes it 4v5, everything changes. And in the LCK, it's really clean, right? Generally, you're not going to see that happen. If it does happen, it's generally like a really good play set up by the team that's losing. But in Challengers, this often happens where it's like, okay, the fight's not going to be clean. Somebody's going to go in first. Somebody's going to be way too far forward. We've already seen it a couple of times. And, you know, just as T1 won the last fight, maybe Live Sandbox take the next one. You never know. It's Challengers, baby.
With all of the gold that's been spread around T1 in this fight, like, it's not going to really make them explode here in this mid game. It's not like, okay, Nico now has 3 kills and she's just super fed and she's going to do way more damage, so...
Did you say 12.14 again?
No, what?
Oh, I thought Zormi was memeing it.
No.
I didn't hear you say it.
No.
Sorry.
Anyway.
So
I do think that the game state is still pretty good here for Live Sandbox because Lucian's still relevant and he's got an Ahri and a Vi. But the setup has to be better, right? Like, the execution, as we always say, the execution. It's
the execution.
Execution.
It all comes down to execution.
Yeah. Crazy to less Lee Sin being played, you know, as a result of that, man. He's got that execute damage. Where's Pike? You know, where's the execution?
Where is Pike? Who are these champions?
Ah,
I don't think I'm going to be voice acting Nico anytime soon. But Annie, I got that one down.
Dive topside while this is happening.
Big culling comes in. That's a little bit of a stun there on Smash.
Good flash.
Good way. Here is the follow-up onto the top side. Dahug just waiting, goes in for the counter-strike. Hits both of them. The timing not really crisp on that one, but they get the kill. Stahl will be fed.
So Dahl is, he's having a good time. You know, the Renekton in this range of levels here is pretty strong. Just the Sheen isn't always going to be enough to get the Jax back into a good spot. And with Demolish, he's picking up tons of plate gold here. And, so bottom side play fails. Top side successful. It's Infernal Soul.
Uh-oh.
And that's pretty good for the Ezreal comp. I mean, it's good for both
fiery
comps,
start to this one.
Really easy for Ezreal and Nico to proc that, though. So if that ends up coming to pass, it's going to feel really good. Also, I think the solo Chemtech Dragon, or Hextech Dragon, is going to be more valuable than the solo Cloud in this game, especially for the Nico and the Ezreal. And Herald wasn't even used for that topside play.
Even you didn't expect him to go in on that one, and he did. And it ends up working out. Par is going to pick up that kill. Well deserved, to be honest. That one was kind of tricky. I mean, he was just standing there. He's like, there's no way the Viego goes in on this one. But actually, the follow-up this time from T1 was really nice.
Yeah. So they are picking up plate gold mid, picking up kills. Topside, Dahl has his Gore Drinker now. Didn't even teleport back to lane, caught the wave, has teleport advantage. T1 in a pretty fantastic spot in this game. The kill score makes it look close, but
So far, really not. And the solution was gifted 2 kills in that awkward early game fight, but hasn't been relevant otherwise because T1 are just finding angles to fight without the Lucian being nearby. They're catching the Braum in the jungle. Stuff like that is absolutely how you can find advantages in this early game via just proactive play. Bobby, man, he's back. He's making aggressive calls. The first one, second one, all right. Alrighty.
Again, I still feel like the first play was like, yeah, it was a little bit over-aggressive, but if the team is there and everybody's in on the play with the Pop Blossom, I think it's fine. But the fact that the entirety of Live Sandbox are just like, okay, cool Pop Blossom, now 3 of us are going to turn onto the Nico and nobody's there to help her, like, I don't really, to be honest, I don't really like it.
I think he also just thought he had more damage, but it's early game, so he's like, I got him with the double root and the Pop Blossom, and wait, they didn't take any damage. Like,
and then
wait
they
a
just
second.
turned on me, and then, yeah. There's that too, for sure. What's the gap in skill between LCK and CL in terms of league ranks? Generally, a lot of the Challenger League players are in Challenger, funnily enough. I mean, solo queue is a totally different beast to pro play.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I
can
think
be like a top solo queue player, but not in LCK. That happens all the time.
Did he maybe mean like if you put it in terms of like in terms of league ranks, is it like challengers to masters, or I don't know if that's what he meant. Like
it's probably like high diamond to grandmasters.
Yeah. If you want
Challenger
like,
to master, maybe
something like that. It's a pretty big gap though, honestly. So we're still a ways away. You have to kind of get onto an LCK team and learn how LCK pros play. It's a teleport flank here from Nico.
Nice engage again from Bao. The true shot barrage will be dodged, but Vincenzo has to go forward. He uses free food. In goes Goody, but it's late. And again, the coordination is not there from Live Sandbox. They're trying to fight these fights, but T1 are set up and on the objective, and you're going in 1-by-1.
Yeah, really late join from Guti. Poby gets the flank, but I think they win the fight, frankly, even without him. But he's down to go in as soon as Bout calls. He's got a good engage angle here. As Bout comes in, as Poby is teleporting. And look at the timing, how late the Ahri teleport is. He's not able to deny a teleport or anything like that onto Poby either. And Vincenzo is in no man's land. You can't be there without your team. I mean, Braum getting caught, that's common, right? That's going to happen all the time. You're the support, you have to be in the front. But going in on that, basically 2v5, it felt like wasn't really the way to play it out. I guess you could say 2v4, but a bit messy. And lots of gold, more and more of it just trickling into T1's pockets here.
Yeah, team fight by team fight. And Forest has had some ego games where we're like, okay. And then he's had some Diego games where we're like, whoa,
okay,
this guy's okay.
Yeah,
all right.
There's okay and okay.
Okay. All right, Forest. I see you. And then there's like, okay.
Bout's someone in the chat saying it could be Bout POG angle. I mean, I'm kind of feeling it right now if things continue as they are. He's had a pretty good game. But so is Forrest, so is Dahl. Poby, you know, outside of one blemish, which again, as you mentioned several times, isn't really fully his fault. Has been playing well too. Like T1 just as a whole looked like the much stronger team tonight.
That's the sound. Hitting the second third. It's now Braum. Yeah, in a little bit of trouble. There's the follow-up with the depth charge. Just feels free. He catches Diablo right on the cusp of it, as maybe going a little bit too far. Here's the flank coming in, as the poking from the culling did a big number. Now they are kiting the correct way as the charm coming in, but the rehook is there from the Nautilus. As now Vincenzo a little bit alone. He's got Goody around with him as Forrest just trying desperately to catch them out, but not quite enough as the root comes in from Poby. But now we have a TP. The Jax is flanking them as Smash is just kiting it out so excellently. Will finally pick up that last kill, and Poby, in fact, will get away from the Jax. Dahyuk not able to get any value for his teleport.
Smash trying to Captain Jack his way out of that one as well. That was actually such a sick play from him. And that challenges, baby. Out hands him, hands dipping. And, I mean, T1 go a little bit too deep, but then I love how it's like T1 go too deep, right? And then it's like this escape mission. It's a rescue mission. Like, how many of us can get out alive? It's once again Bao just proving that the Braum, we didn't love it here. T1 don't love it here. They're going to show why.
And then Smash in this fall here when Vincenzo comes down, he gets away from the rest of his team, and he's just constantly putting in damage. He takes out Plan B, and then... No, it did not. Vincenzo loses half of his health by the Smash. Look at this. Bam, autos him down, into the bush, cleanse here preemptively. Kobe doing some additional damage as well, and he is able to take out the Ari just by maximizing damage there. It's a trade of kills. Double KO.
So, in Ezreal, in a very broken down fight, in a challengers level fight, gonna look good even early on, you know? You get a lot of value, many Qs, you're resetting, stuff like that. Sure, fine. You still like the Ezreal in the draft? Not really. I mean, it's fine, there weren't a lot of options.
I love it in fights like this with Viego, you know, and...
If you can avoid anything happening really in the laning phase, then, you know, as the game comes along, it's gonna be nice. And, yeah. I mean, this is... T1 are pretty sufficiently far ahead in this one. You know, it is challengers, but especially in the top lane as well, like Diag has just not been able to get any value, and this Renekton is massive. We haven't even really realized the Renekton value just yet in any team fights. His culling is going to come out. Looks like Smash will go down. Double teleport immediately as we are trying to chase the Lucian here. Forest not going to be able to do that as the stun not even going to land post-mortem. As meanwhile, as Goody is pushing the bottom lane.
All right, this is just a weird game now.
We've gone full challengers.
We have.
It's 8th versus 9th in challengers.
It's 2 80 carries trying to 1v9. It feels like a lot of these moments. As now 4-1 is Diablo. As turns out that if Smash gets caught and gets ulted, there's not much he can do into a Vine here. And he's just dead. Diablo then he's like, oh, I can just flash this. And ranged versus melee, I know who my money's on. As I mentioned, the stun didn't land. He gets out because of it. Kobe not able to find him over the wall. And still pretty good position here for T1, but hey, proactively finding a pick there. Ezreal thinks he's safe in mid because he's Ezreal, but not against Vi.
And imagine if Diablo had a real engaged support, someone that could actually enable the Lucian to hit those extra damage, that extra passive, to actually engage, but instead he's got Braum that's going for Radiant Virtue at the slowest pace physically possible. I don't think... I can't get over it, Wolf. I can't.
It's okay.
I hate the Braum here.
I hate the Braum here too.
I'm the opposite. I don't love it. I hate it.
I hate it too. I don't like it at all.
Well, Dal is in a little bit of trouble, but
I mean,
he respects it.
Yeah, he could have been in trouble, but actually he's totally fine.
Did he max Q? No doubt.
I don't know. Probably.
All right, they got the stun. The engaged Braum is coming out. There's the culling, and now a real engaged support will take over. That's the end of the Lucian. Vincenzo goes in wild. There's a Heartbreaker going on, as now in a little bit of trouble is the Viego. They burst him down. Goody is here. This game is an absolute travesty. Yes, they are going to take a triple kill for Smash. As, you know, bunch of people running at the Ezreal. He's having a great time.
All right, Yundo, show us the Braum skills. Click on that Braum portrait.
Of course he max Q. He's playing with Lucian.
I want to confirm, all right, as Braum
maxing Q
engages onto Bout, and Bout's like, but I am actually real, and I have Radiant Virtue, and then he uses it and turns around, and then Smash is like, hey, wait a minute, a skirmish? I'm Ezreal. The enemy AD carry is dead? You guys can't stop me. No one can stop me. There's no lockdown for this Ezreal.
Sajax just checked on Wall Esports. He maxed Q.
Oh, thank you guys.
Thanks.
Or Sajax, you guy.
What does Braum has to max? Well, generally you want to max E because it halves the cooldown at max rank, and it also reduces a
damage
lot more
reduction.
Damage. Yeah. The Q is like, you know, Braum is a disengaged support mainly, so you kind of want to not just level Q randomly for like a tiny decrease in cooldown and a bit more damage.
It's basically
You're not
like
supposed to be doing damage as support.
You're basically just trying to outdamage the support in the post-game graph, like maxing Q. Like, I did it. Yeah, I did 4,200, did 3,600. It was me, Plan B.
Yeah.
It's okay, but, you know, we don't really like it that much.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of people asking about Poby if he's going to play in LCK. We have no idea, so we're just as much in the dark as you guys.
But I would tell you that, based on patterns, it seems likely that Faker will be playing because Poby is here, but we don't know that for a fact, so...
Yeah, who knows? Maybe Faker isn't feeling ready and Poby plays in the first match, and then Faker plays in the second. Who knows?
But based on interim head coach Tom's interview, he said it's not impossible and not even unlikely for Faker to play in the final of the regular season. So, I don't know. Seems likely Faker's playing. But we don't know. Running fast is dull. Thank you for the scuttle speed.
The real Faker was the friends we made along the way.
True.
Yeah. That's the truth. As always, it's about the journey,
So,
not the destination.
no contest of this Drake. They didn't have any vision. Jack's just like, oh, they're doing it.
Well, they're ulting the Nautilus, though. What did they mean by this? Anyway, that's going to be the end of Plan B. And Vincenzo just on the run.
He should get out.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't even have to flash.
No, I don't think he will,
No.
actually.
Poby's going to catch him. He's got
Yeah.
blast plant. More action, Valdez. More plants, more action.
Yes. No. Here is Smash. Okay, flash over the wall, plant. Can we deny some action? No, Varus is here. Gets on top of him, the Heartbreaker is there, and now he is 5. And now they are Baron.
So, Liv Sandbox decided not to show up for Drake, and then they hard forced to play topside with engaged support Braum. And fortunately, that caused them to lose the fight, and they will get a turret at least. And two turrets at least. Bounty gold at least. But Baron and Dragon, Soul Point for Infernal Soul. They skipped the Cloud Drake. They were like, nah, that's not that good for us. Going Hex Tech and damage only. Yeah, it's not looking very possible to come back in this one. Unfortunately, Liv Sandbox fans, Liv Sandbox youth, having a bit of a puzzling Braum pick, and like we keep going back to it, but it's just so obvious, and the way they're playing to where they're just actually playing him as engaged Braum is the part that makes it the most painful. Where you have to, because if they just tried to play differently and tried to play around Nico and maybe like re-engage with the Braum or try to use him to peel a little bit, it's hard to do that in this comp. But if they tried to do it that way, we'd be like, well, okay, they tried something different, but they're kind of doing the opposite of what he's supposed to do, which is what makes it a bit frustrating.
Braum is normally good into Nautilus. Well, I'm glad that's the case. Said Valdez, dripping with sarcasm. No, it's okay.
This is not normally.
We don't think it was a good pick, but sure. Here is the engage. Huge ult comes in from Poby. They just want to end this. As now the Jax will be TPing, but he will not finish that TP. Actually, he did somehow. Okay, that's going to be him flashing away now as the engage does come in. Bout looking to get a huge knockup, does pull that one off. The Counter-Strike is getting a lot of value. In goes Smash, though. Right after that Counter-Strike is done, he is not afraid of anything. As one more Q just barely going to hit the tail of the Ahri, but that is not going to be enough to actually get that one down. 1E in, the charm is there. He might actually die. Down he goes to the true damage. Because now the rest of the team is left trying to end this game. Root comes in, and that should be the end with the Oba to take out Guti with the Renekton on top. There you go. Down will go the Nexus as T1 will take game 1.
Poby's not messing around. Forrest having a good game. Dahl dominating the Jax. Smash popping off in skirmishes. And Bout just winning out every support battle. It's a pretty tough POG vote, to be honest. T1 just in every role, hard carrying. So it's, if they're all carrying or any of them carrying, I guess not really, but Poby with the final engage here to siege up and end the game. Feels really sad
Definitely
for Smash.
Support voter.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Smash, in this final moment, dying a little bit sadly to the Ahri. Feels like finally at least Guti was able to get his revenge. This is going to be the moment here where he dodges this with the W, gets the heal. Aw, I thought we were going to watch the whole thing. Nah, we're going straight to post game. Look at the Braum Q damage though.
6,400.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, he
Still
did more
below
damage
the
than
Nautilus.
Vi. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, in this game, the Q slows are going to be really helpful to get the Lucian to do things, but I don't know, guys. The problem wasn't the build on the Braum this time, the skilling. It was the Braum in the comp and how they tried to use it. But I think they'll learn.
Yeah, also Live Sandbox, they got that first good play where they kill like 3 members of T1 in the bottom river, but after that, every team fight was like, they're going in 1 by 1. Okay, we've got this Braum, we're gonna hold the door, let's go in, and kind of funneling into that first Rift Herald was a big issue.
Yeah.
And from there, T1 actually rolled with their lead pretty well, so did a very good job in this first game.
I also think that because Live Sandbox kind of donate a lot of those advantages, if we go to a game 2 with a similar draft, we could have a completely different outcome. I hope Live Sandbox will change up their draft going into game 2, but they might not. But it is Challengers. It is a snowball that T1 pulled off here, so you know, I don't think this means we're in for necessarily a one-sided series by any means. Definitely could be the 9 games still possible, so don't count it out just yet. Move that 4 out of 9 with the popcorn into the chat as we're potentially going in.
4 out of 9 games, but also 4 out of 9 Nautilus.
Yeah,
so
true.
We've got that streak going on as well. No other champion has... Actually, maybe Renekton? Has Renekton been played in every game? I think it has.
So, yeah, I think so.
So those are the only 2 right now. And it's Poby. You know, he did hit a lot of nice ults, and wasn't our votes, but sure.
I mean, like I said, it's a tough POG vote because everybody had such a high impact. I voted for Smash. I thought he had some pretty incredible mechanical plays.
Bout actually robbed.
Bout a little bit robbed.
His turns, his ults were so clean. Hit every single hook.
It was, for me, like Bout or Smash. Poby had some pretty good moments as well, though, and he was super decisive the whole game. Hit a lot of roots. Like, he was hitting roots all the time.
Mid 1 diff with ADC and support.
Wow.
I think I know where Yunda voted. Mid. It's okay.
Yeah, no, I thought it was, all 3 are pretty good. I even think that Renekton and Diego, like top and jungle, makes sense as well. He said no. He
said no. This was a, 13 assists. Just helping out the team in the best way possible. That's not what Yunda voted for, okay? He voted for
Poba!
Poba!
I like it.
Yeah.
Poby, I feel like you could definitely feel he is a lot more confident after LCK, which I think is the good outcome to have from what was a fiery few weeks of play for him. You know, he was put into the trials and the tribulations of playing against some of our best mid laners, and it wasn't easy, but I think he definitely has come out of it stronger for it.
Absolutely. Well, guys, that was game 1. We will come back after the break-a-rooney.
파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello, hello, welcome back. It's me, Atlas, and we are getting back into the series for game number 2. T1 did take game number 1 pretty handily. Liv Sandbox proving that even with the lead, they couldn't really stick the landing, so definitely going to have to come back and make it work.
You and I talked about it during the break. I think it's going 3. You think it's a 2-0.
I think it's 2-0.
I think the way in which T1 won that game, which was in part due to some really great play from Bout, but also due to Liv Sandbox opting into some bad fights, kind of snowballed away from them. I think that Liv Sandbox still are the stronger team.
Yundo also 2-0.
All right, Yundo also feeling like it's 2-0. I actually think it's a pretty good chance that Liv Sandbox bounce back because they're a really good team. The draft was a problem. And the theme of today has kind of been bad draft in game 1, better draft in game 2, win game 2. That's kind of the start of today, and two fairly evenly matched teams.
I think they're going to pick Engage Braum again.
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure the Liv Sandbox coaching staff, the guy who's got like a goatee and looks really handsome, he like definitely listens to the English broadcast, and he knows like, oh man, good point.
That's a possibility. Yeah.
Goatee guy is he knows. I actually don't know who he is, but he knows. 9-game Nigel? Yeah, I think so.
This is just an 8-game Eduardo today, I'm pretty sure.
I thought it was 8-game Edmund.
Sometimes, yeah, but today it's Eduardo.
All right, that's fine.
Probably because Achilleos is in Cancun. That's probably the reason.
Liv Sandbox selected blue side?
Yes.
Unsurprising.
In fact, I am unsurprised, honestly.
Okay. Honestly, I agree.
Eduardo. Surfing yeah. That is the current status of Achilleos. 7-game Senna. Could be.
Liv Sandbox fans here with the cute, sad, crying bear, hoping for the victory.
See, there he is, the goatee coach.
Yeah.
He was just listening to the English broadcast.
Uh-oh, the music is getting to the hey. It's about to bark.
It's going to start
It's going to bark. It's going to bark.
Wait for it. It kind of already happened, but it gets more pronounced later on, I think.
Yeah.
It's like they're in the background. Oh, it changed.
Okay.
Woof. All right, game number 2. I almost said 1. Almost forgot that game 1 happened. You know, it's been a long day, right?
Yeah.
4 games. Oh, it's too long.
It's early days. Well, let's see what the draft is going to look like here. As Poppy and Tristana, we hate these Yordles. They're gone.
Yeah. The Yordles, not a fan. Is there any other Yordle that we should consider banning? Is Nico a Yordle? Is mayonnaise an instrument?
You lost me on that one.
Have you never seen SpongeBob?
I have, but I mean, there's a lot of episodes.
You've never seen that episode? It's one of the most famous episodes. When they do like the Super Bowl, basically underwater, and they're like making a band. And Patrick raises his hand. And he's like, "Is mayonnaise an instrument?"
I don't think I've seen that, but that's okay.
Band Geeks. Yeah, it's one of the best. You should watch it actually tonight. The Vi band gonna come through, so they say, "Well, Vincenzo, you've had enough.
All right,
We gotta take you off that one."
I just spent, while you were doing that whole bit about SpongeBob, I spent that entire time on my phone discovering who Goatee Man is. His ID is Simpson. Simpson.
Oh yes. It's
so
perfect.
Simpson knows. Simpson knows that Braum engaged. He knows. He learned
Simpson.
that it is not going to be the way. So they're not going to do it. Now the Jace pick here, nice denial of it. The Jace Maokai here, but doesn't have a lot of setup in this draft here for T1 just yet.
Surely it'll be Nico jungle. You need a strong AP jungler. You're not going to get Kaisa. You're not going to play... Oh. Uh-oh. Do you think they'll play Ziggs? I don't think you can play Ziggs as T1. I don't even want to see that.
Could try to, like, just lock Varus here. And hope for the
AP
best.
Varus?
Yeah, lethality Varus.
Rumble?
Rumble Jungle.
Rumble Jungle?
Forest?
Rumble Jungle?
Forest is a
In 2023?
He's a known Rumble player. It's known. I don't think this season Valdez frantically looks through the
Yeah,
stats.
no, he's 2-0 on Rumble Jungle.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I mean, look, all right.
Well, not when
Let's
we've
do
been
it.
casting him, but he played it in playoffs last season.
All right.
Okay. So Varus, like I was talking about, also going to get banned. They are aware of it. Honestly, they're aware of the possibility that it could be really strong here in this draft.
Are they going to ban Ezreal? I think that's an interesting question.
I think probably.
Varus Ezreal. We saw that.
What other poke champs besides Ziggs are you really thinking about here?
Well, I don't think you want to go Ziggs with the Rumble.
I don't think so either. So I think Ezreal probably fits the bill better than anything else. Ornn, also a good shout here. No Jax into this Rumble. See what
Send a Rumble bot. Flex.
what is like Live Sandbox don't have a lot of great options here. I feel like into this.
How about Jhin?
No, I don't think so. Okay.
I mean, you would have really nice poke. The Ashe is okay, but you just kind of got dunked on by Smash's Ezreal.
I think he's probably just gonna do it again.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Do you take it here so
He
that
also-
you don't potentially get taken away?
Could also play Draven. Okay, well, there's not gonna show. All this coming through.
This is what they did in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Live Sandbox. Do you just go like Scion here? Try to go Scion Aphelios? Like, how do you actually stand up to the poke in this draft? You don't have anything you can really offer yourself. We know that Nico's going mid. Xayah into Jace. We talked about how it can be okay, but I don't really love it here. And Aatrox!
A T-Rex hovered. Will they lock it in for the Maokai support angle?
What if it's Renekton jungle and he just plays Rumble into the Aatrox? He's just like, I got this. I know this. I know this matchup.
Aatrox, it's happening.
It's happening.
It's happening.
I think it's just an Ezreal angle here. What else you want to play?
Aatrox is pretty good into Rumble, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of sustain. You can take trades really well.
I mean, you just get on top of the Rumble
Yeah.
pretty easily. So
it feels better than like the other picks.
It's. I
Well,
mean,
actually, you're not even playing into Rumble.
No, I know.
You're playing into Renekton.
that's. I was just joking. Like, I was joking. He could play it.
Where
as
am I?
Misfortune. I was joking. Like, what if he wants to play it? He wants to prove he knows the matchup. But yeah, he's definitely going jungle.
Misfortune.
So I think the problem
All right,
is
3 games.
the problem is that like you can't play Jace, or you can't play Renekton mid here, so you can't flex the Jace into the Aatrox, which can be with the proper support a fun matchup to play, but not with Rumble jungle. So like mid with very little jungle support in the early game with this Rumble doesn't feel great. Top definitely winnable for the Aatrox. You have a Viego who can do a lot for both of these solo lanes. The Xayah is the part of the draft for Live Sandbox that I don't love, but it can work out, right? You can Featherstorm away from one of the pokes. You could dodge the Misfortunal or the Jace Shock Blast or the Equalizer, but you can only do that once. So if Xayah gets blown up, you lose a ton of damage in this fight, in team fights rather, for Live Sandbox. So positioning for Diablo has to be basically perfect. There's just so many threats. You're saying you think maybe with the Misfortune this is going 3. I'm looking at this draft feeling like, I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty hard for Live Sandbox. I think the ease of execution here for T1 is press R together and win the game.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I think Misfortune definitely has some angles onto the Xayah in the lane as well. You can just kind of poke her out with your E. You can essentially just have a good time there, and then if you get out of the lane, it just feels like Misfortune, it's not meta for a reason. It's not that good, So
Rumble jungle and Maokai
see.
support, is Korean Challenger completely lost? ?
I think he's lost, but I like your name, Vlade Wadinsky. Very Valdez. Obviously a reference to Valdez. Yeah, Rumble MF was a combo before these players were born, pretty much. Well, we're getting onto the Rift right now. Doot, doot, doot. It just feels like
The very first time.
feels like the yeah, we're going to 9 games.
Yeah.
It's happening.
I'm chilling, you know? I'm here for it. I'm ready for my 9-game Monday. Feels like fate has finally caught up with us. It's our turn, Valdez.
How about Dark Harvest Rumble?
With Red Smite? Yeah.
We are damaging.
Crippling shot?
I think it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
In this case.
I'm into it.
Small reminder that Diablo was 2 years old when LoL was released.
Small reminder.
Small, not a large one, just a relatively
Friendly reminder.
yeah.
If anyone ever sends a
didn't say
message that says friendly reminder, by the way, I always get so mad. I don't know why, but it really annoys me when people say friendly reminder. It's basically like, I'm going to say this thing that will annoy you, and you're probably already aware of it, but I'm just going to say it anyways. And I'm going to say friendly to make it seem like it's less annoying. I'm like, no, just say, hey, don't forget to do this. Don't say friendly reminder. Because it's usually not friendly, Valdez.
Just say it.
Yeah, just remind me. You don't have to say it's a friendly reminder. It's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. I'm not going to hate you if you do that, by the way, if anyone out there likes to say friendly reminder. I'm just saying, like, don't say it to me.
Friendly reminder, I really like Valdez. How do you feel now? Conflicted.
Well, that's not really a reminder. That's not really... Friendly reminder, I would like you to do something.
He's reminding you that
is what I'm talking
he
about.
likes us.
A friendly reminder, don't forget to do this obnoxious task that you've probably already done.
Friendly reminder, they picked misfortune. Not trying to be offensive, but the CL stream is pretty great. Yeah, that's true. It's okay.
Obi the GOAT.
I think he's a human, actually.
Do you think he was actually found on Chovy's goat farm?
Maybe.
Is that where he got picked up?
Is that where T1 get their talent? From the farm. It makes sense. It works. Can we start spreading hateful reminders? Hateful reminder. I dislike you. I like that. Yeah, just go to YouTube chat. You'll find a lot.
I do think that's pretty funny. I like you today, chat. Chat, you turned it around today. You know,
dude, Mondays are so much better.
Yeah.
I feel like Tuesdays, they're always hungover.
They're a little fatigued from the 3-game Monday.
Yeah.
And they're also a little bit depressed. They only get 2 games. They're a little bit harder to handle. Yeah, Poby does like to play Jace. They like to pick it for him. And even without the Maokai, he's like, I'm doing it. We'll see how well he does it as he picks up the early tier here and will teleport back to lane. Early game against the Nico can be tough for a lot of champions. Jace, though, usually can hold his own.
Dark Harvest flashing onto Vincenzo. He's just going to flash away. That's generally what happens. Now, Guti is wildly out of position, so he's thinking about flashing himself. There's the stun, very nice from Vincenzo, but Guti just trying to hold onto his flash, doesn't want to use it. There's the root. They're thinking about fighting this one, actually. Looking to turn, kiting this one back. Very nice. As the Q does come down, and Guti will, in fact, hold on to his flash.
Dark Harvest!
Did he get it?
I think he got one off when they flashed it. I thought he did.
No.
Looked like he did to me.
You have to
check
be,
the Dark Harvest
you have
stacks.
to be low.
Yeah, half
I don't
health.
think... Oh, little combo? Little combo for the gentleman? Nope. Not this time.
Oh,
In goes
little
Dahl.
Fury?
He's got a lot of fury. He's going to use it on his W. Gets in Q and first blood. As Dahl says, yeah, Aatrox's not too great into me.
Top gap is what he's saying, man. He's writing it in all chat. Top diff. Top chai. All right, that's what he's
Solo
writing
bolo.
right now. Solo bolo. Flashes the 3rd Q. Easy peasy. Diok's like, all right, flash for the 1st Q. And chains? No.
He didn't have flash to flash with his Q3. So Dahl just flashes, and he's like, okay, you're dead.
Yeah, he's actually flashes the chains to avoid the Q3, and all right. That was a solo queue moment.
And he was already kind of struggling in this lane. And so he went for the kill, but fortunately not calculated. What's the opposite of calculated? Guess stat.
Haphazardly done? I don't know.
Well, 6 here for Dahl. He's pushing the envelope with this Dominus, but not going to get a kill, and Daya holds on to his World Ender.
Lots of flashes down in this game. It's 6 minutes. You know, we've got 3 flashes left. 70% flashless on the Rift right now. A lot of action, a lot of early game going on.
Dominus.
There you go.
Not Dominus, Dominus.
Dominus.
Not calculated, not a good help. Thank you.
Pretty dominant
I just
performance.
felt like doing it.
Dominant performance, you could say, Valdez.
Yes, here's Forest. He would love to gank the flashless Aatrox, but World Ender available. Is it enough? No, not with the stun. And the bullying of the Aatrox continues.
So this is the problem with Aatrox when you start to fall behind. He can't really stop ganks. Like, he's just a paperweight when he is significantly behind like this. And World Ender not going to be enough to save him in this case, best as he tried.
How do you feel about the Renekton skin?
This is my Renekton toy. I love this one.
Yeah.
This is my favorite. It's what
a
I
good
play.
one.
I actually use this chroma specifically a lot.
Wow.
Because it looks like, because the...
Is it because his name is Dahl, which means moon in Korean, and you are a wolf?
No, that's not related, but I just really like the skin.
I think it's not a coincidence.
I think it's just a coincidence in this case. Is MF ult gonna hit? Root comes through and smash. Does he flash for this?
Looking for the kill. Plan B gonna tick down. Diablo trying to avoid it. He will have to flash at the end.
Oof.
And
T1.
So they do trade it back.
This is such a strong showing here.
Now he's getting in there onto Vincenzo. Here's Dahya for the gank, funnily enough, as is Dahl. Now he's going to take a bunch of damage, but Renekton from ahead, feeling pretty good at this point in time with the Iron Spike Whip and Plated Steel Trap's finish.
Yeah. A significant lead, you could say. This is kind of T1 winning everywhere at the moment, as Liv Sandbox are still going to try to start this Herald up with Equalizer available for Forest now.
Yeah, this is very dangerous, as the Equalizer is actually perfect. Like, actually one of the best Equalizers I've seen in a long time. And now Dahl just survives forever. How did he survive through all of that? He finally goes down to the Nico, but it's not a good trade at all. As did they get the Rift Herald?
They did, I believe.
No.
Oh, no?
No, they did not. So Goody went in there, and, you know, he got the Rift Herald, but he also died, so probably not worth, I guess. Although the Rift Herald at this point would just be pretty huge. T1 could just drop it in the top.
Ah, he hit the eye, okay.
Yeah.
That looked a little bit strange, because I was like, how do kill Rift Herald without strike? Forest here, he gets engaged on. Nothing you can do about that, but this Rift Herald fight will skip the bottom engage. Yeah, it's a 2v3. The rest of the team is coming over, but they're so late that it doesn't matter. The Equalizer, as you say, is perfectly angled, and that's just instantly the Aatrox gone. And then Dahl is Renekton. He's going to live for a really long time. Vincenzo pushed away from this Herald. And then Guti poke him in the eye. Okay. So he did, in fact, secure that and the money that comes with it, but they won't be able to get the eye. And Rumble has 3 kills.
A good day.
Yeah, he really is, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, their last match, it was against Kwangno Freaks. They got kind of Shrek 0-2, so maybe they're like, okay, you know, no funny business. Or perhaps it's just that, okay, well, they don't really have a chance for playoffs, so they're just having fun. I don't know, less pressure. Not sure. I mean, both of these teams on a similar level in terms of scoreline, but T1 looking like a much better team so far today.
Yeah, definitely. The Sandbox into this draft too, kind of missing the boat in terms of, you know, what you can't do. Like, there are certain things you shouldn't do. There's certain fights you shouldn't opt into. And it's kind of reminiscent of Game 1, right? You know, opting into some kind of awkward fights and not using the comp to its strengths. And the Braum was a problem.
but there were other problems as well.
The Bromblem.
Sure.
That is something someone could say. I wouldn't say it though.
Okay. The Ghost Blade is done for Smash. Lethality Lethality MF.
Yep.
Misfortune is the way that it is being played right now. Lots of damage with the Rumble, lots of burst in the early parts of the game, and going to be relevant later on as well, obviously.
Yeah. And if you get ahead with T1's comp, you start hitting like some of those early lethality items on your Jace, your MF, your Rumble's already really fed. He's going to have a Night Harvester here, I believe, maybe a Protobelt. Either way, he is going to have his first item very early on, and he's going to start actually nuking people alongside of his double lethality lanes. They also get the individual Infernal Drake with a Hextech Soul. T1 looking to snowball this one out into the stratosphere, Wolf.
Yeah, it does start to feel that way. Forrest definitely pretty close to getting his Mythic, as you mentioned. And Dahl is going to be the dive target here. Renekton, who does have ult and flash. I don't know about this. I don't think it's going to be very successful.
How about 3-man dive?
I don't know if you want to commit that much, but they think better of it. And we'll be walking away. So I think as Liv Sandbox, what you really need to do is just get better set up on these objectives, because you're not going to win a fight with the poke damage that T1 have if you're not set up first. And you won't be able to engage with your Aatrox and your Nico if you don't have that set up. You can just use the Maokai ult to get that prio and hope to win the fight. Otherwise, feels pretty unwinnable. Aatrox wave clear in action. Cleared it.
Yep. Already cleared before you could finish that sentence. Yeah. That's what he does. Unfortunately, he doesn't win into Renekton. So
he's got his Gore Drinker first.
Yeah.
Beat him by like a full 5 seconds on that one. Look at that. Dahl just picking it up now.
0-3 up in levels. How did that happen? Well, he was there for a second, I guess.
10 CS up, you know.
Mm-hmm. Huge.
Large.
Large. Sizable.
Night Harvester is done now. Jace picking up the Dirk.
How many Dirks have been purchased in this game already? 3 so far?
Yeah.
How many Dirks can one team hold? What do you think?
Generally 5 is pretty much the maximum.
5?
Yeah.
I said one team.
Yeah. How many do you think?
5 is not a round number, though. I think it would be like 4 or 6.
Why would you think that?
I would think 6, probably. The maximum? Ours is just getting bullied.
Just the maximum that's likely, you know. One player
in this game.
Well, I mean, just in any game, one Dirk per player. It's like Pike support. I can see it, you know.
But no. Dirk builds into items.
No, I mean, but at one point in time, like each player has 1 Dirk. That's like the maximum that they would hold, right?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can make those Dirks into items and then they still exist. They're just combined into
so you're talking
else.
about how many could you buy total? Yeah. But that's not how many they're holding. Because once you turn into an item, you're not holding the Dirk anymore.
You kind of are. I mean, it's an item that was made out of a Dirk.
Yeah, I just don't think you're really holding it anymore. I mean, we could agree to disagree on this one.
You know, back in 2018, I was casting with Papa Smithy, and we were, you know, there was a player who was going lethality. I forget which champion it was, but he had multiple Dirks, and Papa Smithy signed off on it.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to sign off on Liv Sandbox trying to contest this into these choke points.
This is the rule of Korean League of Legends. You must contest the second ring. This is the way it goes. This time the equalizer not that great. I mean, it's going to catch plan B, but that's just the support. He's just going to walk away. Dahuk's winning this trade with his World Ender. The Rift Herald is going wild right now, and the MF ult is gigantic. In goes Goody, though. He's trying to trade here onto Forest. Will pick this one down, but now the Croc is going mad in the back line looking for Duty. That one is not going to hit as Povey does get in, and now with the Dominus down, I think that there's a chance to turn this one. The Aatrox now, and Liv Sandbox, they find the angle. Triple kill for the Jace, but it might not matter.
You mean the
The Viego, sorry, that's
the
confusing.
temporary Jace?
Yeah, the temporary Jace.
Okay, so despite having choke point control here, the Aatrox and the Viego just win this fight on their own. Guti breaks through, and look at this sacrifice from Plan B, actually to keep Bout and Smash away from the fight as long as possible. And Vincenzo, he's used his kit. He's a Rumble now, so he can't do anything. Or sorry, Forrest, excuse me, I'm all over the place. Vincenzo is going to pop off in this fight because he gets to be the entirety of T1's comp, apparently. As he flies through and gets a triple. Now, T1's still ahead, by the way, wildly enough. And they did pick up the eye. Bout was able to secure that. But definitely a little bit concerning how that fight went. And this Viego is going to be very relevant now. And I think Dahyuk really showcased, yeah, the laning phase, not his greatest, but setting up for that fight and zoning out Dahl, pretty well done.
It's just a really broken up fight. The MF not really able to get a lot of value, and I really like how Goody was like, yeah, I don't care about you Smash. I am going to go ult on the rest of the team. And T1 did get this Rift Herald. We'll be able to drop it in here. Might be able to pick this up. Not a lot of defense right there, but the sandbox are coming in from the right side, 3 of them, so just going to be the crash. And that's the end of that. Got a Drake up. Live Sandbox considering setting up for this one. As there's Zeal gonna catch Bout and Forest, and the follow-up is really nice. The equalizer, though, in the choke is pretty huge, and they go very far into the jungle, but Dahyuk now, kind of alone, he is going to be taken out as well. That is just an ace in about under 10 seconds, Wolf.
Yeah, it turns out equalizer and choke points pretty strong. We have an MF ult as well. Look how much damage. The 2 of them together doing about 6k, plus the Renekton in a choke. It's like an onion situation. That's what I was told to always visualize in terms of layers. Well, that's a turret. It's going to go down as well. So first brick on top of it all, and going in to a choke point with equalizer available. And MF ult. If that's not a, you know, if we're not going to liken this to a meat grinder, I don't know what we're going to liken to a meat grinder. Like, they were like, okay, choke point, and 3, 2, 1, ace.
Yeah.
That was, this is the frustrating part about, like, Live Sandbox has definitely had games where I think they absolutely know what the enemy comp is doing. They know how to play around it. They're going to be respectful of it. And then they've had games like this where Simpson is going to be having a talk. Simpson's going to be having a talk with the rest of the squad after this.
Yeah, for sure. Are the casters bored? I'm bored with your bad takes. Dark Shadow Blade. I don't know.
No, I'm not really bored. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I was also hoping the guy with NHL in his name wouldn't be.
Look, I look at this game as an opportunity to learn. And Live Sandbox, I think they've learned a lot.
All right, well, they're going to go in onto Paris once again. This time they actually burst him down. Goody slowed enough so they can't quite get onto Poby with the thingy. Follow the Pop Blossom, that's the name. In goes Bout. He's about to 100-0 everybody, and he's going to set it up here for the Misfortune, and Poby will just push underneath that turret and take them out. Diablo, meanwhile, is just alone up there, and we got a little fight between the top laners. They're trying to exist alongside of the rest of the game. Imagine that.
Still learning about this. We're still learning here. TP.
Okay, that's gonna work. Diablo picks up a kill.
Give me that Poby camera. Give me that Poby cam. I need to see that. He saves the turret as well.
Oh boy.
Give me that Poby cam. We were just watching Smash for some reason there. I wanted to see Poby. As we're still going into fights like this, you know, look at the equalizer value, the Nature's Grasp angle, not ideal, and then guess what? That turret's not going to save you. MF comes in and says goodbye. And then Poby backs under a turret. He's caught, but we won't show that part.
Yeah.
He thought the turret would disappear, but it didn't.
It didn't. It didn't go down. It survived with 22 health. This is what happens, especially when champs like MF and Jace get ahead. Like, the enemy champs become paper. Like, you've all played against that assassin who's building lethality, right? And they have the kits that you can't really get away from. But the poke from MF and Jace when they are ahead, and you're not building armor, and they're holding on to at least 2 Dirks, it's going to be palpable. You're going to feel it.
There's so much that goes into like our discussion about easy versus finesse, right? And out, he's just gonna be like, "Thanks for your ult."
Yoink! Thanks for the Maokai ult.
And he flashed, but who cares? He's got Hex Flash.
Oh, you didn't get turbo timed out, dude. I banned him. Yeah, he was beating. Anyway, Forrest gonna land this equalizer. This one not quite as good. Tries to flash in and will die to the Diego. As now Vincenzo. Diego Chenzo. Sure. I'm never gonna say that ever again. We're gonna put that one on the permaban list.
I think Poby really wants to get that turret. Revenge of Poby. Vincenzo, can he stun those minions? Can he keep them away? Don't keep me in suspense. Is that turret living or not?
I
think it's living. Yeah,
It's
it
living.
lived. He like tanked it up for a second. The turret did the work.
What if Live Sandbox win and that turret lives on like 22 health? What is the lowest that a turret has lived at? Especially an outer turret where a team has won. I just wonder, do we have that stat somewhere?
I don't think we have that stat anywhere.
What
I don't
about
think
like
anyone's
Riot
ever thought about it
API,
before.
like they have the stats somewhere?
I don't think anyone's ever looked into it.
Maybe they haven't looked into it, but don't you think they would have like at least turret health somewhere stored in the vaults of the programming
I mean,
somewhere?
if it's in the replay files,
Yeah.
someone could create a program to identify that, but it would take a lot of work, and I don't think anyone cares that much, unfortunately for you, Valdez. I don't think you're ever going to know, but you can just, well, never mind. I was going to say,
They
you can just
got
keep
it.
22 in mind for next time this happens, but never mind. So, unlucky. All right, this is where we can make a stand. The sandbox turn is good here. Okay, not the greatest equalizer. This is an opportunity.
Going on in, Moody gonna get that root down. The Forest holds his ground, and again, the damage is just huge. The Pop Blossom only hits 2 tanks, and that MF ult was just ginormous. And now Diablo isolated on the top side of this fight will get the pullback onto just the MF. And yes, another broken up fight will go the way of T1. Unsurprising.
So close, though. The sandbox so close on this. If the Pop Blossom hits Forest, or they're able to actually get on top of the MF a little bit faster, it could look totally different, but it's a massive ultimate from Smash, and then he is able to, because he's so massively ahead and so fed, as he's getting another Dirk that he's not holding, but he has purchased, is able to just instantly kill Diablo.
Dirks.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
As Kobe, you know, he's not really the main character of this fight, but watch Smash with this ult here. Is this Pop Blossom not great? Daya just disappears, just goes away, and then Diablo gets like 2-shot, 3-shot, and it was a really nice play color, but ultimately not enough, and that might have been your last chance to live Sandbox in this game. You're now 9,000 gold behind. Everybody is really far behind, and you can see the Pop Blossom didn't hit Forest, but it also just didn't do damage to anybody else. He is still sitting on 1 item. Jace on 2.5, you know. We're Shadow Flaming.
We're Shadow Flaming.
It's okay.
파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
T1 looking to end our hopes at a 9-game Nigel today.
Yeah,
But,
I mean the comp just seems like it was going to be too. It seemed like it was going to be too easy for them to win with, and I guess turns out it was.
T1 sieging here. Dahl going into mid to become the 1 of the 4-1. Just for a moment, the hook comes in. Bound is alone. The rest of his team is running away. They're like, nope, we're just leaving him alone. The stopwatch is going to get mass value. That MF ult is just disgusting damage now. As that will be the end of 2 of them. Penta angle here for Smash. The team will allow it. He's going to take out Plan B just like that. It's a triple kill. This legendary Misfortune is looking for the Penta. There's the Quadra. And one auto onto Diablo would do it. He doesn't have flash though. The team, you got to get in there. Wait, where's the MF? Where's the MF? What? Smash is just ending the game.
Doesn't care about Pandas. He cares about winning.
Are they not gonna end the game now?
He doesn't care about Pandas.
That's challengers, baby.
He cares about winning.
That's challengers. All right, the turn's gonna go down though. As we see Forest still looking for the Penta angle. It's not gonna happen, and that's 1,000 gold over to Diablo. As this is challengers, baby. That's all I have to say. Wolf put his mic down.
Why? I mean, if you're gonna go for the Penta, calm that you're going for the Penta. If we're sending our Nautilus, if T1 lose this game after Nautilus hooking the fountain, while the rest of the team is hitting the Nexus turret, so it's not a huge wave there. I don't know what anybody's gonna say about it, but it's not gonna be good. Actually, I know what people are gonna say about it. It's not gonna be good. I don't know how explicit it will be said, but it is definitely not going to be happy. Now, they're still massively ahead in this game, don't get me wrong, and they got an inhibitor with this as well. It's the Pop Blossom here. MF ult was big, and then Dahl is just walking towards them with a massive rumble and massive MF following. Just not playable here. Smash has to flash away because he's scared he's going to get Blade called to oblivion. And then
We Smash is like, no, I'm hitting the turrets.
We just had an incident. As Baron buff also wears off, that looks like, I think, there at the end. So that's not great. Is they're just going to push top and do it again.
Yeah. And, you know, I think
they should win the game. They should win the game.
Should. But the angle, okay, coming in here from the Aatrox, and immediately we have Dahl going down. Oh, that equalizer this time was pretty good. In goes Plan B, and out goes Plan B. He's looking for a Plan B. Here's Goody. He's not going to hit it, only hitting that front line. But down goes the Jace, down goes the Nautilus, and the Force not really working here. The MF ult, though, is huge once again. But if you can get on top of Smash, it might happen as there's the Blade Caller, but Boris is left standing. Looking for the kill here on the Diehug. Just needs one more rocket.
He's not going to get it, though.
He's not going to get it, and he's not going to end the game.
Yeah, Diehug's just going to go heal up in the base here, and Forrest just going to have to walk home, can clear this wave, and probably take this turret out, but doesn't have a lot of space to work with here. It's literally Smash 1v9ing this game at this point.
Oh my god. 8,200 damage. 7,700 damage.
And Forrest is going to solo the Drake. That's not soul, by the way, just going to be soul point, so it feels like a nice consolation prize here, but Smash is like, guys, I don't care about this. I want to win the game. I'm going to try to carry. And I mean, this is just a really nice angle for Dahyuk, right? Dahl goes so low here. The equalizer is phenomenal. But guess what? There's no follow-up here. And look at the great split here of Live Sandbox. They get the GA, they take out the Jace. And even though it wasn't the greatest Pop Blossom of all time, it's good enough to win this fight as Vincenzo goes in, sacrifices himself, buys just the space that Diablo needs to help get that kill. And now we're grouping up for the next Baron. 40 seconds to go. T1.
I'm worried, Wolf. I'm pretty worried.
I'm like, I feel like I shouldn't be worried because they have such a huge lead.
It's
but
a
yeah,
mental thing.
exactly. Like,
it's all mental. Like T1, if they just play it safe from here, they will win this game. But I'm not convinced that in the current mental state, with what has happened in the last 5 minutes, that they will play perfect.
Some pretty big flash advantages here for Live Sandbox. Guti has flash ult with his belt, so he's got a really long engage range here for this fight. Diablo, you know, still a little bit behind here, but he's a real 80 carry, does a lot. Plan B can set up for him. Vision here, pretty good for T1 though. Poby is also quite large, but it's really the Smash show. You only get one ult. Let's see if they can break his Edge of Night.
They're not even doing that. Yeah, that's pretty smart. They're just waiting. Well, that was interesting. The equalizer though is gigantic, and the MF ult on top of it is good. And there you go. T1, they play it safe, they wait, they have to check the Baron because they know, especially with no Nexus turrets, that they can't stop a Baron.
The Sandbox are like, they're weakest when we're in our base. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Go back.
Surely they end, right?
They're going for the kills. Let's try to get the Penta again. Smash doesn't have enough kills. 16 is not enough. He needs 20. Wait for them to respawn. Well, that was a very nice hook. Diablo will be forced to go into the Feather Storm. As now, Guti, a little bit of a desperation pop blossom, but this one is over. It's over! As down will go the rest of the two guys to the equalizer, and that will be the end of it. Some shenanigans, but T1 will bring the 2-0 home.
You know those moments where it looks like the game is over and the team frantically defends anyways just in case something goes wrong? Like just in case the other team doesn't hit the Nexus for some reason. You always try until the end. Why we don't surrender in professional League of Legends. It very rarely actually becomes relevant to actually try when the game is 100% over. But T1 reminded us that it's not over till it's over. And you know, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of celebrating after that one. I think there's definitely going to be a lot. And that's the frustrating way you can taint a win like this, where you played the early game extremely well. The mid game was fantastic. You snowballed, but then you had a little bit too much fun there at the end. And if you're a coach, you're definitely going to be not feeling too happy with that. But with the result, 2-0 here for T1. Neither of these teams were still in the running for playoffs, but it does push T1 up an extra win and 2 additional game score to finish out the regular season.
Well, T1 going to be happy they have Smash this time around. He kept his cool. He knew what the angle was, and we don't have a 9-game Nancy, no 9-game Nigel, no 9-game Ninny. Okay, we are just going into either a 7 or an 8-gamer because, as was stated at the beginning of the day, we are the cringe duo, and we don't bring 9 gamers, we don't bring 6 gamers, we only bring 7 or 8 gamers.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Generally 8, but sometimes 7, which is also cringe, a little bit more, it's a little bit less cringe, I guess.
T1 can go up to 6 wins, and with their current game score, they're actually 8 behind Bro. So if Bro lose both of their games 2-0 and go down to -12, and T1 win all of theirs, they'll actually tie at -12, and there could be a tiebreaker for 7th place.
Whoa.
But
7th
otherwise, this is really just a fun game here for T1.
Yeah.
And it looked like they were having fun.
They were. By the way, guys, yesterday was Smash's birthday. So he picks up the POG. He gets to play the day after his birthday. And 17-3, 1200 DPM. Is Misfortune a champion, Wolf? Or is Smash a gamer?
I think Smash is a gamer.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he played very well, but I think there were also issues with how Blue Sandbox played around the early mid game. The Aatrox pick was kind of interesting. I think we need a little bit more data, but it seemed pretty okay. You know, obviously outside of lane made a pretty big impact actually in some of those team fights, and I hope to see more of it so we can learn maybe in our last series of the evening whether it'll be relevant in LCK or not. This one isn't enough to sell me, but it looked okay. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Especially with all the bans we had towards 80 carries. You know, it worked better with the Rumble Jungle than perhaps an Ezreal would. It's a lot more hard lethality damage rather than the mixed from the Ezreal. So, yeah, I guess in some circumstances, maybe we will see more of this Misfortune. Maybe just this specific one, but I'm excited for the future. The Penta Rush almost had me. Was the vote for Smash unanimous? I'm curious.
Yeah, I am curious about that. You and I both voted for Smash. So we are not going to be a part of this interview, but we will just hang out here with you guys for a little bit and ask Gundo questions.
Oh, sorry, I was bugging there for a little bit.
That's okay.
Glitching out, you know. Whoa. Okay, we're back. How is it only 30% of damage? Well, it turns
Because Rumble did a lot too.
Yeah, when you're with a Rumble and also lethality Jace, that even if it wasn't, you know, super important damage, Poby was still doing a lot of it. Even the Renekton did a lot of damage in his lane, so turns out he had a lot of lanes with damage. So There you go.
Thank you for that explanation. Our ties match. It's true.
Where does the term shadow flaming come from? From the item shadow flame. He asked it 3 times. Right?
Yeah.
You said shadow flaming because he bought a shadow flame.
Yeah.
So he's like,
I
yeah,
said,
he's
oh,
shadow
we're
flaming.
shadow flaming.
Yeah.
That's what I mean is like he's buying shadow flame.
Yeah.
On
It's not like
Nico,
a real
which is-
thing, but
Basically, I was saying like it's not my favorite build, but I guess when you're this behind, you have to try something. So yeah.
so your ties match, by the way, same pattern but reversed.
But then not reversed because it's not really.
Is Wolf's tie black and blue, or is it gold and
I don't know.
white and gold?
I don't
think
know
it
the
was.
meme. Yeah, I don't know the meme.
You know the meme where
I mean,
the
I know it,
dress
but I
is
don't know
like
which
the
colors they are.
Colors? Yeah, I think it was white and gold.
How big of a jungle was Forest today? Pretty Amazonian, yeah. Towards the end of that game, but mostly pretty good, pretty big.
Not again. Howdy, pals. What's up, Guppy Fish? No Sunfire, no damage percent. It's easy math. He gets it. 8-game Eduardo? Or what are these names? Laurel and what? 7-game Severus Snape? What's for dinner tonight? Pizza.
Pizza. We talked about pizza earlier, and then we just had to get pizza. There was no other way.
That's the way it goes.
It's probably ready for us, or maybe it won't be. Maybe they thought it was going to 3 like I did. Well, I thought it was going to 3 until I saw that draft from T1, and I was like, I don't think there's any way they messed this up.
Yeah.
I was ready to
I
trust.
was like a little bit iffy. I'm like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. It's kind of wacky, but it ended up being the most important pick.
What color of a wall for bedroom is your favorite? I actually generally don't know. Like,
What?
I had blue walls, and then I had gray walls.
Baby blue is a good one. It's a very calming color.
I
Lavender.
have Korean colored walls in my room now because all Korean apartments have the exact same off-white wallpaper. Like literally, there is no other color. It's only off-white. No other color exists,
Very
so
true.
it's not really topical anymore. And obviously, if you don't own your apartment, if you rent, as I do, then you don't get to choose. Generally
What's
speaking.
the time on the watch, Wolf? I'm not allowed to answer because he's asking you.
6:49 and 22 seconds.
There you go.
He wants to know the delay, I guess.
You gave him like the exact time.
I finished
Like your
22 as it went to 22. Like I started saying 22
as
it was
21.
ticking over, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was the exact.
Do you still eat banchan even if you eat pizza? Generally not, even though they give you like these sweet pickles, which we're not very big fans of. So MF was picked at their... Is Yuno giving us the interview questions?
Ooh,
Picked
like
in their
that.
scrims and it was good? There you go.
Coach's
Wolf,
call.
I saw all your army stew ads. Glad to see you're a man of culture. Do you prefer bean and cheese in your stew?
Yes to both. Yes to both. That's the best way.
It was
I know
the
a lot of
coach's
people
call
don't.
on the pick.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like the beans, but I do. But I don't.
I like
force
the
people to
beans
eat
too. Yeah. There was Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike Consistent Zero, Counter-Strike Source, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and the next in the series, Counter-Strike 2. Where did the 2 come from?
That's the second major release of Counter-Strike Global Offensive,
Yeah.
which
think
was
it's-
the biggest one.
Yeah. With or without bones, depends on the situation. With bones can be good. As long as you're like not on a date. I mean, we don't go on dates anymore, but you know, if you're like okay to get a little messy and you have time and you're not doing anything that's like, I don't know, playing games or something that requires your hands, then bones are fine. But also boneless are very comfortable, so those are good too.
I
Just
generally
depends on the
prefer
situation.
boneless because I don't really eat chicken that much, and when I'm eating chicken, I'm usually kind of like either about to game or watching a movie or something. I don't know. I just don't want my hands to get messy when I'm eating chicken. But I do really enjoy bone-in chicken, but boneless is my go-to. But I'm kind of the odd man out in that way, so I generally don't get what I want.
Valdez, do you have an elite prospects page or is it a dupe? I do actually. You
What?
can check it. I
What's
didn't
that?
put up very big stats, but you can check it. Elite prospects is a hockey. It's like a. How do I even?
Like a database.
It's more for like college is mostly where it gets used for like college career. I mean, I only did a year and I didn't really play on the team, but I did get scouted for that team. But then I left.
Poby said he learned a lot by getting called up suddenly, which is what we expected. So,
but I do have a page. Yeah, Poby. I feel like he was still making some of the same mistakes though. You know, like even when he was sent up, we knew it wasn't going to be like a great look, right? Because we know he's young, he's very new, he needs more time. Like that's just we're not flaming him. It's just people need different levels of time. So I think he still needs a bit of time even here in Challengers, and he looked a little bit better today, but
yeah, I think in game 1 he looked pretty good. There was the weird early fight, but besides that, and he got POG, even though he was not our front runner. He got POG. Might have been a bit of a narrative vote type thing happening, but in our hearts we will what? I don't know.
Game 3.
Oh.
We are not going to have a game 3.
Favorite
Dark
chance
Shadowblade
to watch.
has been having some rough takes today in the chat, but at least he's asking the good questions.
Sure.
Will we have a game 3? No. That's very topical because it was a 2-0.
Weirdly, I like watching Seraphine. I think it's really fun.
All right. Well, on that note, guys, we have to stop comments after that. We will be back after the 30-minute break for series number 3.
좋아진 것 같은데? 기분 탓인가? 바뀌었죠?
역시 원딜이네.
왜?
원딜 원래 그런 거 잘하잖아.
예민하지 우리는. 아무래도. 근데 모니터도 좀 바뀐 것 같은데? 내가 이 모니터에 적응을 해버릴까?
이렇게 원딜러에 가면 다 찍은 거였네. 딱 찍혔다 민정이.
아니 이거 약간 그게 달라졌어.
한판 더.
한 판만 더 하자 할게요.
이번에 원딜.
원딜? 너 뭐 할 건데 원딜?
투타 할게 투타.
아펠 할게 아펠.
오케이.
야 무슨 느낌으로 해줘? 물 느낌으로 해줘? 태연 느낌으로 해줘?
태우 느낌으로 해줘.
내 느낌? 나 박을게.
불 느낌은 뭔데 그거?
박을게. 어때?
와.
나 벨리오스.
아쉬운데.
아쉬워. 이거 아쉬운데.
아이씨.
되겠냐고 그게.
안 돼.
안 되네. 아니 세팅하는 거 노는 거야. 빨리 튀어 나와. 연습이에요 이거. 어? 맛있다. 빨리. 너 촬영해야 한다고.
아 진짜. 아 맞지.
야 서포터는 안돼 리겜 아, 내가 이제 좀 잘하는 거 같기도 한데
촬영방 한번 시험을 주는 거지. 제가 근데 뭐 야쏘이 오늘 바르긴 했어요.
약간 형 목소리 이렇게 잼민이 같은.
잼민이긴 해.
약간 이랬지.
뭐하냐? 야, 니 1대1 들어와. 개패줄게.
아 그리고 있다. 먹어야지.
들립니다. 들려요? 네. 하이하이.
안녕. 개돌리.
상대는 4번에 1번 헨리 형님이다 조심해야 된다
파이팅. 파이팅이고.
긴장하고 갑시다.
딱 좋아. 딱 개좋아, 딱 개좋아. 나 볼게. 얘네 거야, 누 거야? 네, 카이사 볼 거야. 카이사 볼게, 카이사. 나 1대5대. 이거 브라운 봐야 돼, 브라운.
아칸 노플이야. 아칸 노플이야.
브라운. 비에고.
그렇지.
성이 형 나쁘다. 성이 형
노플.
그렇지.
그한테 노플이야. 그한테 노플. 돌았다가 전력 먹고 미드와터 먹자.
나갈 수 있어. 이제 싸워도 될 듯? 여기서 싸운다 일단 우리. 카이사 이거 그냥 맞짱 까자. 5명 다 있어 여기. 그 상태는 텔로 온다. 그 상태는 텔로 온다. 카이사 있다 이거. 야 시공으로 해서 천천히 뵐게. 천천히 뵐게. 나 플래시 있어. 공항 볼게. 여기. 그 상태. 나 그냥 카이사 볼게. 카이사 잡아줘. 미드 라인 약간 납작하게 할 수 있나? 미드.
미드 지금 끝날 것 같은데 이제.
마무리 지으면 팀 플러스 기합니다.
다음에도 있지. 왜냐면 실력이 별로 없으니까.
내일 할 수도 잡히게 내일 할 수도 있겠다
내린 듯.
내일 할듯
한번 써요? 한번 써? 갈게요. 저희는 와우. 위치. 해줄게. 오케이. 스케일에서 진정이 없어.
걔는 내가 할게
아래로 라인 빼. 벌 떴다. 이렇게 맞아. 벌 있어? 빼는 거 맞아. 내려부터. 좋아. 빨리 왔어. 다 잡았어. 빨리 가.
위에 거다 보자
좋아. 야, 캐리.
나.
나이스.
야 영차
그냥 천천히. 다시.
보던가.
야 정면에 없긴 해 얘들아
쪽 보자.
에이, 노플.
잡을만해. 잡았다.
장로.
정면 쳐보자 우리
장로 킬이 아닌데.
앞으로 들어가서 해도 돼?
야, 레이플 있다. 레이플 있지.
야 괜찮아
야 들이대주고.
오케이. 오공 막아줘.
막아. 오공 막아줘.
오케이.
야 오공 맞아
야 싸워.
맞아
좋아.
야, 미드.
야
카이사 맞아 미드가 카이사 맞아 할게
카이 있어?
나 만화 없다. 기대. 안 끝났어. 얘들아. 천천히.
끝났어 미드 밀어
나 피 없다. 끝내고 하자.
미드 밀어 끝났어
끝내보자.
미드 밀어
다시 끝났네.
이거 너무 깊이 빨려 들어가는 그림 아닌가요?
아 모험도 잡혀요. 모험도 잡혀요.
아니 끝까지 뭐 할 수 있나요? 그래도 불이 컨디션은 괜찮은데
네.
불의 컨디션 불의
근데
컨디션
카르페,
불 그리고 1, 2마다 한번 잘 들어갔거든요.
네.
아 근데 이걸 아쉬워요 좀더 이게 2대2 교환이면 너무 아쉽죠.
근데 영웅이야.
기껏 제스
자, 그 와중에 일단은
아니 이거
본진 쪽에서는 렌트리 막아주고 있고 2차 나갑니다.
예,
자, 본진 쪽 여기.
갑자기 넘어가요?
이거 끝내. 이거 끝내고 있다. 끝내고
아니
있다.
근데 이게
아니
소천사도 있는데 이게
소천사도 있고.
소천사도 못
그리고 상대는
아니
야, 아니.
잠깐만요.
자, 어디가 먼저? 어디가 먼저? 넥서스! 어디? 야!
어떻게 뭐 되나요?
자, 일단 드래곤 잡았고 일단 부상합니다.
나는 반피.
먹고 빠진 것 같은데요. 먹고 빠진 더블.
더블이
2,000,
일단
1,500. 자, 먹었어요. 그럼 2,000. 근데 2,000. 자, 지금 튕겨냅니다.
와
DRX.
또 맞춰냈어요.
디테일.
이 무비.
근데 라엘이 안 풀렸어요. 자, 뒤에 돕니다.
뒤에서 사신이
옵니다. 사신이 옵니다.
가끔 또 펼쳐지고 있는데 카이사는 발사하다 죽는 게 한두 번이 아니라 모른다.
이게 무슨 소리예요?
루어신. 내가 좀 들은 거 맞거든요. 자, 레넥톤이 영호 형이었다가 나름 영호 3 정도 돼서
여기 한번 굴리는데요.
근데 와! 아까 말했는데요. 올라갑니다. 쭉쭉 올라갑니다.
Hello and welcome to the space here
No,
at the
that's
LCK
not. No,
Challenge.
that's not where we. What? We're not at the space. We're in the caster's castle. That's not the space.
Oh yeah.
Come on, Valdez.
Yeah, sorry, I need a little patching today. We're getting into the third match of today's 3-game Monday, and this one, on paper, looks like the most one-sided to us. Although maybe
Hard
by
to
the end
top
of the
the
day,
second series.
yeah, maybe by the end of the day, the T1 boppening of Live Sandbox will be the most one-sided. but will have been the most one-sided, I should say. Nongshim currently in a great spot. They defeated Homalife Esports, and Quantum Freaks also coming off a win over T1, funnily enough. So what will happen this time?
That is the question. Nongshim currently 3 wins behind D+, and just 1 behind Homalife Esports. So, or 2 actually now with Hanwha taking that win earlier today, but still could get second place. We'll see if it happens. Looking at the current score, they are 3 behind Homalife, so it's still possible for them to actually skip that first round of playoffs depending on how this final week does shake down. So that's the goal, that's the aim for Quantum Freaks. With that win for T1, like, you're all but guaranteed last place. Even if you win this one, it's not going to necessarily change your fate. But they want to close the season on a high note. As look at these guys.
Look at him.
Nongshim, Red Force,
Pass the
Calyx.
fan.
Calyx in, no call me today.
What did they mean by this?
I don't
Calyx is good, but Call Me is definitely their top guy. He's got 500 POG points
It's
here in
a-
Challengers.
It's a Loki situation. You know, they put Loki in.
Is it?
Homalife did when it was an easy opponent. Now Red Force doing the same thing here. And by I say Red
Well-
Force, I mean Nongshim Academy, of course.
Yeah, it does say on our sheet here, Nongshim Red Force.
Nongshim Esports Academy.
Okay.
Anyway,
Just had to get that out of the way. So Nongshim have been quite good, sitting in 3rd place, as we mentioned, and I do feel like even with Calyx moving in, they should be able to take the 2-0, but who knows? It's Challengers, baby.
yeah. It's like, even if you can't get first, you can have that playoff miracle run, and then if you win, that's it. It stops there. And Vital has been pretty good for this roster. He seems like he's gelled with the team. Calyx looks like he's having a lot of fun before we go into
My
this
sheet
first
here,
draft.
it says that Calyx has played 13 games of REL. That can't be right. Here is
This
Quango
can't seem
Freaks.
on.
Yeah. Mo Ham, Mo Turkey, Mo Bacon is in for the support role.
Yeah, since Andil got
Where
called
is
up.
June? Nobody knows.
Question CV Max one too many times. Will be Illima as well, starting here for Quango Freaks. We could see a sub to come through since it's their second to last match of the season and the last one to be televised here. So I would say pretty good chance they'll play both just to make sure they can get some good final moments with the crowd and the fans who have come to support them all throughout the season.
Who are Kwangdong biting and why?
It. Clearly. It's
Why
right
are
there
they
in the
biting
slogan.
it?
Why are they biting it?
Yeah.
Because that's what the marketing team said to do.
Okay. So fans had some infighting there at the end. Hope they're okay. You know, you don't want to go out together to watch the games and then all of a sudden it gets awkward after a little scuffle with the fan sign moment and you don't talk to each other the entire time. That would be awkward.
10 kills per game. Wait.
No, 1.2 kills per game.
I don't
There's
think
no
that's
way
right.
that's right.
Definitely
It's
not
impossible.
Right. It's got to be like 12.7.
You know what? I think this is...
It's 12.7, right? This isn't right.
Yeah.
These are some strange stats. Like gold per minute is a really weird one as well. What is GDM? Gold difference per minute?
Per minute. You have to have an Ivern on your game, though. That's why the numbers are very low. Otherwise, you can't dump. You could do Darius as well, but nobody picks that champ.
1.27 kills per game is
I love how we're like holding it too. We're not swapping up. It's
just
like
let it go. Just
yeah,
let it
no,
go.
it's
Just let it go.
1.27 is correct.
I don't.
What if it was correct?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they'd be a third place team if that was the case, Valdez. I don't think so.
I agree. Well, we have some gaming of legends happening here. Poppy, the one ban that you must ban. We did have it not banned in one game, and I think it won in our first series.
Yeah. See if we can get any more of those sound effects for Valdez. The Nico hasn't been banned yet. Annie's still not banned. Sejuani, gone.
Rumble banned.
Feels like a Jax or
Kaisa.
Renekton first pick.
The Kaisa
Kwang will
first
ban
pick.
Kaisa, right?
Will they? Will Nongshin ban Kaisa and look to get... No. They'll ban Vi.
I thought they were going to ban
They'll be looking for
Maokai.
the Maokai first pick here too.
Kaisa gets banned. The Rumble leads me to believe otherwise, Valdez. Feels like a top prio pick.
A Renekton
situation.
first pick?
Yeah, or Jax. Quando, you're going to ban Kaisa. We already know it.
Aatrox first pick.
No, I don't think that's
Mahila's 10-2 on Jax.
Okay, Kaisa's up.
He's played 4 games of Renekton, lost all of them.
Tristana also available. So, is it a Renekton Kaisa pick angle? I'd be all about it. Quando, show me what you got. Almost typing it in.
Show me your moves.
Jace Maokai.
Oh, wow.
Oh no.
You know what happens then? Kaisa gets insta-locked.
Jace
Casante.
Casante. Okay.
All right,
Well,
GG, go to game 2.
Shaco? This is like Nongshin was like, wow, if you're not going to respect us, I guess we won't respect you either. No. But, alright, something's going on. Something's not right. Maybe they think the Shiv nerfs are just a bit much. Maybe they think the Shiv nerfs are too...
Just gonna pick Kaisa and Maokai.
That's
Because
what you
Guangdong
should.
Freaks left it open.
That's what you should do. They were hovering Gragas for some reason at Rengar, but the choice is obvious. Calyx.
He's just listening to the coaches, you know.
He hasn't even scrolled it yet. Okay, now he's ready to scroll it. Scrolling down.
Yeah, I think he was typing.
There it
Kaisa.
is. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ready for game 2. I'm ready, Wolf.
Well, we have to get through the rest of this draft and the entirety of game 1 first, so I don't want you to get too ahead of yourself. As Ivern.
Are you sure you're not ready for game 2?
All right, I'm ready for game 2. Yeah, I'm ready.
That's when Wolf is ready for game 2.
Honestly, I'm ready for game 2. Yeah,
Yeah,
honestly, you know what? Forget it. Like,
I'm ready for game 2. Yeah. No, this is not okay drafting. Like, either you're going for Omega Comfort or you just don't understand.
You know what makes me comfortable?
current meta.
Jace, Casante, Ivern. Not! They banned Varus. That's okay, I guess. I don't know if Varus works with this.
The fans. The fans won.
Who do you want to shield? Is it Aphelios? Nobody wants to pick Aphelios anymore. I think Aphelios is still relevant.
Valdez.
Everyone thinks Ashe is better than Aphelios in Challengers. And
Xayah.
ask Deft about that one.
Bull is going to play Xayah. How do I know? I looked at my sheet.
Well, it's also available, and probably one of the strongest picks that's left. All right, it's got to be an Aphelios or a Jinx now, right? Come on.
No, they're playing Kog'Maw. Let's protect the Kog'Maw. This is the only thing that makes sense. Maybe Senna? No.
I was literally joking with
Look,
you
they're-
before, like,
they're
remember
hovering
Senna?
it.
Remember when Senna was relevant? Remember when Nongsha played Senna a lot? Wait, it could be Kaisa mid, Senna bot lane.
And Tristana jungle?
No, Tristana...
Top?
Tristana bot with Senna.
Oh.
Kaisa mid.
I mean, Nongshin are probably just thinking like, what are they
Just
playing
play
with this?
Renekton.
No, play Malphite.
Aatrox!
Hey, I mean, it's a Cassante. It makes a little bit
Yeah,
more sense.
no, I like it. I think it's okay. Could have played Gwen also, I guess, if you wanted to, but... Alright. What's it gonna be? Is it the Kog'Maw? They like
It's
let them
actually
know
Senna.
it was Senna. They were like, oh yeah, Senna Kench. Wow. When I looked at you when we did our hype video opening and I said, do you remember Senna? Remember that
Yeah,
champion?
I remember.
This is not what I had in mind, actually. This is not what I was really... I didn't really think we were going to see. I didn't think Bull was going to pull it out. But he said, you know what? It's been a while.
Let's give it a hot crack.
So you know what champions...
He's played it once. He got a win.
You know what champions I like with Ivern shielding? Are champions that build lifesteal and actually hold their own in a big bruiser fight where you have a Cassante to protect you, you know, in the front line. Maybe a real mid champion like Azir as well. Senna, not really on my list of Ivern 80 carries.
This comp doesn't do any damage.
It doesn't do
It
damage.
just sit there and
has
hopefully
range.
Jace booms his... Like, if this is solo queue and I'm on Quantum Freaks' team, I'm like, if Jace does not get 7 kills in the laning phase, we lost. It is over. And you can
7 might
spam your
be,
Cassante copy pasta all you want. Doesn't matter.
I'll give it like maybe like 4 kills in the early game. By like 15 minutes, 4 kills, Cleaver. That's the cutoff for me.
Yeah. No, I'm okay with... Yeah, if he gets that, I'm like, okay, we can begin to have a discussion about Quantum Freaks winning this game.
Yeah, you know what? I'm down for that. Otherwise, Nongshim coasted.
The only damage this Quantum Freak comp is starting to do is the damage to my eyes witnessing it. No, yeah, it's too late for that. Unfortunately, yeah.
Here's the question, Val, is it Heartsteel Senna?
I really hope it is. At this point, you might as well. You know?
Heartsteel Senna coming back in my LCK Challengers?
Just go for the 80-minute game. You can do it. Okay, well, we're ready. Let's hop onto the rift for game 1.
We did the no signal, Valdez.
Yeah, but
we did the no signal.
They finished
and then you
like
did it
right
anyways.
before. They finished the fan chant like right before. Like the timing was.
Never let Valdez have the keys to the bunker. Okay, Valdez cannot be in control of the rocket launch.
Yeah.
Valdez is like, he says abort and then presses the launch button.
Just kidding,
I'm
lol.
This draft is asking what my favorite GameCube game is, and to elaborate, I don't even understand what that means.
He's saying that
Is
the
he
game
saying
doesn't
GameCube is
matter,
bad?
and he wants us to know, or he wants us to tell him what our favorite GameCube game is, and to elaborate.
I mean, it's probably Smash Bros. Melee, obviously.
What about Heavy Rain?
That wasn't on GameCube.
It wasn't?
That was a PS3 game.
PS3?
Yeah.
No, it was not.
Yeah, it was.
No, it was earlier than that.
I don't think so. Chat.
Heavy Rain?
Yeah, Heavy Rain, PS3.
I'm pretty sure
pretty
I
ahead
played
of its
that
time.
game, and then I didn't have a PS3 ever. What was the game that I played then? That's like the new mystery. Does anyone know like a game like Heavy Rain that was on
I think Quantum Games is the publisher, and I don't think they made any
in PC?
games
No, I
before
didn't
Heavy Rain.
play it on PC.
All right, so Heavy Rain is the game with Sean.
Yeah.
Does that ring any bells,
It
or are you
does.
thinking of a different game?
It definitely does.
Okay. All right. Well. Anyway, it wasn't on. It was not on Nintendo GameCube. I'll tell you that. If you remember what happens in that game, you probably remember why it's not on GameCube either. Plus
I'm
the
gonna have to look
graphics.
this up during the break. I don't know. I think it was Indigo Prophecy. That sounds very familiar. The same game? Indigo Prophecy sounds very familiar.
I've never heard of that game. Tom Kench.
It was on GameCube.
Excuse me.
Well, Tom Kench is the one that is being fed, and the Senna is fasting.
Yeah.
She's on a diet, and Tom Kench says, "Well, I'm perfectly capable to join this lane and eat some minions."
It's actually passing center. So just trying to get additional tank here and stack it up, get that range. Maybe you'll outrange the Kaisa, because here's the thing, like in a world where this comp works for Kwangdong, like they don't do a lot of damage, but in longer fights, if the Tristana doesn't blow somebody up or Kaisa doesn't get on top of somebody, there's a world where it works. Is Courage is here.
Right. Guangdong Freaks making some plays. When is the root gonna happen? Okay, they did it. Wait, but then, oh wait, oh, this comp doesn't do any damage. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Hey, they got a heal. You ever just go like past the river in lane and get ganked, but then like only have to heal?
They're like sitting there walking back. They don't even flash. Nothing happens.
And it was a good engage from Moham as well. He actually had a really nice dive there. Oh well. Hey, gonna get maybe a turret plate?
The cannon. The cannon? Yep, okay, nice.
Well played, well played.
He's trying to stop the backs here. He will. Moham's standing on a ward. Oof. Didn't even pop their pots. Because meanwhile, we got a big trade in mid. Kolix really putting on the pressure. I remember we casted Kolix in spring. And he played Silas. You remember that?
Yeah,
we were like, whoa, this guy's kind of...
Kolix and
he's
Call
off
Me.
the chain.
Yeah, they're both very good, actually. They seem to be...
He's very young.
They're so young that, like, it really gives you hope that they actually have a lot of room to grow.
16.
Yeah.
Just check.
Like, Kobe is 17. You know, he's also got a lot of room to grow. We're just winning all 3 lanes right now. It's not looking good for the 4-kill Jace angle. It's not looking good for the 4-kill Jace angle.
We will talk about Kwangdong Freaks winning if Jace gets 4 kills.
Before 15 minutes.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's not much hope.
So
even in Challengers, Wolf.
Devil's advocate, like I was saying before that, gank, as you could call it, Courage came through.
It was a nice gank.
If Kaisa and Calix engage and they don't kill anybody, and Bull is safe, he will do more damage than the Kaisa will in a long fight, like a really long fight, with a lot of Ivern shields and a lot of Tahm Kench shielding. It could happen, you know, like Angels in the outfield, it could happen.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying, like, if an Angel comes down and turns off Nongshim's computers.
Oh, no.
No, but, like, in all seriousness, it's not...
that time of night. We're getting toxic.
No. Like, no, but seriously, though, like, I am kind of memeing because I don't think it's going to happen, but it's also, like, legit. I think there is a way with the range advantage they have if they keep chipping away and use this Ivern properly. And he has to build Moonstone, by the way. Absolutely no Shirelius angle here. Do not do that, Courage. This is not the game for that. Maybe they win the longer fight, right? Or if Tristana gets caught by a root, you know, Cassante does Cassante things. It's not impossible, Valdez. But we will not have a discussion about it anymore unless Jace gets 4 kills.
He needs 4 kills. Let's see. That Q from the Ivern kind of looked like a Nidalee spear. That was weird. It would be fine if they had an AP threat. It would be fine, but they don't. Well, that would certainly add to their damage, yes, and their AP if they had it. So they are going to get a flash out of Idol.
Hey, both summoners down.
Throughout all of this, they're still getting some value down in the bottom line. Don't need any damage to do that.
And a plate. And look, because Bull goes Sickle, he actually gets plus 20 gold every time he gets that turret. He's getting that support item online. It's on cooldown right now, but did get it.
HH's just gonna go in and
he
go
wants
out.
to keep him interested because Sounda has ult. He's like, maybe I can trick him.
Sounda's level 6?
Yeah, Sounda's level 6. He hasn't been doing anything except farming. But now he sees.
Daisy getting to work here on the Cloud Drake. Should be going over to Courage. Pretty straightforward here.
Look at this, hold on.
Pressure.
25 gold lead. Oh, except...
What? No?
Plate went over. Top side.
Yeah. Why did they even pick Ivern? It wasn't even to stop Nongshim picking it since they already had Maokai? Yeah, no, good question.
I mean, the thing is, like, the Maokai could have been played support. You know.
True. They're making this really interesting down here in the bottom. Like, at the end of the day, Senna can outrange this Kaisa and can be very annoying. You get some ton licks in there as well.
Yeah.
And there's not much that Rakan can do with this Gleaming Quill besides heal up the Kaisa a fraction of the percentage.
Yeah. Still wish that ability could be reworked in some way. But what if they just made it slightly more healing and it was just a point-click heal on your AD carry? That would feel more satisfying than what it is right now. But
Well,
it
she
is what it is.
definitely won't outrange the Kaisa W. That's very true.
That
Just
is
talking
true.
about in the laning phase, you know, Senna still strong.
Yeah, she's doing Senna things. Bomby Cinder. You know, a little bit of
It kind of sounded like you said Mommy's Cinder.
Bomby Cinder.
Okay.
Mommy's Cinder
Just
is
checking, you know.
when your mom is stoking that fire with a big pot of goulash on a winter's night.
What? What? Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something that makes about as much sense as Pony's conversation.
Yeah, okay. I think you hit the nail on the head there. What even is goulash, do you know?
I think goulash is a generic term for a stew type thing that doesn't taste very good.
Why does it have to not taste very good?
You wouldn't call it goulash if it tasted good.
Would you call it a stew?
Yeah, I think so. I think the point of goulash is it's not appetizing.
Goulash is delicious. Yeah.
I don't think so.
I've never had it.
I think it's supposed to be bad. You see the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode about the goulash?
No. I haven't.
Well, in that particular case, it was implied that it was going to be good, but it actually wasn't good.
Sounds funny.
The implication, though, that it was going to be good.
It's a soup or stew of meat and vegetable seasoned with paprika and other spices. So yeah, it's like beef
That sounds
stew.
delicious, unlike goulash.
It's literally the description of goulash.
Anyone can edit Wikipedia, Valdez. Twitch chat's on it.
Kind of looks like curry. It's just a European way of saying stew. There you go. See? And
Alright,
take a look
so
at this. 3
they're-
plates.
They're plating up. They are plating up.
Is that 4 kills for Cleaver? No.
What?
What did he
Ivan's
say?
really talkative.
Can anyone translate that for us?
I couldn't understand what he said.
It's not a very nice sounding name. I mean, it might just be because we don't speak the language that it came from.
No, I mean, I haven't had any goulash before, so.
It just
Oh,
didn't
you know what
sound good.
you know what I'm thinking of actually? I'm actually just wrong, chat. I was thinking of gruel. Not goulash. Yeah, you guys know gruel.
Like the boss from World of Warcraft?
No,
Burning
no.
Crusade?
Wait, hold on. I was thinking of gruel, I think.
Yeah, that's more
Gruel
of a
is the one that's
porridge.
bad by default, yeah. Because I don't live in a predominantly English-speaking country, okay? I don't know all the answers.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about gruel or goulash often in my life.
True, that's very true. It's food consisting of some type of cereal, such as ground oats, wheat, rye, or rice, heated or boiled in water or milk. It is a thinner version of porridge that may be more often drunk rather than eaten. Historically, gruel has been a staple of the Western diet, especially for peasants. So, like, all of Twitch chat, right?
I wonder Twitch chat's defending it so hard. I'm kidding. Well, these plates are going to go down. It's not the Jace that's getting money. It's the Tristana here. As the Senna is
4 plates!
the problem
Soon.
is, so she's getting a lot of stacks here as well, and she's going to get that Umbra Glaive pretty soon. And when she does, if they can remove vision, like Umbra Glaive plus Ivern Bushes? Glaive plus bush? It's hard to say plus bush for some reason for me, but plus bushes means wards removed, hard to see, plus 175. He's got a lot of money.
Bull is rich, and he will do some damage.
Let's see if he has it on this buy. That's Moham.
Glaive. Yep.
Okay, he's glaving it.
Yep.
So he has to get back here before this Drake is completed. Courage trying to buy some time. This is
Okay,
the four,
Cleaver.
The 4-kill
He's looking
angle.
for his first kill.
Yeah, wait, hold on. It's coming in this fight. Wait for
We
it.
haven't had a kill yet. It's a Challengers game, Wolf. It's 13 minutes.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm gonna go insane.
He's
What's
coming over.
happening?
He's coming over. There's 4 Nongshim members here.
There's a lot of bushes there as the Tom Kent, I don't know if you can kill him actually, even with a comp that does have damage, although you can kill Courage instead. Down goes the Ivern, the flank from Mahio is pretty nice, but the rest of his team has now abandoned him as he's got his Cassante there as well, who does teleport back in. The Aatrox getting some value, but Bull will be able to shut him down and trade it 1 for 1.
Wasn't the greatest fight for Nongshim, but Cleaver doing a lot of work actually zoning Calyx out, and I mean the front to back works out when Bull has this much peel and he has the range to back it up. Imagine if he has more range than this later on in the game. I'm starting to believe Valdez. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm starting to believe.
Okay, sure. You can believe. It's okay.
I'm a Kwang Lever.
Lever?
How
about a Dong Lever?
Yeah, maybe that's the one. Okay, Bull.
HH is getting in there, man. He's going to get rooted up and does hop over to his teammate. And Moham is basically unkillable, has a Sunfire cape. In goes Vital, but yeah, you only have a Shiv at this moment in time. So at this moment in time, you don't do much damage either.
Nope. But look.
Do Nation not like their top lane? I think they do.
I'm a little bit worried about Moham here. He's trying to bait. Got that Senna heal. Gonna actually start this up. I don't think you can contest this, Kwang Freaks. There should be a Drake apiece here. We'll see what soul we get, because it's Infernal.
Infernal.
No, it's Mountain. Okay, well, that's not going to be damage for the Senna, unfortunately. Not going to be good for the lethality Jace.
It's amazing against Quantum Freaks.
Yeah.
How does it's like the universe is is collaborating to make them no.
I actually don't think it's the end of the world yet, but we didn't get 4 kills in 15 minutes, and that was the metric we set.
That was the win condition. Maokai shouldn't be allowed to purchase boosts since they don't fit on his chunky stump feet. How do you know what his feet look like?
That's a bit of a weird statement, Chad.
I'll give that one a...
I actually think anyone is free to buy boots. In any society I was in control of, I would allow anyone to wear footwear. Including Cassiopeia, in fact, actually. If I were in control of Summoner's Rift, that would be changed.
Okay.
She'd be rebalanced accordingly, but she'd be able to buy footwear.
Where does Nami put the boots?
Valdez, they're just straight up pushing this Senna into turrets, and she's hitting them, and she's getting money. Support item upgraded.
She did get that. We got a fight here between the mid laners, who are now in the bottom lane, and attempting to maybe join on a teleport, but not really. It doesn't look like Nongshim have a big plan to get on in here, and sure, I mean, you got Aatrox and 280 carries, and Maokai. Just chill out, relax, sit back.
HH is having a time this game. He's having a time.
Yeah. He is playing the game.
He is playing the game, but it's not finding what he's looking for. How many stacks is Bull have? He has 82. He has 82 stacks.
Rockler, tell me how this team is going to do damage.
17 minutes, 84 stacks. He's going to hit 100, like, at 20.
He's going to have a lot of range. What range does he get on 100?
He's going to get Kraken Slayer. I don't know what the number is.
He should go RFC. Start one-tapping people. Ivern has one Nashers. Yeah, maybe they're relying on the Sunfire Cape.
I don't think Ivern is building Nashers, actually, to be honest with you. I think he's going Redemption after Moonstone, which is what I was suggesting in the after the draft. I was like, yeah,
Blade Senna. Well, we'll see about that.
I would like to see Kraken Slayer.
I mean, Quantum Freaks, you know, they're going to use this. Should be able to take out this tier 1. Right, okay, there you go.
I mean, we have to see a team fight for Nongshim to prove that they're actually real.
Talk quietly and carry a long stick. That is the idiom that Bull is following right now. He's got that range. Calyx, this guy does not care about trading. He was like born into trading. He was like born in the arena.
Sure. Not born in the USA. That was Bruce Springsteen, but
Yeah. Also you and I.
Yep. Cleaver?
Okay. He heard us. He's like, I got to get these kills. I got to do anything possible to get 4 kills before 15 minutes. Otherwise, my team doesn't have damage. That's what the caster said.
It's post 15 minutes though, Valdez.
Yeah, he's
And
trying
he
to make
had
up
no
for lost
control,
time.
and he had a good trade against Calyx, so he was like, I'm going in, and you know what? Nongshim supported Calyx. They grouped, and they're like, what if Jace tries to kill him? We should probably be aware of it. And honestly, they were aware of it, and they killed him. So Calyx doesn't even have to flash. Cleaver's dead. The advantages they had earlier, it is Rageblade Senna. There's the knife. Advantages that Kwangdong had in the lane,
The knife.
not really translating to a whole lot of success yet. But we have a team fight coming up here. 50 seconds. Let's see how this Senna does at 20 minutes.
So Wolf, they did the math. At 2,464 minutes into the game, Senna will auto-attack globally.
Well, I don't think we're going to that. That's a really strange thing to
Would
look
you
at.
say there's a chance?
I don't think so. But he's practically attacking globally now.
But not quite.
But he's just not hurting them, is the thing. He can attack them.
He's not yet tickling them a little bit.
He's not yet hurting them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was MF versus Chronicler.
It was big.
It was
POG.
Yeah, she was carrying the large guns that time. It was. Yeah, they almost lost the game going all in for a pentakill as well. That happened. Fun times. Kind of led to Smash getting more kills though, so I guess that was worth it. Maybe.
파랑 팀의 포탑이
HH?
파괴되었습니다.
What is going on? HH, careful, man. I know you're a con, but...
Hey, at least you didn't lock it.
True.
Not Shirelia's like every other Recon in the world. He does get kind of isolated there, has to grand exit, but the team can't get in here. Quantum Freak's a little bit late to the party. They have some brushes set up. In goes HH. He only catches the catch. That's not going to be great because that's the one guy you don't want to catch. It's now Mihail getting isolated here.
Play it out.
He's getting licked to death. Has to flash here.
Couldn't catch anybody.
Trying to re-engage onto Illima, but again, if you're attacking Illima or Moham, it doesn't feel very good at this point in time, so just going to back off of this one for now. But they got the Drake. One Mountain Drake.
Yeah. One Mountain Drake, one team fight loss, but no money goes to Kwangdong, so just down a few flashes here. Doesn't feel too bad when you consider that they have a pretty good scaling composition here. They have a side lane threat in this Tristana. I'm not ready to count Kwangdong out just yet.
I am.
I know, you've made your position quite clear, and like,
okay,
I was with you, but the more I'm watching the way these fights are going and how Nongshim aren't really respecting the Kench's tankiness, I think there's a real world in which maybe in like a 35-minute game, Kwangdong win this. Teleport's going to come through. Illima, let's see what we can find.
Maybe the play is that you force Nongshim to not respect your composition so much that you just are able to outplay them.
I mean, you're
pick
like
the weirdest stuff. You're like, okay, these guys won't respect us, so. We'll
I mean, it worked on you.
Yeah,
and it worked on me initially.
It's working.
That teleport was not the call that's going to be game winning, unfortunately, but he can maybe get this turret.
Dun, dun, dun. We have the dramatic soon.
Is that like the observers being like, if he didn't teleport, he would have had the turret? Because I think that's what they were showing. They're like, yeah, imagine if he didn't teleport, but also killed the turret.
Mm-hmm.
He did teleport and didn't kill the turret.
Yeah, Nongshim are going to open up TikTok on their phones while this game is going on. If we keep going at this pace. It's okay. You're not allowed to have your phone on stage, actually. That would be considered against the rules.
That's kind of what Bro does sometimes. They just legit try to bore the enemy team to death and then eventually win.
Yeah. So based on the longest recorded pro game at 94 minutes and 40 seconds, Senna will gain about 812.5 bonus range and will have 12.5 range.
That won't happen. But she is going to shoot really far. She's shooting really far now.
She is, but is
she's
it
still not
far
hurting
enough?
people. She's still not hurting people is the thing.
Okay.
Because she doesn't get gold very much.
Notion are also trying to figure out, like, what do we do? Like, they're like, I want to do things, but what is it that we do?
It's crazy how Kwangdong actually just kind of group and siege turrets and keep taking them off the map. And Illima is Cassante, so trying to kill this guy is probably not your best bet.
First roam from Kwangdong, they get a TP to bot lane. And the Q3 is going to hit, but Sounda, he's got the Twisted Advance. College takes negative damage from the Shock Blast. Well, I guess they got 2 ultimates out of Notion Wolf. Hashtag worth.
Illima flashed for the Q3. He did, and it didn't lead to anything, but he's been using his summers in an aggressive way. He's posturing very carefully. Now, I mean, sorry, not carefully, very aggressively. I'm still just going to pretend that I think there's a chance.
Okay,
because
keep it up.
It's challengers, and you know what? If I, like, my thought process here is if I keep telling you guys, no, Kwangdong could win this, and they actually do, I'll look like a genius. I'll be like, oh, Wolf knew the whole time.
But if not, you can just say,
then I could just say I was memeing. Well,
baby.
yeah, exactly, Valdez. I'm keeping my
that's the right
options
angle.
open.
Yeah,
I'm playing both sides.
I like that.
I'm playing both sides.
Wolf's on both teams.
And, like, I do think there is a modicum of thought process in this. I just don't think it's the right one. Illima, no flash, remember.
They keep trying to kill the Cassante. Will it work this time?
Senate Global Ultimate? That's pretty high range.
Yeah. He doesn't need to auto at global range.
Who does Kaisa actually dive on in this comp is the other question.
Here we go. Illima finally taking some lethal damage, and it looks like they finally got him. As now the rest of Kwangdong are like, well, I guess we got to fight on this one. As now their one source of damage goes down. Well, they have Senna as well. Is she really a champion? I'm not so sure. A bunch of bushes are coming up. Perhaps if they kite for 8 million years, they can get away from them. As everybody on the side of Nongshim is full health. Kind of strange how that happens. So Nongshim just going to go ahead and take the Baron then.
Well, that was a very decisive call from Kwangdong Freaks to try to fight to save the Cassante. And I think about 3 autos for Bull, went off there, but
he did some damage, 1600, not bad.
I wanted to lever.
Kwang lever.
Like, look at this rotation.
Emphasis on the no, I'm just kidding.
Oh. It's not our finest moment as a Kwangdong, but Illima here, he's Cassante, so he can absorb a lot of pressure. The problem is you just walked into the Nature's Grasp, and Tristana can flash away, and then now you can't front to back.
I think Alex buffered the root.
If Cassante is dead, I believe you're right, yes. I think he did with the rocket jump there, but if you don't have your Cassante, you can't fight with Senna, and just let your Cassante die and be like, well, that's really unfortunate, but that's how it is, and like we're gonna have to fight on an objective instead. They didn't. The objectives are given Baron and Dragon, which, as you already pointed out, is very strong in the Kwangdong's comp.
It's fasting Senna, so don't
Yeah,
hit me
those
with the
numbers are-
carry
yeah, the
didn't
numbers-
affect W or anything like that.
Yeah, the numbers are not accurate here, but
Maybe it's a protest comp. No, I don't think it is. Maybe they're just trying out some new stuff. Nongshim, they'll be happy to try their best and try to take the 2-0. We'll see how the next game goes. But this one, for now, seems pretty donezo. I mean, if Kwangdong Freaks can hold on for a very long time, perhaps your Senna can be
Bounty
one-shot
gold?
people, I guess.
Bounty gold?
TP coming in.
One day
is
Rage
now
Blade
here.
will happen. It's getting closer.
He doesn't have it yet.
It's getting closer. Still getting close. Passive gold generation is happening.
They don't have a lot of wave clear either.
Look at the stacks.
Cannons.
+8. Give him the ward. Courage. Give him the ward. He needs money. He needs money. He needs that Rage Blade. He's gonna get it. He's going home. He's got it. 28
got it.
minutes.
The
The
Rage
28
Blade.
minute spike.
Nice.
He's got it, Valdez.
All right.
He's only an item and a half behind.
Let's go.
Oh no.
What is Senna exactly?
Riot's been trying to figure that out for years.
Years? When did Senna come out? What year was...
Is that like 2018?
Yeah, it has been quite a while, hasn't it?
Riot's still not sure if she's an AD carry or
December
support or both.
2019, okay.
2019, okay. They are scaling infinitely, as Atlas would say.
No Heartsteel, though.
True, so not the full infinite scaling, but pretty halfway infinite scaling. They're getting sieged. Nongshim are playing this very carefully, let's say. 7,000 gold the advantage, just waiting for that Mountain Soul before they try to end the game. 1-3-1-ing.
Half of Infinity is still Infinity. Hashtag no freaks.
It was Infinity over 2.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
True. Even Infinity over 4. Could say.
Yeah. I think so.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Well, they can't kill Moham, that's for sure. I think Nongshim have taken a stance of, well, we won the one fight, so now that...
Wait. Sounda's getting hurt?
He's getting bopped here by the Senna. The range,
Ult him?
extraordinary.
Nah, he doesn't have enough damage. Don't ult him.
The range still extraordinary.
It's long.
Bull is in the brush, and, well, that's the charm on the cleaver. He is going to go down to the Kaisa, who, oh. What? Where did he go? That's the end of that. A pentakill angle here for the side of the Kaisa. Vital, looking for it. W also going to miss as the entire team goes insanely deep for this. White flag will be raised.
No penta.
No penta.
Team America says that was exciting. It was very exciting when the Senna was killed by Kaisa. She went over the rest of the team and she was like, yeah, protect the Senna if I fly over their heads.
Nongshim, all that's left to do is attack some turrets. Barely do damage to Ilima. Looks like he might just burn down very close, but he will survive. And a big Senna ultimate. The rest of the team backing away.
Give up.
Nongshim.
What are we doing?
Not ready to end this game just yet, but the Aatrox Mihail is. He finds the angle, in hops Tristan Akalix wants his own penta, and he will not have it, as they decide, well, let's boost our KDAs a little bit before this game ends. And that they will.
I just love when they were like, wait, the inhib is up. We don't have a minute away from mid. They went back and killed it. Well, it was a fun attempt, Guangdong.
Yeah, they needed like an Azir with this, not lethality Jace.
No, yeah, legit. That's what I was saying. If they had a real mid that actually could offer supplementary damage and some utility, like Azir, would have been fantastic. But they saw the Maokai and they were like, we got to deny that Jace. We got to deny that Ivern. Oh, POG votes.
Oh, yeah.
Any Kaisa voters?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to vote for Kaisa.
Well,
no.
I did.
Wolf did it. I'm going to vote for top.
I mean, the votes aren't public, so unless you tell everyone like you just did, no one would ever
everyone
know.
that I voted for top.
Trying to see more Aatrox and Aatrox enthusiast. Whoa, look at that Cassante damage. What does it mean?
Whoa. Wait, it's also Ilima?
Wait, what?
Wait, we're actually living in a simulation right now.
This isn't real.
I'm scared.
We're not real.
I'm scared.
We're not real, Valdez.
We're not real.
We're not real.
That's scary.
I don't like it. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, no.
No, wait. 1-1-1-1-1. What does it mean? Nongshim has one win also, Valdez. They only got one kill. Wait, did Ilima get the kill? I don't think he got the kill. He didn't get the kill, right?
If he did, I don't know what I'd do. What do they mean?
In game 1. All right.
Oh, man. Well,
I would like to revisit the draft.
Yeah. Vital's going to win. 7-0-0. 700.
He did it. He killed the Senna. this game.
He got dunked on in lane, and then he pressed W like a couple times in the fight.
It's
Oh,
hard. It's
man.
hard to vote, man, because Aatrox, was he really the main character? Was
Media, I can't.
it could have been a jungle vote. Like, I would have been okay with that. It definitely wasn't an HH angle.
No.
don't think. Senna got the kill. Okay, it's all saved. It's all saved. We are real.
Yeah.
We're real AI. Commentating from
Real
year 2025. The world lives that long, guys. Don't worry. We're making it to 2025.
Maybe.
And when I saw the 11,111 damage Cassante out, that's when I was worried that actually we were all already dead. But I think we're okay
Could
about
be.
this.
I don't know. I'm not so sure. Guys, we are done with game 1. Let's take a break and have game 2 after. Hello and welcome back to Challenger League. It's me, Vladez, with Volf, and we are getting into game number 2 of Kwangdong Freaks versus Nongshim. That first game, I want to remember it, and I also want to forget it. What do you think, Wolf?
It's gonna, excuse me. It's gonna be. You gave me the hiccups. Apparently, it's gonna be hard to forget. It's gonna be hard to forget, Valdez. But
I think
eventually,
we're
with time, I will heal.
We're a 7-game Senna today.
Well, with the Senna pick that we saw in the 6th of the 7 games, I think you're probably right. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
We do have some substitutions.
That we do.
We will have Lancer coming in.
Substitutions.
Lancer's coming in for Ilima, but also Pressure is coming in for Courage. Now, don't ask us who Pressure is because, frankly, we don't really know. We asked
Franker Z, and we also don't know.
Yeah, and also nobody really knew much about him. Like, there's not a lot of data. He's played in their academy team. Tough to know, but
yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing what eclectic
Pressure.
champions he's going to play.
Ivern. They're going to play the same comp.
What about Karthus?
No.
How about Lilia? What about Nidalee?
There's a chance that he plays Lilia.
What about Jungle Jax?
No.
What about Jungle Silas?
Yeah, maybe.
What about Kane?
No, that champion doesn't exist.
What about Jungle Senna? What about Jungle Camille?
Jungle Camille, okay. I like that.
Jungle
That's a good angle.
That's what I like to hear, buckets and gloves.
What if he plays Yumi?
That's not we're not that's not allowed.
Heimer jungle, maybe? So, yes. Once again, this is Lancer for Ilima.
What's going on with the referees back there, but it seems intense.
And this is Pressure. As you can clearly see.
It's actually wild. I feel like if they had an invisible player, I would have heard about it by now. Like that's the kind of thing that usually gets out, you know? Somebody's actually a completely transparent player. Usually it's the kind of thing people like to discuss. Like they try to keep it a secret because it's like invisible, like nobody knows if he's really real, if he's there or not, but
so he's gonna play Evelyn.
Could be Shaco.
I think he would have appeared by now.
Well, he's invisible, Valdez.
Yeah, but Shaco, it doesn't last forever, you know? Like,
well, I mean, just because that's how Shaco works, but that's not how pressure works.
Could be
He's just permanently
Timo
invisible
as well.
Now he can turn it off when the draft starts. Like generally, he likes to show up for that. So I expect that we will get a good look at what he looks like when he does decide not to be invisible anymore.
Oh, we got to the barking.
Who let the dogs out, Valdez?
The Fury!
The Fury is disabled.
Oh, sorry. Warwick!
There he is.
Pressure!
I like his glasses.
I like that he has chosen to become uninvisible.
You know, did you ever watch Digimon?
No.
Well, chat, did you ever watch Digimon?
Yes, chat has watched Digimon.
Digimon Season 2, one of the antagonists, a character called Ken. He gives me serious Ken vibes.
Ken?
Yeah, Ken. He gives me Ken vibes. He definitely has
Are you
a
gonna see the Barbie
Caterpillar
movie?
Digimon. I don't know. Like, maybe? Probably not until the season's over. If it's out of theaters by then maybe like one day in a few years.
Yeah, for me that's like a at-home, I have nothing better to do movie. I'm not going to the cinema to watch that film. As Ox would say.
Valdez just really wants to talk trash today. He's down to
Yeah.
he's just down to like be negative about things.
That's me, yeah. Mr. Toxic.
Mr. Toxic.
Yeah.
You're like in one of those old books, like, you know, those small white books, like Mr. Greedy, like Mr. Sleepy, or Mr. Toxic. What's the name of that series?
I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about,
Come
but it sounded
on.
funny. Mr. Toxic.
Hold on, I'm looking it up. Because it seems like we have some issues with getting pressure ready.
Mr. Man Books.
Roger.
Mr. Men and Little
Angries?
Miss.
Yeah, Mr. Men.
Oh, I've seen those before.
Yeah.
Is that one Mr. Hungry?
No, Mr. Greedy.
No.
I just remembered 100% that was the name of one of the books. So, look, we have Mr. Tickle, Mr. Blump, Mr. Greedy,
No, I don't
Mr.
think,
Clever,
I don't think I want to know more.
Mr. Tall, Mr. Mean.
Mr. Forgetful.
Why are all of these images low quality?
Mr. Forget About It.
Mr. Silly. Anyways, then there's also Mr. Toxic, aka Valdez.
Yeah, that's mean.
It has him right on the cover. Well, no amount of barking can fix this technical issue.
Yeah. They're like, okay, that's a very sad bear.
I'm actually starting to worry that something deeper is going on here. Like, the Nongshim coaching staff is having a disagreement with somebody. I don't know. It looked like
Maybe they're like, Pressure's not allowed to play.
well, that's what I was
He's not
worried
on the
about. Like,
roster.
because he's not actually officially on their roster.
Yeah. They told me Pressure is playing. I'm like, he's not on my sheet here. I mean, my sheet also does say Nongshim Red Force, so.
I will find out soon what is going on, as we keep seeing the sad Kwangdong sign that was shown earlier. It's a little bit
Pointing
sadder
to
now.
win. Yeah, how did they make it sadder? They're deciding what to order for dinner.
We have no idea, guys. Like, I have no information for you all, so thank you for your patience.
I think we're ready.
Did you see Kwangdong are also channeling Faker? They're sending him the
Yeah.
energy?
Just a little bit, not as much as us, but just a little one.
He needs our energy right now. Hope he gets well soon.
If you were a pro gamer, what would your ID be?
Proxy Wolf. No, actually, I don't know. I probably have to rethink everything. But if I was a pro gamer when I was younger, like I guess you could say a semi-pro, practice with the pro players in StarCraft 2, but if I actually was Wolf, then I would have been Wolf before SKT Wolf.
And I would have told him back then if I was a serious programmer, you can't have my ID. I'd be like, no, you can't have it.
Nice.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yes, we can read chat and we talk to chat. This is Challenger League. That's why we tell everybody in the LCK, hey, you guys should watch Challenger League. It's really chill. We talk to chat. I say that every time. And what about Woof instead of Wolf?
That's a good one. Sounds like a
How
Smurf.
about Mr. Toxic?
Nah, that sounds like yours.
Sounds like an LEC name.
It sounds like a name that like Riot wouldn't allow. Also, they'd be like,
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Well, I have asked for an update. It is an audio issue.
Audio issue. Are you having mayo nuggies after the broadcast? No.
No.
No mayo nuggies today. We did have Burger King yesterday, actually, at the LCK. That was the food.
Yeah, that was the meal. So some nuggies available. Always a classic.
Just like the classic audio issue.
Yeah.
Borgor. It was a chicken Borgor yesterday.
Ah, I didn't get it at first. My best howl. All right, are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good, right?
That was really nice. Very, very happy with that.
I have to take my arms down to do it though, or it doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, that's what that's what wolves do, right? I mean, they don't hold their hand up as they as they howl. The woofing goes away when big men start. Yeah, they're like, why is this woofing still here? How do we stop the barking? They're like, weird, when we went to the casters, the barking stopped.
Have you noticed that after the woofing happens, the guy tells them to fight? He's like,
Yeah.
fight, 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 fight,
does say
fight,
that,
fight.
yeah.
Yeah. Or is that part of the woofing?
I think that is the woofing.
Oh, maybe you're right. What's moxic?
Mr. Toxic. Moxic.
Okay, chat. We ate pizza already.
Yeah, we had pizza, pepperoni pizza. It was good.
It was pretty good. It was a different one than we usually get, but it was good. And we were talking about pizza earlier because it was brought up in the chat. So we just kind of got into the pizza mood and we ended up ordering pizza. And so it'll probably be like about a month before we get pizza again. Actually, that's not true because we only have a few more days of Challengers left.
Yeah.
That's really sad to think about.
Very sad.
We don't eat
Very
pizza at
sad.
Challengers very often, but when we do, we wait about like 3 more weeks till we eat it again.
LCK Regional Finals tickets coming out soon. Sag. Probably.
I guess so, yeah. We're not in charge of that. How long before we see Nefiri in pro play? That is not announced, so we don't
He didn't
know.
say Nefiri. He said new doggo.
That's what he means.
How do you know? He could be talking about anyone. He's probably talking about Garen.
I think he's talking about Nefiri.
Is there a noticeable difference between the pizza there and the pizza in the States? There's a lot more corn on the pizza over here, although no corn on the one that we got, thankfully. He's talking about Wolf, yeah.
He wants a reworked Susan.
Yep.
I haven't played, I'll be totally honest with all of you, I haven't played Nefiri yet because I'm focused on, like current patches and stuff like that. So I'll probably play during the off season before Worlds. I don't know if Nefiri will be available for Worlds, but I also haven't encountered Nefiri in any of my games, and no one has banned Nefiri in any of my games. Just haven't encountered her. I think it's...
I played against her in Arena. 2v2.
Yeah, I haven't played that mode yet. I'm actually really sad I haven't played that mode yet. Just don't have time. So I've played very little League of Legends since the Nefiri has been released as well, just because I'm doing League of Legends all the time.
Yeah, this is my 7th day of casting in a row. Well, not exactly casting, but working on League of Legends for the last 7 days. And it's been a long 7 days, Wolf. We were here on Tuesday, and then we did the whole LCK 5 days in a row, and now we're here on Monday. You and I and you, Let's take a look at the standings. Why not?
Standings.
Here's the standings.
Well, it is a very important match for Nongshim, as mentioned earlier in the broadcast, because they're still fighting for that second place and a round skip. They will need to, of course, win this. I believe this is their old score. Yeah, not including the one win they picked up in the series because it's not over yet. So this is pre-game 1. And that will not be what it stays.
Is that pick band music, Wolf?
It is. But no picks or bans.
Do we
Hey,
stand
there
up
we
during
go.
the standings? Yeah, every time. It's kind of a requirement. We don't usually talk about it, but it's something that kind of has to be done.
Yeah.
Why don't you stand up? We do. You just can't see it. We're not on camera.
It's true. It's not true. So let's jump into this pick and ban now. Finally ready for game 2 here. We have Pressure in. We have Lancer in. Quantum Freaks shows blue side. Let's see. what they
Boppy
got.
ban.
Got bopped.
Yep. Nobody's getting bopped except Boppy yourself.
See what the final bans are going to be. I don't know if Quantum Freaks should allow a Kaisa to come through again. They'll ban Maokai. Okay, that's... You don't have to actually just pick Jace and Ivern. You could just ban Maokai instead. Or you could also first pick Maokai, but they want a Kaisa. Guess what? No one's going to say, Kaisa is banned.
Nah.
No?
They're going to trade Kaisa for Tristana, Tristana for Kaisa. Who's getting what? Unless you're Quantum Freaks on red side and you don't pick either. Oh, which did happen in the last game.
Are they just not confident in playing these picks? I mean, that wouldn't shock me.
All right, first pick Ivern.
Do not. Valid is no. No! No! Why did you do it, Valdez? No, I wanted a different one. I wanted a fun game. I wanted a close one. I wanted to see what Pressure had. I wanted to know what he was capable of. I wanted him to be tested.
You know, you put down brushes, the fiddle goes in the brush.
My chair is so
What
loud
happens
today.
next?
I really hope people can't hear that.
I don't think they can. They're just hovering a bunch of stuff
Sounda
until
is
they
also
pick
just
Kaisa.
hovering all of the other irrelevant jungle picks and then being
Yeah.
like, what if we picked the meta champions that are really strong?
Yeah, they can't hear the chair. Surely.
Jace Ivern is not a combo. I mean, it can be good if you have a strong AD carry that's going to get power from Ivern. You set up brushes. The brush control can be quite good for Jace. It's very difficult to pick him off. He can fire from the brushes very easily. But it's not worth what you lost. It's not worth what you lost. It's not.
Well, at least they don't get Maokai. What are they going to pick instead? Is it just Cassante?
Could just, I mean, there's a lot of picks they could go for here that feel pretty nice. Just pick a
Nautilus?
support, yeah.
Good supports.
And it's
Abound.
flex.
We will never have a 9-game day. In
Could have
the
been
history
Rakan, but
of Wolf and Valdez
No,
duo.
it's not gonna happen.
We're the cringe duo. It doesn't happen.
this was the last chance for this season.
Yeah. Wolf on his Joker arc.
Yeah.
Yeah. One bad Senna Ivern game will just tip you over the edge. It wasn't just any old Senna Ivern game. There was a Cassante, a Jace, and a Tompkins as well. Do you think they banned Senna?
No. I don't
I
think
think
they're
you just
worried
let
about
them
it.
do it, yeah.
I don't think they're worried about it, actually. Honestly, they're aware of it.
Honestly, they're aware of what Quantum Freaks want to do. Okay, so Aatrox was the problem. We're going to ban that away.
But what about all the other strong
They're going to
top
play...
picks?
Okay, I see the angles. It's Jace jungle, it's Ivern Rengar bot. And mid is going to be
Wait,
Azir.
what if it's... Yeah, okay. All right, Valdez.
Braum?
I mean...
What did they... Noshim did play Zac in the
Yeah, they
last
did. They did.
series. It just adds to this What is happening today in this series? I don't get it. Huh? Yeah. Gnar?
Gnar? How many 80 carries can we get?
Well, for the jungle, you could get Kindred.
True. No AP damage allowed, besides Kai'Sa. Azir is not playable because they picked Jace Renekton, so that's not going to work
Neela.
out.
Tarek. Okay. All right, sure.
I mean, it's kind of a thing.
Just
like
gonna send it.
It's kind of more of a
It's
thing
great
than the
in
last
arena.
draft.
It's really good in arena, Wolf.
It's better than it was the last draft.
Yeah. You know?
Let's see
Little
what the
bit.
answer is going to
Okay.
be. What if they actually just play Kindred, like legit? Actually, pretty good into Guangdong's comp. I
The
feel.
choice is Lilia.
I mean, that's also pretty good into what they're running.
They don't really have a good front
Shyvana?
line. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. No. Okay, this better be AP Shyvana.
I don't think it's going to be.
Okay, well at least they have Kai'Sa. And what does Shyvana do exactly? Nothing. Oh, okay. Great.
Hey, that's not true. She can offer a little bit of CC with her
She can
ult
one-hit the
activation.
wards.
Yeah? She can kill the Gangplank barrels. Oh,
Chronicler
wait.
was supposed to cast this series. Chronicler, you want to head over? Maybe you can catch game 3. I'll
Chronicler,
sub
I
out
don't-
for you. You
I
want?
don't think you want this to be your moment. I don't think anyone wants this moment. But it's what we've been dealt, and
We've been dealt this hand, and we must play the hand as well as we can.
I'm calling it right now.
Shyvana's okay. That's some copium. We'll see.
All right, yes.
But she has a
Coping.
54% win rate in solo queue. Okay. Let's see how it goes.
Oh no! He had to do him. He had to do him like that. No, I'm calling it right now. Mihail is getting. He's getting POG.
Okay,
It's gonna be a
let's
Mihail
see.
game. I feel like it's a Mihail
right.
angle.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Chronicler, please respond. Chronicler, please respond.
No, it's okay. I still love you, Chronicler. It was a joke. Shyvana's very good. You know, it might work in this game. Like this might be the game. This is probably
I don't know
the
if it's
game.
gonna be definitive proof though. I don't know if it's gonna be definitive proof.
But hey, this is the moment for Shyvana to pop off. Let's see. Let's jump on the rift for game number 2.
Tariq.
Why is the thing floating next to him?
He uses magic to keep his life ring afloat. It floats. It's a life thing, life ring thing. They float.
Yeah, but
That's
we're
the
not
point of them.
underwater.
Yeah, but there's no water deep enough for it to float. The river is really just a big puddle. To be honest, let's all be honest. Is it a river or is it just 2 big puddles? Come on, Riot. It's 2 big puddles.
It is 2 big puddles.
It's 2 big
yeah.
puddles.
They're just long.
Let's stop kidding ourselves about the river. I think we should call it the North Puddle and the South Puddle.
We should do that from now on. At least in challengers.
Remember the Lake Drake?
Oh no. I do.
No blast plant
Good times.
allowed.
Yeah. They're definitely puddles. Poby was pretty good today.
Yeah, he was. He improved a little bit. You know, you could feel it.
How do you know it's AD Shyvana? Huh? You go Dark Harvest? Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably 80.
Dragon Puddle and Baron Puddle.
That also works. Why does it suddenly feel like everything just got real quiet?
Because we don't have the dog barking sound song. Yeah, it's a sound song.
Kind of like chilled out. H8's a pretty good Nautilus player, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, level 2 hit. They elect to fight into this. Vital is getting whipped by the Noodles.
Yeah, it's Nomisho who only noodles it up. It feels like it's a reference to the player who got called up to 80 carry instead of Vital. Is this actually a Vital diss?
Yeah.
Is this actually a really deep moment where they're like, no, Jiwoo got sent up because Neela was really good. Now you're here with us.
Whoa.
No, I don't think so.
That's really toxic.
Coming from Mr. Toxic. You're the expert.
You know, I think you might be right, though. What other reason do they
It's a
have to play
reference.
Neela Taric? They probably played a lot of arena mode, is what I'm thinking. You know what? You go in, you build a lot of lifesteal, you have a Taric, autos a bunch, heals you, shields you, stuns.
I don't like this Shyvana skin that much. It doesn't make her circle look
Here
cool.
comes the pressure gank in the bottom side as the stun is going to hit. Nice cleanse, but I think Vital's just dead. Yeah, they will get the damage in, and Moham is going to survive. Very nice gank as, going to force the flash out of Bull as now we got pressure down here on the bottom side, and a heal comes in onto HH. He's got a shield too. They can't kill the Nautilus. So difficult to dive here. 1Q could do it. The auto comes in, and yes, Bull will be able to take him out. Pressure tanks it up beautifully, and it is 2-0 to Kwangdong Freeze.
Clean Valdez. Shyvana jungle in shambles up here doing nothing. There's no cross map. There's no pressure on Lancer. It's just a clean setup. Bull putting the pressure on the hit level 2, constantly applying the fact that they're going to be experience ahead because of Neela's passive. Pressure comes over. He's in here. And Vital, he cleanses, but, you know, there's just too much damage here. And then the juggle, it's a little bit scary for a moment there. Bull will also have to flash, but then pressure is in here. And HH, he's got the heal. He's got the shield. He doesn't have a heal, he just shielded. He's healing.
He's healing?
Yeah, a little bit. But pressure gonna get out. Clean dive. Nothing to see here. That's a Dirk. It's serrated,
Whoa.
and it's picked up
Serrated.
here at 4.5 minutes.
Who was it serrated by, though?
Probably Boris. What else is he gonna
What
do? while he's
serrating
waiting
did he
for
give
people
it?
to come back?
What's the rating?
Probably a 6.5 out of 10.
Comeback mechanics? Not there.
Yeah. It's not that great in the late game.
Oh, well, this Lever is getting in there. He's taking some good trades this time around. Had some more trouble in the last game. Flash W and a kill, perhaps. Mihail flashing down into the river. He's going to have to go for a long run. And you know what? Maybe Lancer just dies. Yeah, you know what? I think he just dies. Good spacing here from Mihail. I think he's holding on to his hop. Maybe he doesn't have it. The Q is going to miss. And in fact, he did not. So that is the end of that.
Aww. There's the POG angle.
So he almost did it. You know, good effort, good effort.
That was pretty clean from him, though. All in all, except for boomerang miss. Calix.
Alex, really nice sidestep. Under that pressure, he's like, I know that Ivern's here. Just gonna run away. Bull getting in there.
Bull is, he's really putting the pressure on. Constantly having that level lead and now having the serrated Dirk to do a lot of damage in this lane. Level 6, almost there. Some dive setup here once again. Look at pressure, he's coming over. This time, no summoners for Vital. He's been seen, so they're just gonna leave, but that means plates.
Is this the answer to Kaisa that we've all been looking for? Ivern, Neela, Tar.
Yeah, I guess so. Answer the Shyvana at least, right? She's power farming though, don't worry.
Yeah.
Ruby Crystal, Longsword online. AD Shyvana.
Gonna be attacking. That's 3 plates over to the side of Bull.
And he's level 6 now. He's 2 levels up of HH. Watch out.
Oh, we got a little action in the top side. Mihail doesn't have his hop again, but he is kiting this out pretty well. Gnar on the way. Mega Gnar, that is, but not going to have time with it.
Nope, not going to be messing around with that. Got the ult out, at least. Small victories. Small victories. Pretty significant CS lead here for the Neela now. Will back. And what's it going to be? What could it be now? Okay, this is BF Sword. Not actually, you know, a Mythic at 730. I was a little bit concerned.
Yeah, not yet, but early pressure Dirk into BT perhaps.
Yeah, that's what it looks like it's going to be.
And Mihail baits this excellently. Lancer does not have it as the Shyvana, the knockback. Sound is getting to work. Has to flash in. One more cube will do it. There it goes. Huge
Shyvana!
burst damage from the dragon herself.
Only Shyvana could have made that game.
No, you're right. Yeah.
I told you her ult,
Only Shyvana.
CC. I'm telling you, level 6 timing. He came up there, he's
That
got
was a
flash.
huge ult.
I'm excited to see Shyvana jungle. Shyvana. Shiv in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, not a thing.
He's just dead? Okay, he's okay. No, he's fine. The Nila threatening here, and actually Vital will have to flash away. Because now Moham is getting zoned a little bit. Here comes Kalix, just going to hop over the wall.
Where's that ult, Moham?
He's got to use it eventually, right? Okay, should be now. There we go. Can they burst him down? The answer is no. As we do get some, and now here is the Ivern, and Kalix getting rooted up. Has to flash away from Daisy. As pressure makes his way over. This guy has been on point in the bottom lane.
Yeah, watch out, Young J. This guy's coming for you. I actually don't know how old Pressure is, because he's
not on our
listed.
sheet.
He's not listed.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of. I mean, he is living up to his name here with what Bull has been putting on the bottom lane here with this Nila pick, and that's going to be a dragon going over to the side of Kwangdong Freaks. See if anything can happen here as Vital has level 6. Again, not building Shiv. So actually having a little bit more power than you normally have as a Kai'Sa at this point in the game. Or is he building Shiv? Unknown. Noon Quiver.
Unknown.
Not actually enough information. Normally you don't build that first. It's the Kirchheis.
Kerchais?
Kerchesses.
Kerchazzles. Kertassels.
Is it allowed to not build Shiv on Kai'Sa? Not really, actually.
No, actually, it's illegal.
It's against our rules.
So I'm going to come in here, no root, and the Shyvana comes in. No flash in the bottom lane. It would be nice if she had some CC. Doesn't matter. Gonna hit the bot lane as the Kai'Sa picks up the kill.
Big damage. Give me one more. Oh, zoning. That's my favorite part of playing Shiv, is when you E when you're a dragon. It's kind of the only part of playing Shiv for me a lot of the time as well. It's my favorite part, Valdez.
It's a good part, you know? It's one of the best parts of being a Shyvana. Lancer's going in on this one. A lot of things missing here. Mihail just going to go back to being a mini-Gnar.
Yeah, that's the end of that. Kalix is feeling the pressure. Lieber having a good game here. 20 CS up, actually, on this Tristana. Not a lot of resources given to him by this Shyvana jungle to stave the pressure off, and so he's having a little bit of a struggle. Brush placed. Jace very annoying to deal with, as Tristana can't actually answer back any damage or trade when the brush is up like that.
The gank from the northern pool.
Northern puddle? North puddle, south puddle.
North puddle.
Use the terminology.
Sorry, I'm new here. See how quickly Shyvana cleared the board?
It went down pretty fast, yeah.
It was pretty nice. I was impressed. And he got that minion. And he is going Shiv. I don't know.
Yeah, no, he did. We didn't mention it, but I was scared he wasn't actually going Shiv for a minute there. But he's going Shiv.
Yep. First pick Ivern working out well.
Yeah?
Whoa. HH making his presence known.
He does love himself a big grand entrance, doesn't he? Even when he's not playing Rakan.
True. Don't have to
Pressure.
for that.
Root?
Ooh, the root. Very nice
Offered.
buffer. Wow. Man, there's a lot of players in the LCK who can't do that.
That was actually really clean. If you've got the hands, all you got to learn is everything else, but, you know, the hands are the start.
Start with that, move on to learning the game.
Trinity Force done for
Here's
Sounda.
Shyvana. All right, we got the dragon waiting and ready. Sounda thinking about it, decides not to. Okay, he did a little bit of damage. Lancer still getting kited out. We keep watching this top lane. I keep getting more and more confused about, like, is anyone actually going to die up there?
No.
I keep thinking that the answer is no.
Yeah, no. Speaking of things dying, this turret will go down. And Vital,
빨간 팀의
they don't have
포탑이
flash,
파괴되었습니다.
but if Bull ults on you, you might be dead. Probably should respect a little bit. He's not going to, though. And now his support is here. But there was definitely a window. They don't know that. Of course, they didn't know where AJ was, but they're going to respect the fact that he could have been close by. But a few Shiv procs, and suddenly, control back to Vital, who does hit level 8. Ooh, nice back
Bottom.
deny.
I didn't know Neela had a Star Guardian skin.
Oh.
It's okay. Supercharge. He now scales with 80. It's a lot better on 80 shit. Still get a little bit of dopamine. That's nice.
Yeah, no, it's big, very cool, very cool. I like the E. I like the Shyvana E.
We were talking about how much we liked it, actually.
Yeah.
You know, on the Dragon form before. Like, okay, here we go again.
Wait for it.
Sound over the
There
big
it is.
gank up on the top side. Uses Z. Scaling now. He's got Trinity Force done.
One more
Lancer.
E.
Gonna take a lot of damage.
Oh, no more E's. Only one.
It's okay. He got the one off. So Tristana lost her turret
Yeah, that's
at
not
14 minutes. How did that happen?
kind of got destroyed by Cleaver this game, which is unusual. And also the turret in the bottom lane was destroyed, so Vital doesn't have a turret to operate on. Now, at least he has a static Shiv to clear waves. So he can, you know, like, get minions, get money. Even though he doesn't have a turret, it's kind of dangerous.
Got him.
A lot of got-ems in this one.
Kyle, can you do it again? No, he won't. He could, but he won't.
No.
No, he wouldn't do that.
So it was a collector all along
Yeah.
that he built first.
Just collecting. Pressure, shit.
What are your thoughts on this?
I'm gonna say no. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's not a thing.
That's an
LS
interesting
Malding.
choice. That's
Lil
an
Bro
interesting
thinks he's
choice.
Samira, yeah. I don't know what does he mean by this? Oh, he's getting flashed on. Knocked out of midair. Cleaver just dunking on the guy. Didn't even give him a chance to say hello. Sounda nearly dies.
Should consider a career in baseball. That was a grand slam.
Gates here. H8's nice dodge on the dazzle. The dazzle, razzle, plasm. Cleaver's just down here pressing his W.
This is a professional game of League of Legends. And
You can say that again.
I think Nongshim are losing control. As it turns out, first pick Ivern better than Shyvana jungle. Sorry, Chronicler.
First pick Ivan, better than Shyvana. If Wolf's saying that, you know his opinion.
No, she'll be less relevant as the game goes on, but right now it's already kind of problematic.
Shyvana?
Messing around about this.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? Oh, she'll be more relevant.
Maybe, probably.
She will.
I mean, she will scale with the
scale
items.
a lot,
She will
yeah.
scale with the items. It's true.
They're
She
gonna
can
scale
kind of
a
be a
lot better
carry.
than Quantum Freaks.
Look, but do we get to a place where we get to talk about that? Probably,
I
actually.
think based off of game one, yeah.
Yeah, probably, actually, yeah. Should we? No, but, like, probably, actually, yeah.
Does an LCK team with Quantum's comp win this one before 30 minutes? Probably.
What does Shyvana build next, Chronicler? Because that's
Plated
cloth
steel
armor.
caps.
Yeah, so I think that's not really a clue.
Renekton, Jace, and Neela. Uh-oh. Lancer gonna have to press that R button. Will it matter? The damage from Shyvana is overwhelming as Sounda gonna pick up the kill in the bottom lane.
파괴되었습니다.
Sterix? That's interesting. Okay. Deadman sounds kind of cool.
Did get buffed.
파란 팀의
While everybody is taking turrets as Cleaver once again going for the home run. This time just a base hit as he is going to knock Golix out. Golix? Golix?
What's your garlic?
Golix. What's your garlic?
Well, Sounda's just gonna get some bounty gold.
you know, Shyvana
So fun.
was always very good at split pushing, so that's still a thing, I guess. Sounda just down there.
Getting money for his whole team.
On the Freaks, though, I kind of like their idea. They're like, okay, cool story, Dragon. I will just go ahead and take out 2 turns.
I mean, Neela is getting a lot of money, so that's going to be a little bit relevant. It's going to be pretty important. Shyvana not stacking any dragons so far. Also, that's not.
That was a lot more tanky than this Tristana you were bullying. Okay, so he's going to put you down, and now that was a nice little strikeout to add to our little baseball metaphor.
Yeah, after the previous foul.
Yeah.
A little bit rough.
He got put in the penalty box.
Mihail PUG angle though.
That's a flag on the play.
On the play. Traveler.
No, it's okay. He has shield.
Yeah, he's okay. So we'll watch this one more time. Mihail at most of his Narbar. Cleaver goes in at half health. And then hammers him away. And then Mega Gnar gets hit.
Very clean Gnar.
Yeah.
But don't do that in the first place.
A little bit strange. Quantum going to take this second Herald.
There's no flags or fouls. Yes, I was referencing other sports. It's all sports ball at the end of the day. Come on.
Sports people get very upset about that.
You think come on.
T-sports, man.
T-sports, yeah. I'll stick to esports.
But to be honest, like,
not my traditional sports.
I mean, I'm as down as anybody to, like, you know, tease T-sports fans.
Are you up for it though?
I'm down and up for it, but esports fans a little bit more sensitive, actually, generally speaking.
No,
a little bit more offended,
of course,
actually,
yeah.
generally. So you know what? I could let him correct you and not feel weird about it.
Freaking neat. Oh. All right, James Bones. We're big
mind.
nerds.
I guess he's really sensitive. Never mind.
He's very sensitive. Man, you really messed with him. He's very unhappy. Sorry, James. We apologize officially.
JK. All right.
Wait.
Shyvana?
Who wins this trade? I actually have no idea. Probably Shyvana, actually.
When she goes big, she will do the big damages. So
But Renekton can go big as well.
Yeah, but he doesn't have Shyvana when he's big. He just gets a little bit of health and generates Fury.
And I was like, you think I care about you and your
Look, he's gonna get big.
He got big.
Yep, a lot of bigness here in the top side as the Tarek ultimate. Oh, it's gonna save him. Lancer lives and Sounda. Oh no, you were doing so well. And the Tarek is actually, you know what? It's doing pretty well. I like this pick.
Yeah, the Tarek is actually kind of legit. Like, when I think about it, I'm like, why don't we ever see this? This is actually so strong. Especially with Neela, when you get the experience advantage. Hurts, some of the weaknesses are kind of alleviated in lane.
All right, Nongshin, you gonna do something or just let it go? Looks like let it go.
They can't do anything. They don't have Sounda here. Yeah, Mihail has no ult, no flash, no smite setup. There's just no reason to contest this into a Neela who has ult and flash. They can't do it. They can't stop it. It's Chemtech Soul, which is a little bit awkward here, but
it's okay. I mean, the draft is already awkward, so
it is Sterex.
We gotta kind of add to our situation.
Yeah, it's Sterex for Sounda. We kind of have confirmation now.
Don't remember, like, we're gonna do this dragon, okay?
I don't know about that. Sounda doesn't have his bar.
All right, they're getting it. The Nar's dead. What happened? Neil hits 3. Oh, who could have seen this coming? Well, certainly not Nongshin. Triple kill for the Neela. As Vital's just gonna flash away. He's like, I thought Kaisa was OP. Well, not into Tarek Neela, apparently.
I've seen everything now. I've legit seen everything in this Challengers game. What a way to end the regular season for us. What a way to end it. I mean, it's not going to end, actually, because Nongshin, we're going to lose this and we're going to go to a third game. But what a way to bring this to 3 on our last regular season series, me and you.
Remember when I was like, you know, an LCK team ends this before 30 minutes, but this Kwangnon team, I'm not so sure. Well, maybe they're going to end before 30 minutes.
Don't worry, Shyvana's scaling.
It's okay, we're doing it. We're doing
it. They lived. Okay, so
8-game Eduardo.
Look at Sounda's Dragon Bar. You can't do anything. Neela is just gonna flash on the play. Exactly like I said. You can't contest Baron, but you didn't realize for the same reason you definitely can't contest this Chemtech Drake solo. No soul even to fight for here, and we still went into it, didn't we, Nongshin? We're all learning here, Challengers, you know? Everybody's learning. By the way,
Yeah, just like
By the
this
way-
guy who just got banned. He learned.
extremely important game for Nongshim. Even losing a game, even if they win game 3, really hurts their chance to get in second with the
That's
win
why
for
they
HLE.
pulled out the Shyvana. They really wanted to make sure that they use this powerful pocket pick and they use it to take the game.
I'm not sure if I
Unfortunately-
agree with your assessment, but I think it may have backfired a little bit, the draft here. Where's Chronicler?
He was just here. Oh, he's watching.
Tell me how Shyvana does it.
Well, unfortunately,
Sterex is done!
I don't. You know, this could be a Maokai at this point. I don't think it would matter too much. 7,000 gold plus. As Nongshim trying to hold on to this, you know, the dragon can get out of roots. And he's able to get out here. Daisy has something else to say, but this inhibitor is going to go down. Vital nearly loses his entire health bar, just like that. As meanwhile, Mihail's flanking. Not sure if trying to catch the wave or actually flanking. Good timing on the Meganar. But there's not a lot of walls here in the middle of the base, so...
Mihail is going to have to do this, something with this Meganar, or they might just push as soon as it expires. Lancer has ult. Bull, I mean, all it takes is one combo here. Tarks has some cool sound effects, too.
Yeah. Vital is, yeah, the Jace really hitting the Vitals.
Yeah.
The Vital. Leader, much better game this time compared to game 1.
The brush angle, too, for this
Yeah.
Neela is like, if she's in a brush, you never know. She can engage at any time. You have to stay super far away from it. Here come the super minions.
Minions coming in. Colleague's always going to get rooted up. No buffer this time, but a lot of damage is going to go in, and the Tark just dies. Okay, 5v4. Can they do it on the Nexus turrets? Quantum Freaks want to send the game. The Neela is just gigantic, and it's just going to, alongside of Cleaver, pull this game out and bring us to a game number 3. Kwangdong Freaks, they do it with Neela Taric in game number 2.
Pressure, 100% win rate in challengers.
Pressure is immediately getting my vote, dude. That bottom lane did not exist.
100% win rate. Very great performance from him. Look at how smug he looks, too, in the shot as well.
He's like, you didn't see me coming, did you?
No, they didn't.
We did not.
They certainly didn't. Let's take a look at some of the damage that Jace did this game, because he was hitting non-stop as well. Yeah, it made a bit of an oopsie in the top lane, but otherwise completely destroyed Kalix's Tristana. I mean, a 7,000 damage Tristana is unheard of. Just wasn't really involved in this game, unfortunately, and Nongshim getting constantly pressure in the bottom lane, and the Neela Taric constantly just getting experience levels, or getting a level with the experience from the passive from Neela, being a level up, trading. In comes pressure, living up to his name. Get the summoners, come over there again, zone him out of experience, zone him out of farm, get some turret plates, and then they just moved it to the mid lane, and they kept doing it there. And then Jace moves top, he's pushing, they got so many turrets early.
Before 14 minutes, Wolf.
Yeah.
There was a insane early game gap, and pressure comes in, he plays the same champion, and he essentially wins the bottom lane. It did seem like Vital and H's didn't necessarily respect the Neela Taric. You know, it kind of felt like, okay, well, you guys played a weird comp in game 1, now you're pulling out this, like, should we, you know, is this going to be it? Moham's Taric, he did have a lot of very clutch moments with this Taric ult.
Yeah, saving the Renekton top side as well. I thought it was kind of like either a Moham or pressure vote for me. And I guess to a lesser extent, you could have voted for Bull as well. But I think Bull was set up for success. He did have some really big ultimates, obviously, but he got fed because of his support. He got fed because of his secondary support in the jungle, because it's a 2-support game for the Neela. And she just kind of gets funneled all the money. And simple as that. Not a lot of respect here from Nongshim. The Shyvana pick not really having the impact I think that certain other LCK analysts were hoping maybe it was going to happen. No, we just wanted to tease Chronicler, but I don't know if we'll be seeing it again anytime soon.
I think that they kind of took a chance after winning game 1 so hard and it didn't pan out. Like, we might see it in the future again, but not the best re-debut, we'll say, here in Challenger League. But guys, we'll come back and we will have game number 8 after the break. welcome back to Challenger League as we have a Korean Mosquito in here with us, joining for game number 8. Lovely.
I thought I got him last time.
Well, you did, but now his offspring has joined.
It was too late.
Yeah, it's Brover, but we are getting ready for game 8. 8-game Eduardo, 8-game Aatrox coming through here for us. And
8-game Edmund.
yeah, I think that this one will see a more standard comp from Nongshim. From Quantum Freaks, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe they just do that again.
Remember
There
when
he is.
everyone was saying Ivern was broken, and then it didn't look like anyone could play it, and we were like, yeah, it doesn't seem that strong, it doesn't seem that impressive, doesn't seem like it could really do that much. That was the first time where I just saw Ivern just get first picked, put it on the table, and then actually I'm like, whoa. Like,
Pressure's
can you
like,
actually
let me
stop
show
this
this guy how
Yeah.
to play Ivern.
Can we stop Ivern? Like, he looked like he really knew how to play Ivern. Putting pressure on, knows the Shyvana's top, putting bushes up so that the Tristana can't play the game. Like, I legit think the reason why, well, partially, the significant reason why Cleaver destroyed his counterpart that game was because there were just constantly bushes in the mid lane. And Tristana can't hit the Jace, and he's just firing at her
Yeah.
all the time. And like,
that did happen a lot.
it just, she couldn't play. She couldn't actually fight back. It's not fair. But Shyvana also didn't really do anything about it, unfortunately, either, because she's not very strong into that type of jungle play.
Yep. 4,700 decibels, 329 meters per second.
We got the coffee pasta back.
And yeah, who's going to lose faster, the Mosquito or our sanity?
I slept about 7 hours last night.
Me too.
7.5.
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. Just we are 8-game Andes, and it feels very cringe, so that doesn't feel very good. But I slept enough.
Yeah, no,
That's
I'm feeling all right. It's a full moon tonight, or at least it looked like it was when I looked outside earlier. So, you know, it's going to be a nice ride home like we were talking about earlier for me.
I'll howl at it for you.
Sure. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It gives me energy. As far as I know, no substitutes, and Nongshim is blue side.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why haven't gotten to the draft yet, but we probably will be soon. Maybe somebody's taking a bathroom.
They're waiting for the bark music to come back. Yeah. So we need to make sure we have that prepared before we do get into it.
I'm gonna like to crank up the bark music down here on my
Bark,
controller.
bark, 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 bark.
All right, I'm turning it back off now.
Thank you for that. That was weird.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it back. Garen Yumi bot. I don't know about that.
At
I
this
don't think
point,
that's gonna happen.
anything could happen.
Well, that's true. We have seen now everything. There's no reason to go on. You know what? I don't think I'm going to cast any more regular season challengers this year. After this game.
Wow.
So,
You're
you know
making
what?
that decision?
Yeah, I'm going to tell
right
you guys right
now?
now, this is going to be my last challengers regular season cast of the year.
You know what? Me too.
All right. I'm glad you're on it with me, Valdez.
Yeah.
Okay. It's barking. It's happening.
Do we get a new channel for the next year? Naturally. LCK CL Global 2024.
Underscore.
Oh,
Because
sorry.
someone in Twitch chat already got the thing to troll us for next year.
No doubt, yeah. We have to add an underscore, like a dash
I'm actually
somewhere.
completely surprised there's not an LCK Global 2024 or 5 or like one meme chatter in the chat who's regularly watching. I'm actually shocked that doesn't exist.
French lol.
Anyways, Rumble's banned
Okay.
again. Let's see if we're going first pick Ivern for Nongshim this time. Maybe they've seen the power. They're like, whoa, that's crazy. That's really high value. First pick Ivern.
I don't think Nongshim will do it.
I don't think
They
so
might
either.
ban it here and say, no thanks, we don't want to play that anymore. Or
They
into
either
that.
have to ban that or Maokai,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Pressure's still in the game.
Look at his face!
He's so happy. They banned this champ.
Oh, my man, Pressure. Where have you been all of our challengers' lives?
Yeah. First it was Grizzly, then it was Pressure. The Academy junglers going to LCK. He's going to join Quantum Freaks. He's going to bring them to playoffs. It's going to happen.
All
right, Nico ban. Kaisa's up.
So is Tristana. So is Jace and Maokai.
So
Sejuani.
are Tarek and Neil.
Sejuani.
Sejuani is available with that Nico ban, so we're trading that for potentially Maokai Jace. Or they want to try to deny a Sejuani synergy pick like the Renekton, because Yone also available, of course, as well. So playing Jace and the Yone could be tricky. So they're just going to go for Jace Maokai. This is the stock standard 13.13/14 red side rotation. It's Maokai. Like, you don't have to think about a pressure.
What?
It's okay. They don't actually have to lock Maokai here because Sejuani's already locked in. So they're actually going to get another prio pick as well.
Maokai support
They're like,
incoming.
Wolf, you idiot. They already
Maokai
picked jungle.
going to be slammed down here by Nongshim.
Nah.
Yeah.
Couldn't be. Couldn't be, Valdez.
Could be. Could happen.
Diana. That's buffed on this patch. It's true, but I don't know about that.
Diana's not a champion.
Canyon played it.
I erased that from my memory already. Didn't happen.
It didn't work. He played it, though. All right, it's another Tristana game, but this time they don't have to deal with those annoying bushes in the mid lane. No Ivern Brush.
Still a Jace. I mean...
No
What should I go
Ivern
for
Brush,
here?
Valdez.
Take away that Maokai.
It's just played
Jax.
Jax. Yeah, I mean, with Tristana in, it's obviously not going to be Yone, so...
Could have just played Maokai top. Instead, it's Jace, Maokai, and Renekton.
Are you sure it's going to be Maokai?
Even if it's not Maokai, it's Maokai.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So now, if you're Quantum Freaks, you can sort of thin out the bot pool a little bit. Price is gone. So, you know, that's the trade-off here. Obviously, if you're going for Sejuani Jax synergy, which is very strong. And then for Nongshim, probably put the focus on supports here. Neela, just not gonna let that happen. I don't know if this is really a Neela comp, but maybe ban Varus as well.
Say
if you're gonna
no
go that
to
way.
Neela.
Bull is a known Varus player. Lethal Tempo oftentimes. Probably not on this patch, but I'd say get rid of that.
Don't allow it. Honestly, they should be aware of it.
They're going to allow it.
They should ban it away.
I think they won't do it.
Sumiral?
Oh, they did it. They
Oh,
were aware
nice.
of it. You were right, Valdez. They knew about it.
We did it. Are we going to pick Zac in this game?
No.
How about a Singed? Okay.
Just a Zaya.
Ezreal.
Oh, Ezreal. Bull Ezreal. That's a rare one.
Yeah, that's like a super rare.
That's like a legendary. Okay.
He has not played Ezreal this season.
No, it's going to be his first time in his second to last regular season game. Last one on stage. Let's see what the bot lane here for Nongshim is going to look like. You're going to take away the Zaya themselves into the Jace. Always a little bit worried about that. There's a lot of poke here. And Rakan is available, so I guess they feel like that synergy is going to be enough. Now, will we see a flex here of the Maokai? I don't think so.
Bard. Is it Nautilus again?
I guess so.
Have we had Nautilus in every single game that we played today?
Nope.
Is it 8 for 8
'Cause it's
Nautilus?
Braum.
Oh. Now I don't
Actually-
care how many Nautiluses were played.
But I kind of like the Braum here. Actually, it's pretty good in this comp. Into Sejuani,
Yeah.
Zaya, Jax, Rakan. Feels pretty good. I like it.
Should have been Karma.
That would have been fun.
I think Karma would have been best here.
Would have been pretty nice with the composition, but Braum,
So Karma, you get the big shields for your poking, and
yeah.
Maokai Renekton can engage nicely.
I mean, Karma also kind of pokes, gives you that lane prio.
Yeah.
Would have been nice.
But only engage supports exist.
Well, that's what it seems to be telling us. You know, the meta, the picks that we're seeing right now, we're kind of got like 5 supports that are viable. Moam was allowed to play Tarek. That's like the one Tarek he gets for the year. So All right. So draft-wise, kind of leaning towards Quantum Freaks. They have a really good Maokai poke comp. Nongshim, though, have Sejuani Jax.
Standard, yeah.
And that's, you know, I think with the level of these two teams, where I'm going to have to give the edge in terms of what I think is going to happen.
Honestly, after watching Game 2, I have literally no idea. You could tell me that Quantum Freaks win this game, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. You could tell me that Nongshim win, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
So you're saying it's going to be about the play on the day in Summoner's Rift in this third game? It's just going to be about
it's not
how
exactly
they play it out?
what I said, but something like that, yeah.
I think I'm going to have to agree with you, Valdez. I think it's going to be about form on the day, execution.
It's a true 50-50. Either Nongshim win or Quantum Freaks win. There is no other option except a remake.
Yeah, bro ain't winning this one.
Bro's not winning this one, but guys are ready for Game 3.
Those are the bro fan cheers, but they're not going to win this one.
Yeah, they're still here, but do the viewers win anything? You win an 8-game cringer with Valdez and Wolf.
That's not a nice word.
That's what you win.
Embriage.
It's okay.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Well, actually, it's not. We have a lot of inspiration here in this series. Not a lot of futures market. We do have one for the Maokai.
True. Did he actually go Maokai skin? No, I didn't see. I don't think he actually did.
Probably not. But
That used to be the only skin. But
Yeah.
nowadays people actually like to do Christmas and stuff. It's his first game of Maokai because he's only played one game before this.
Yeah, and it was the other tree. Coincidence?
Yeah.
I think not.
That's an early
okay.
flash.
And you know why? Because of Braum. Level 1 Braum, too strong.
Qs aren't really being that threatening, but
That's okay.
it's okay. Slow into Ezreal damage, gotta respect it. Kalex says he's had enough of this Jace. He wants a rematch with no bushes allowed. He said bushes on the north and south puddles only, not in the middle of the lane.
Yeah. Those are big puddles, though. Do you think they're more of pools or?
I'm gonna go with puddle. Just gonna go with
Okay.
puddle, yeah.
I guess in the grand scheme of things, those are a puddle compared to the Great Lakes of Runeterra.
Sure, sure. I mean,
Yeah.
see that river in the background? That's a real river. This is just two puddles.
That thing, I want to explore that.
Think about this too, with how still the puddles are here on the rift. There's gotta be a lot of mosquitoes. That is a breeding ground. That's
True.
probably where the mosquito that we have in
Breeding
the caster
ground?
breeding ground. That's why we got the mosquito here in the caster's castle. Probably came straight from
Yeah.
Runeterra.
He was hanging out. The mosquito's probably playing the League MMO. You know,
Could be.
it's probably where he came from. This is like a little teaser from Riot to us. Thanks, Riot. I really appreciate that. We got some engages here. The Braum. We don't necessarily love the Braum here, but
I like
it's okay.
it. Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Here's Sounda, level 3.
Sejuani.
Trying to gank the Renekton. And his flash going to come in, but the stun still lands. Little flail action there at the end. Doesn't really get too much. Lancer hit level 4 right before he showed up. Unfortunate timing. I think he still gets out, but maybe they could have tried to push for it. If not,
Yeah, Meow doesn't want to flash for that or anything. I think that's reasonable. Just be happy with getting the flash and the teleport. He's actually not going to TP, in fact. Just going to walk all the way back. I think losing the teleport here would feel pretty disastrous, but look at what Meow's doing with the lane.
the freeze.
The freeze. So, feels bad.
Are there
For
any, what's
Lancer
your
here?
favorite frozen treat if it's not ice cream, since you don't like ice cream?
I don't know. I don't really enjoy frozen treats that much.
What do you eat
What
that's
like what other
frozen
things are
that's
frozen?
not ice?
I mean, I heat up stuff up that's frozen generally. I don't really eat frozen things.
Anything
You're supposed to heat that up, Valdez.
He's got a door. Engage Braum is getting some good work down.
Popsicles I don't really eat.
Berries?
No, I've never heard of that.
Frozen pizza.
Frozen pizza you heat up though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really eat frozen things actually.
So that's what Ezreal does. He uses his arcane shift to get out of engage stuff.
Feels pretty good. He's quite mobile.
Yeah.
Sound is coming back up. Lancer, no flash.
Yeah, but Counter-Strike is down, and now Pressure's here as well. So a counter gank? Who's ganking who? I mean, they know he's here, right? Like, okay. Just gonna push the lane. Try to get Mahal out.
Cooldown.
That appears to be Maokai,
Yeah, it is.
by the way.
Yeah. Didn't actually notice.
I just get Pressure, right?
Yeah, you
I just know.
and him.
I knew he was gonna first pick Ivern. I knew he was gonna pick Maokai.
You really have a grasp on it. It's wild.
Did you say that because it's Maokai?
Yeah, I did. A nature's grasp, so to speak. Okay. Calyx? You can feel the emotion in how he plays with Tristana today.
Mm-hmm. It is art in League of Legends form.
Yeah. He's had some decent buffers. You know, we saw that buffering on the a buffer on the Ivern. It's been a long day.
Between two bufferings.
Sure.
Moham on the engage Braum coming up here looking to engage. Hits the Q, but unfortunately his team wasn't backing him up, man. Braum is really good.
You know what I
but,
think
you know,
he needs? A few more points in Q.
some bufferings.
Maybe if he has a few more points in Q, he'll make the impact.
I'm sure he's got two.
I don't know what's not okay, what's not allowed, but that's what he's saying.
Braum's still getting in there,
He
trying
wants
to
to
control
clear
this
that.
south puddle. But we do have the Infernal Drake up, so you can see why they're trying to control this area for now.
Ezreal
But they're able
Zaya fighting bot as well.
Yeah.
Um,
But the sheen of Ezreal, I kind of rate higher than what
yeah.
Vital has right now. As a little engage here in mid. Gonna get the ult out of Calyx, but Cleaver playing the Jace, of course, doesn't have that.
He also
cooldown.
got the ult out of Jace.
True.
He transformed.
Yeah. It's gonna be hitting
Even
these
trade
minions,
Valdez.
getting some mana. We get a crustacean confrontation in the southern puddle.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh,
Mihail's
the
nearby.
The Counter-Strike flash. There it is. Nice flash from Cleaver. Very nicely timed, actually.
Just relieving some of that pressure off of Calyx. Feels weird to say pressure as a game term when pressure of the player is in the game.
I was
So I'm
saying
still
pressure
adjusting.
Dirk the whole time when Bull was buying that.
Yeah.
It wasn't pressure that was buying the
No,
pressure
he
Dirk.
wasn't, but he was getting involved with it though.
He was in the game. Yeah.
Plate going over the Lancer, so it won't be
Friendly
for free.
reminder that I love Wolf. Wasn't even a hateful reminder.
Thanks, Stormy. For trolling me with friendly reminders. It's been a long day. I'm ready to be friendly reminded.
Friendly reminder. Ooh, Sound in a little bit of trouble. Not able to get to a spot where he can flash safely. And in fact, he's just going to run away.
Whoa,
Doesn't even have to flash.
the outside cat's getting a little bit upside down on that one. It's a little bit weird.
First strike, Maokai, hoping he is going to be going for the demonic embrace.
We're having a lot of action, but nobody's dying. They're just getting hurt. It's a lot of pressure. I didn't see I did it again. On the map, but
Applying pressure to Lucian's vitals.
yeah. I'm gonna have to turn the sound down on Valdez for the rest of this cast. As okay, that's gonna be a
Big
reset.
trade. Mihail in a bit of trouble. Does not seem to have Counter-Strike, but
Lancer
probably
also
getting
has
it soon.
Slash, so he definitely could have killed him.
Yep, there it is. Comes in. Counter-Strike
Lancer,
available.
what?
Wait, so why? What? Ooh. Teamwork. He wouldn't have died anyway. But teamwork anyway. Cleaver in a little bit of trouble as we are not watching that. We're watching this. It's gonna miss.
Wow.
And
Lancer
meanwhile,
is so
Cleaver's
mad.
dead. Whoa! Maokai's going for a little trip.
Braum Q damage!
Braum helping out. But it's Maokai who gets the kill. Pressure, well deserved.
That was a bizarre passage of play for Lancer. Like, he had flash advantage, he knew it. Pretty sure he just flash Qs and kills him if he has his E up, and then he missed because he wanted to flash there, then slice and dice to get out, but he missed it. That was kind of weird.
And it's possible that he waited until Counter-Strike got back.
Yeah.
So he might have like hopped in, flashed in right after Counter-Strike got
Yeah, I want to see the replay of this, and I hopefully we could see what the cooldowns are for Lancer throughout it.
We did have some League of Legends, yes. That did
Anyway,
happen.
that's the Herald. So we're gonna go back to this play here, where Colleagues comes on Cleaver, HH dodges, True Shot is going to miss. Colleagues actually is going to commit further. Ignite's taken down. HH gets a kill.
Whoa!
Yeah, but this one this one was pretty self-explanatory. I wanted to see the top one. Oh well.
Oh well. Maybe next time. Moham looking to get a big engage on the engage. Braum has 3 points in his Q already. Yeah, looking to do the big damage. Moham. Let's see how high of damage he can get in this game.
3 points
So far.
so far. 11 minutes, by the way. No dragon. We're just
Yep.
not doing that right now. I'm interested. Want a skirmish? Take dragon? No. Absolutely not. Neither team really winning a decisive skirmish, you know? Was a back and forth, let's say.
I know I Lancer flashed just because Mihail flashed in mid, so he's like,
Yeah.
you know what? Let's
No.
make this even.
But I thought you were gonna be serious for a
No.
second. I was like, wait,
No, never.
okay.
Impossible.
You almost made me angry,
Whoa,
fellas.
Lancer in a lot of trouble. He's just going to get bopped over the head. Imagine if he had a real
Yeah,
weapon.
you know why he didn't flash there. Yeah.
What?
Alex.
This Tristan is pulling like some crazy no-scope 360s this game, like pulling in a Maokai from 8 miles away, buffering a Jace knockback?
Yeah. I mean, that's what's happening. That kill onto the Renekton, by the way, going to put this Jax massively ahead.
Blaze in the bottom lane, but it's Ezreal. Cleanse.
So 3 plates in total for Jax. Now, with the kill, picked up. Pushing the Renekton out.
Did Renekton just say something? Did you hear that?
I think he
It's
just
like,
burped. I think he burped.
Renekton doesn't burp.
Yeah, he does.
Crocodiles can't burp.
Yes, they can.
What?
You think crocodiles don't have gas in their stomachs? That they need to
Maybe
release?
they just push it out of their skin. Why do they have to burp it out?
Pretty sure they can burp.
This
fellas.
isn't common knowledge that crocodiles can burp. You can't convince me of that. It's not a thing.
Well, I'm pretty sure somebody's going to look it up.
Someone call a crocodile scientist. That's why they have big mouths for big burps. Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think that's why. All
Oh, this is a
Alex,
very
buffer
sneaky-
this. He
Yeah.
tried.
He couldn't get out of that one. He does ult Cleaver away, and now he's got a boar riding lady. That's not very fair. As pressure, he's feeling the pressure. Very nice flash, actually, to get out of here. As once again, the hands are really good, and the Ezreal ult is going to catch him, but it doesn't matter.
Calculated. He knew.
Lived with 19 health.
He knew he was fine the whole time. And now, the fight is not over.
방패가 사라집니다.
Whoa, why'd you give him the idea?
The fight is not
LCK CL Global 2024 is in the chat. Oh no!
Oh,
Oh god. Okay, well now he's in a bit of trouble. The Sounda just gonna hold on to that flash. He does not care. The permafrost denied. Now he's gonna flash away. And that is the end of that fight. Nobody going to die, of course. Nobody would die here in game number 3.
no. Only 3 people allowed to die. Okay, Lancer. Careful. Careful. Don't trifle with this passive stacked Jax.
Wait, he's gonna trifle.
Don't trifle with him.
He truffled and he trifled.
It's just an ult trade.
And he truthfullied.
At this point, I'm just ready. Just ready for the next subjective fight. I don't want to watch any
I'm ready
more.
for the next Siobhan.
We're getting a lot of jump cuts into skirmishes and fights and trades, but nobody's dying. We're just... Like, there's not even time for me to make any sort of analytical points.
Whose position would you rather here? The gold leave for Nongshim or Kwangmu Freaks with a Infernal Drake?
I think I'd rather be Nongshim because they have a Jax that is going to be a big side lane threat. And they have Tristana, who has had some crazy early gameplay, but only died the one time. Got that assist earlier. And I don't know how well the poke is going to be set up here for Kwangmu because it's been pretty erratic, the gameplay so far. That's going to be
He's not
first
truffling
break.
anymore.
No. There's a severe
빨간 팀의 포탑이
like truffle
파괴되었습니다.
epidemic in Korea where everything has truffle oil in it
Yeah.
these days, by the way. I really
If it's fancy, truffle oil.
doesn't need to have truffle oil.
If it's not fancy, truffle oil.
Changing your oil, probably got truffle oil.
Oh God, he's getting Tristana. That's the end of Cleaver. Didn't
Calyx.
respect the damage.
Calyx revenge arc. His revenge is happening. He's getting vengeance for the Jace
The
in the
Ivern.
bush.
Yeah.
No bushes for you this time, Cleaver.
You can win 2v1, but not 1v1. Lancer having some trouble with the Jax already. The Divine Sunder is making his life a living hell as Mihail gets in there, smacks him on the butt, and that's going to be the end of that Renekton.
Yeah, that was a really good flash there from Mihail. Knows he has the damage, stacked it up, and the whole map is falling apart for Kwangmu right before their eyes. And they're going to try to take this Herald without a top laner. Don't know about that. Thanks for the leash. Really appreciate it. Any burping crocodiles?
No, they don't.
Not when they're in the death chamber.
I mean, gases can be released after life. That's a thing. It's a possibility.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's a burp.
Well, what do you classify as a burp then? I don't know.
And
Just never know.
crocodiles.
All right, he's googling it. Wait, this is the information we need to know.
Well, I don't want to tell you guys what I typoed that as.
Yeah.
You didn't get auto-corrected.
Kwangmu Freaks are going to take this second break, which means that classically, traditionally, we will have a Chemtech Soul in this case.
The first result is a YouTube video called Massive Crocodile Has Huge Burp After Meal.
I think that solves it. Yeah. Well, it's not Chemtech Soul, so we're not going for the classic approach here. So
It's Mountain Soul,
Going
which
for
is
more of
pretty
the
bad
modern-
for Jace.
yeah, it's more of a modern touch for me on this one.
The gold leads are everywhere. You can't escape them. And First Strike Maokai keeping it close, but even he is behind. This is going to be another turret going over.
Boom,
And an additional
Shakalaka.
charge, because I don't think the Ezreal is going to be able to stop this charge. Well, actually he will.
Hold up the door.
Hold up the door.
The
Okay.
Braum value.
The Jax is pushing bottom now. There are 3 turrets down for Kwangmu. All outers dead now.
I can't believe we have an LCK CL Global 2020 in the LCK CL Global 2023 chat. How is that a thing?
You love to see it. But it's
Wait, there's another one!
It's LCK CL Global _ 2024.
No! They're multiplying! Oh god! Soon the whole chat is just gonna be LCK CL Global 2024. Or different iterations.
Yeah. We're changing the meta.
Oh no. Who's the imposter? How long does one game usually last? I'm new here. Interesting timing to join.
It's in a game like this,
Usually like
about
32
20
minutes.
Yeah, in a game like this, so maybe 28. Bull
Oh.
is dead.
Oh god, he didn't expect that. He was just hanging out on a ward, thought he was okay, And he wasn't.
They got him. Guangdong Freaks really feeling the pressure now. This turret, they're going to try to defend.
Well, they're going in on the Sejuani, but Kalix is doing more damage than Lancer was able to do. Moham, you know, he's trying his best with that Q-Max, but not quite able as the E goes into the abyss. Like, literally hits the turret as HH is going to take down.
But the Jax
take him
is
down.
split pushing, so it's okay.
Value.
They killed the Ezreal, they grouped up, bottom side, forced a big fight, and then look, Mihail gonna get the whole turret. Look at Jax go.
Oh, no.
Go, Jax, go!
Yeah.
Plus 600. He's getting closer to that cleaver now.
How different is the level of play between LCK and LCK CL?
No, we're doing this question again.
Yeah. Don't you guys need Mike stands for don't your arms get tired? Yeah. How do I answer this? It's like the difference between a challenger level player and a masters level player. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Might also be like challengers and high diamond. You can definitely get there, but you need a little bit of proper training. I don't think that without map control, this Jace, Ezreal, Maokai comp is going to work out very well, Valdez. You know, the Ezreal is ahead in items for the moment.
Power spike of the items, Wolf.
I don't know if they can make it happen if the Maokai has to ult to try to get position for an objective. I think he needs to be on it and pushing the other team away as they try to engage and come in. The comp was pretty good for Guangdong, but a few skirmishes went awry. Jax was allowed to just take the entire map. A little bit problematic.
Yeah.
We're sieging.
Oh, big Ezreal damage. Okay.
HH blocking for Vital.
Cole trying his best to carry this one as Island's going to get bombed away, but it doesn't seem to matter. Cleaver's getting bullied on the backside here as, yeah, this is just a 5v3. The Renekton is living pretty much forever. It's going to flash W minion. Nice work, nice effort, I suppose, but Nongshim will take this fight from here.
6,000 gold lead, 6,500. Pretty one-sided fight. Once again, the Ezreal going down early, and unfortunately, Kalix did a ton of damage at the beginning of that, and the Jax engage was clean. And you know what happens when you use your Maokai ult to siege and you Nature's Grasp and try to get the turret? Well, when it expires, you don't have it anymore. And look at this. We're going to go to the replay right after he doesn't have it anymore. Teleport from Mihail, they do not deny it. And then look at this flank as well from HH. And everybody's just in the meat grinder. And then Bull, he's dead.
He got Tristana ulted into Rakan ulted into just dying immediately. It was so
and
sad.
And Kalix just sacrifices himself to put on tons of damage and take out the AD carry, and that's the end of the fight. Period.
Quite literally. I mean, Kalix is kind of insane. Like, even the first time we saw this guy, we were very impressed. Like, Kwame is really good and probably like a bit more consistent as a pro, but I'm kind of excited for Kalix in the coming years.
Yeah.
This guy's got a bright future. Certainly got the wits about him. He's very clever, but also his hands are insane.
Nongshim just in general has leveled up a lot. Very good team. Yeah, he's gonna come up here and deny this turret take. No.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the game. I was just talking
yeah, no, I mean, but he's also gonna come up here topically and deny the bounty. Because he's leveled up a lot.
Wolf play-by-play.
No.
Well, he's gonna boop him on the head. That's 3 kills or 3 levels in the lead. See, I mean, you're better at this than I am. I can't speak anymore.
Look, he did it. He pulled it off. Lancer did not, but you know, Mihail, he shut him down. He's level 16 now. He's halfway to his Zonias. He's just gonna go in the game. He's like, yeah, if anyone comes topside, I'll kill him, and if they don't, I'll kill the Nexus. HH, can he snipe the turret? Come on, HH.
Get it. Yeah.
Oh, Vital stole it away from him.
That's not cool. Let the support at least fight the turret. Sound has been taking so much damage this game, man. He doesn't carry. So tanky. They're just going to turn on to them. Just a little bit of desperation. As Mihail is behind them. They forgot about the top lane, I guess. As, okay, gonna save Moham a little bit here, as maybe they went a little bit too far. A lot of damage in, but Mihail just gonna zone them away with this counter-strike. Here comes Bull. He's got a red buff and
The
a dream.
Cleaver Penta angle?
Q miss. Not gonna reset any cool. Oh, Q gonna hit the Gromp. He in and immediate turn, the counter-strike, and Zonya's. But no follow-up here from the side of Nongshim. They are gonna take out the Renekton, but that's another kill going over to Bull. He's got an ultimate, not gonna hit anything somehow.
Cleaver and Bull just not able to finish off those health bars, couldn't actually close the gap, and so much missing there that everybody walks out free, minus the Jax that goes down there in the end. Calyx in danger.
Yeah, I just had to caster person, you know, just in case any scouts were watching. He throws up the shock Teemo. Having a fun time, 3-3-3 in this game, but now he's in the Dutch game.
That was a really weird sound that was coming through our system for a second there, but it went away. So luckily, hopefully you guys didn't hear that, but it's all right. Nongshim still in firm control, but a bit of a hiccup here. Fortunately for Quandong, there's no objective to take at this moment in time. So, you know, bounties also not realistic. Unfortunately, the turret too well protected, so they're still dealing with the inhibitor that was taken out by Mihail. I, mentioned that he was kind of just going to go in the game up there. He didn't quite kill the Nexus turret, but he did everything but.
Do you guys thinking not having the option of FF during hopeless games in Pro League is mentally more taxing for the players? It's an interesting idea. I mean, in 1v1 games, generally you're allowed to surrender. You're allowed to GG out and hit, what was it, F12?
Yeah.
Yeah. And just get out of the game. Yeah, you're not going to kill the Jax, okay? Like, that's not an option. Go to a different lane. Not this one. Mihail has other options. Sounda was hiding on bush for quite a while. But
Mihail, by the way, it's not like a Hullbreaker Jax. He's just this big. Like, he's got Zonias, plated steel caps. He's 3 levels up on Lancer.
All right, gonna be pressing some buttons again. The Renekton not looking too tanky anymore. But Bull, I mean, he's holding his ground. He's still doing some pretty good damage. I mean, he certainly has hit his spikes, but
I mean, it
feels a bit hopeless, a bit late.
Stacked super minions here. Calyx coming in.
Just threatening the base,
yeah,
pulling away members.
I mean, Mihail's going to get this bottom inhibitor, and 4-manning the mid one means that this is just the beginning of the end.
Yeah, this just re-rotates over pressure, trying to clear the wave. And now we got to teleport in some low health bars. A chance, perhaps? Cleaver? Is this your moment?
Is it his moment? I don't think so. Last time I think could have been his moment, but it wasn't either.
Well, that was...
Mihail, you don't have teleport. Come back here. Kill that inhib. He wants to have more fun.
Oh!
It's down.
He stopped. What? He stopped attacking it and let it kill the turret.
Turret gold? Denied.
I mean... yeah?
I don't know about that.
He literally, he's like, you know
I
what?
don't know. I don't know. I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't want to do it. The 1 in 6 Renekton also...
Loyal turret
He's like pressured in to help my lane. I'm letting the Nexus turret die. I don't know about this. I don't have the answer. It was pretty wild. Why did Mihail leave the inhibitor up? Why did he just back there without putting any pressure on it? He was low on mana.
He's denying the extra gold. Just keeping the inhibitor up until he's ready to end the game. Oh man.
He's ready to end the game, by the way. As you were saying, I think he's ready. I think he's decided he's going to kill the Nexus.
Lancer joining on the bottom side. They're going to kill the Jax, surely this time, as they do get the stun in, but guess what? He's got Zonya's. There's now flash in for pressure, he steals it away! Okay, the Baron still comes in. They can't quite kill Mihail, or at least it's going to take a while, as finally they do take him out. And the fight is won over here by Nongshim, but at the end of the day, even without the Baron, can't they just end? I mean, there's just one turret!
Yeah, Bull also getting out here. Not able to get the red buff on his way out, but can help clear this wave. Here's the thing, Calyx is pushing top. Like, eventually this Tristana is going to get on top of this Nexus.
And I just don't think they're going to be able to defend it, even with Jax down.
Yeah, even with Baron, they don't have a wave. They don't have anything. In they go, HH and Calyx together. As this should be enough damage. Down will go the Nexus turrets, and in goes HH. One last try for the boys, just hitting the Nexus, and that will be the end. This Chronicler's going to pin in the chat. That is the end of the day and the end of the game. We got there in the end. And
It's
so
really
did
strange
Notion.
when Chronicler pins his messages to the chat. No, I don't know. He's done it by accident. It's fine. Well, no, I'm just teasing you, Chronicler. It looked like it was yours on our UI.
Did someone pin Chronicler's message?
No.
Oh, he pinned someone else's.
Yeah. Anyway, Jax was a problem, Valdez, that they were not able to solve. Pretty one-sided game here.
You ever see a Jax do over 1,000 DPM? I haven't.
Yeah, I think this is my first time.
It's first time for everything. Can't believe Nongshan was able to win without Shyvana. Yeah,
But
they
the real-
immediately banned it. They're like, we gotta get rid of this.
The
champ.
real
It's
story,
too strong.
The real story is the revenge story for Calyx versus Cleaver. This time, he put the Jace in his place. This time, he killed the Jace.
Yep.
He didn't do as much damage as the Jace, but that doesn't matter. That's not relevant. He was able to play against the Jace while being able to shoot at him, and the Bush was denied by the Ivern ban. In a series-defining Ivern ban, you'd say, but Nongshan will only get +1 from this win, so there's still, let's see, I want to make sure I get this right. They're sitting at 10 to Hanolife Esports is 12. DRX also on 12, if I'm not mistaken, so could have been 11, could have been one step closer, but in game 2 we had a little fun.
Some
until it
happy
wasn't
gaming
fun anymore.
Yeah. They just didn't expect pressure to be that good. And honestly, neither did I. But he came out, he kind of dunked on them with his Ivern, and unfortunately the Shyvana takes a bit to get online, and the game was already over before really anyone on the side of Nongshan was online. So caught him off guard, and that's going to mean there was a game that did go over to Quantum Freaks. Also means that we had the 8-game Eduardo today, no 9-game Nigel, and no 7-game Senna. A bit unfortunate, but you know what you're going to get with the Cringe Duo. It's just the way. 3
It's the
solo
way.
kills.
3 solo kills, over 1,000 DPM, 220% of his gold in damage, 276 CS,
Yeah?
6-2 and 3 KDA.
That's pretty big. 200 Pog points?
Only his
Did you mention
second
that?
time. No, I didn't mention that yet.
It took a while for Mahaya.
But he looked pretty good, and Jax nerfs, Jax smurfs. Counter-Strike +1 second. Didn't
Yeah.
seem to matter for this guy today.
It actually doesn't, as we're seeing. The strength of Jax is still there.
Yeah, how much damage to objects? That's a good question, Chronicler.
Yeah, what? Damage object.
How many tower destroy?
You were
Yeah,
right
just a
with your
game
Mahaya
early.
Pog
Just a
call,
game
yeah.
early. Yeah,
It's okay. You got there in the end.
It was miscalculated.
He was looking into his crystal ball instead of into my eyes.
So, Yundo might tell us what. Yeah, Yundo might tell us what the interview says if there's any interesting tidbits there.
Mhm.
But like anything about Shyvana, perhaps. I know Chronicler's listening, but
Yeah. Shyvana immediately turned on that Korean stream. Was
What?
listening in to
oh,
hear about the Shyvana.
Yeah.
I honestly think that Shyvana with the buffs can be a champion. I'm just not sure. I have trouble seeing our Korean teams picking it up very often, and I think that that first game was not a good showing. I mean, again, it could have kind of been any champ. No, you didn't get it. It's over there.
I know.
Korean Mosquito, 4,700 decibels. You guys don't know how loud this thing is. It's a lot better top, but can it play early into like Renekton, Jax? Like the top lane meta right now is
or
like
Mosquito.
either you survive or you just live long enough to hit one item and your top 2 turrets are gone, and then you're getting bopped by Jax or something like that. Like we saw Aatrox a couple times today. It did win the first game here for Mahila. He played it, and it was good, but it also was kind of like, well, if he doesn't have this easy matchup in the Cassante, I could see this kind of being destroyed.
I think it's pretty niche so far. But yeah, Shyvana pre-6 is kind of like Wukong, Nocturne, you know, Skarner, where you don't really do a whole lot. You can't make you can't make a lot of impact, but the problem is you're also pretty squishy, and controlling objective fights, you don't have a lot of power or like any power.
Doesn't
really.
Your W give you resistances?
I mean, I guess. If you are able to get dragons, for example, that is really helpful.
Your passive does, okay.
Yeah, W is the movement speed. That's true, actually.
I knew about the movement speed, but I thought it also, like... Oh, no, it's the E that shreds resistance.
Yes, that's right.
That's what I was thinking.
The spinny takes them away. But the early game and early objectives is what the LCK has played around, generally speaking. That's why we don't see picks like Karthus or Nidalee that much, because they kind of need some time.
Her
to
Drake
be relevant.
control is really good. This is all sounding like she needs some safety early on. She's really good at taking Drakes. It's important, so pick a bot lane with Pyro and play her in the jungle rather than go top against Renekton or Jax. If I'm looking for like an angle for pro, but I don't know. I'm not a Shyvana expert.
Yeah, but she does damage to Drakes, but doesn't mean she can control the space around them.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not
the
an
problem.
expert, but I am Valdesmort.
Right.
Yeah. We solved that in game 1, actually. That was a game 1 thing. That feels like years ago.
Wait,
game
what?
1. Game 1 was like years ago.
Yeah. But Shyvana was in game 2.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the first game of the day.
Oh, the first game of the day.
Valdesmort.
Yeah. No, that was a long. That's a throwback.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually about 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
We made those jokes. Like legit 8 hours ago.
It wasn't a 10-hour today, but it was a 8-hour. Yeah, just about 8 hours and 11 minutes.
True. I am going back to the Philippines soon, by the way. So I'll let you guys know when
Valdez
I
stream
travel.
later? No, I'm not going to do it this week because I got to help with the move-in. But next week, the Valdez stream will be back. Especially tonight, I am Omega dead.
Omega dead. Yeah, I'm a little Omega dead myself. I'm going to go home and just lay on the couch with my cats and turn into a potato. I was kind of like,
How did you
maybe today
manage
I'm
that?
going to...
That sounds like you need some magical powers to do that.
Well, I mean, I don't share my magical power, like, on...
Doesn't it take a lot of...
Ask me on the shows over. I'll let you, I'll hook you up, but like...
Doesn't it take like a lot of power to do that?
Well, that's why I ate pizza earlier.
Okay. I know pizza does refill your mana.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit with my cats. I was
Thanks,
gonna play
sexy
maybe
butt.
2v2v2v2, but I don't think that's happening now. I'm a little bit tired.
Nah.
Thanks, sexy butt.
Thanks, Violin
I hope
Cake.
you have a good day at work. I'm glad you enjoyed the show.
Vlog of y'all going fishing.
I would love that, but
We
I don't
can do
think
it.
I can get the casters to go
LCK
fishing.
fishing trip.
I'm just saying.
Could happen. We probably have to go out on the northern puddle, probably at like 6 a.m. though. That's pretty early for esports times. Esporters.
You think there's a Nakshi Bang we can go to, like,
There probably is.
go
Yeah, there
fishing?
is.
There actually is like the plastic fishing thing that you could do. That's true. Actually, I forgot about that. We could do that, to start to give some practice, to some non-fishing chronicler and non-fishing Valdez here who need help learning how to fish.
How come Atlas knows how to fish?
I'm pretty sure
In this example.
he's from Australia,
Yeah. And
so he probably knows how to fish.
I don't think so.
Ask him about it after this. I bet you he knows how to fish.
Atlas was too busy playing Nintendo to go out on the water.
I also played a lot of Nintendo, but also went out on the water and went fishing. I did both.
Yeah, I went out on the ice, not the water.
But he wasn't
For
ice
me.
fishing.
Guys, who won? The fans. The fans won.
The fans won. Let's not... Embryage, I don't know what's going on with you these days. Let's not do that.
He's changed. Times have changed. Atlas knows how to fish crocodiles with his bare hands. But yeah, can he
After
go?
burping them.
Does he know how? Does he? Okay, I'm not gonna say that name, but thank you, Chatter. First Challenger stream, pretty awesome.
Glad you
Thanks,
enjoyed
guys.
it.
Let's call him JP.
Thanks, JP.
Thanks, JP.
I'm from Atlanta. The lost city of Atlanta.
The lost city of Atlanta. I'm from New Amsterdam, personally. We have a guy from Old Amsterdam as well. He'll probably be on tomorrow, I think. I'm not sure. From Old Amsterdam. I'm from New Amsterdam. And Atlas is also from Australia. That makes all of us basically from places that start with A.
Yeah.
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 True.
Yep,
We
yep,
did
yep,
it.
yep, yep.
Yeah. Lost
YouTube
City
chat has
City.
been pretty interesting today.
Yeah, it's just a guy casually in there showing off how much money he made on his bets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's from Atlantis? Nami.
Caster's actually losing it. Losing what?
What did we lose?
Wallet, keys,
Do I have my
phone.
Yeah.
I'm good. Actually, I'm fine. I think I'm good.
I have my water cup. No, we got everything. We're not losing anything.
Talking about my briefcase in the other room, there's no way WDG was touched or messed with that. It's a pretty secure location that we're in right now.
Surely they wouldn't.
The Caster's Castle has guards.
It does?
Yeah. The Knights of WDG? You've never heard of them?
Oh my god, that's their name? I was too shy to talk to them.
Well, we did have an 8-gamer today. Hanwha Life Esports 2-1ing DRX earlier. And that does put, well, we'll take a look at the standings later, but DRX dropping it down 1. So that was quite critical. Nongshim moving up 1 with their 2-1 over Kwangdong. If it was a 2-0, chances are better. But still, you have to contend with Hanwha Life Esports. And then T1 versus Live Sandbox. A surprisingly one-sided event. And T1 took it.
Yeah. Imagine if T1 just weren't that strong. If we could have just had 9 games, we could have avoided being cringe, but not
So,
today.
DRX still 1 win ahead, or 1 game score ahead of Nongshim, as I was mentioning before, but a series behind. So that does help Nongshim's chances, of course, of potentially getting second place. I don't know what their last opponent is, actually, though.
Impossible to know.
I think it's possible to know. I just need to...
Impossible.
No, hold on. I just need to find the
No.
right paper. No. Valdez,
It's
no,
impossible.
it's knowable.
No.
Actually,
We
you're
don't
right.
have
It's
the
actually not in there. It's
information.
just
Yeah,
not in there. All right, hold on. I'm going to look it up.
He's going to look it up. By the way, next matchup.
Yes.
Tomorrow, DK versus Gen.G. Probably looking like a DK win, but they have been struggling recently. And then you get KT versus OK Savings Bank Man Breon. No idea who's going to take that.
Nongshim play against KT. DRX play against Bro. So... Wait, no, this is regular LCK. Oh,
Got him.
Got me.
He got.
All right, so DRX play against Live Sandbox. Nongshim play against D+.
So DRX going to be in third.
But Hanwha plays against Kwangdong. Yeah, it looks likely Kwangdong, or rather Hanwha's taking second. Feels pretty...
Hanwha should be second.
likely.
DRX should be third. And Nongshim down to fourth.
Seems likely.
Well, there you have it.
We'll see if any upsets do occur.
We also have CL tomorrow, so make sure you're watching Atlas and Kronny Keckler there for that one. And also LCK for the rest of the week, Wednesday through Sunday. And then we come back right on Monday. So we started today, right? Well, actually, we started... Wait.
What?
We haven't had a day without League of Legends since the beginning of summer.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Just every day has Korean League of Legends.
Every single day, 7 days a week.
7 days a week.
7
2
days a
calendar
week.
days.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have playoffs starting next Monday for challengers. And then it's going to be
Tuesday,
LCK
LCK, yeah.
Tuesday through Sunday. And then Challengers Monday, Tuesday. And then maybe we get a day? I'm not sure. Maybe Wednesday? Or is that the beginning of the LCK return? I don't know.
Wait,
I don't think
you've
so.
confused me now.
I'm confused all the time.
I loved casting regular season with you.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you guys got to be there with us for 9 weeks of our summer season. It was a fun time.
9 weeks, but not 9 games, unfortunately, for us. But maybe next year, and we'll see you guys in the playoffs as always. But for now, we have to please closing comment. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.